What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Coop Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 56 of Season 2. We are live and alive. Shout out to the Coop gang for staying inside, being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being here solving those mysteries. We are live and alive. How's everybody fucking doing? Oh man, we're gonna hopefully have a fun show today. We got 5 people in the chat already. Holy shit. Good shit, dude. How's everybody doing? Oh, Clandestino, why are you posting the flags of the enemy in here? My god, why are you posting these flags, dude? Disgusting. Oh, dude, I don't want to see it, dude. Posting the flags of the enemy in here? Ugh. It's just a sad reality, though, that so many men have switched sides in this war, I guess you can call it that. But yeah, we're live and alive, yeah. How's everybody friggin' doing? Fucking doing? Oh, man. There's been a lot of stuff on Discord. Discord's been very active the last few days. I've been pretty happy with that, so it's nice to see a lot of people in there. I'm sure Base Pillington will post a link in the video section. I'll just let him do it. And let him fucking post it, but... Articles and ideas. Anything good in articles and ideas? Haven't seen a good thing in a while, actually. Bum, bum. Oh, let's see. This is some pretty good music, honestly. I like this playlist I found. Oh, I do have a good one. I found this one a while ago. I'm gonna pull this link out real quick. Copy text. This is a pretty funny, pretty good article to go over today. I'm gonna cue this one up real quick. There's the queue. Let me pull that up. Post that over here, and then. Sorry, dude. I'm not paying for this link. You wanna know why? Cause I got this button that can just let me read it for free. So fuck you. I ain't spending money to read this article. So go fuck yourself. Yeah, I got a nice little fucking button here on the side of my computer that lets me convert the article to a simple article and then read it. So I am not spending money on that shit. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not really sorry, but whatever. It's a funny article though. The article's title is "Baby Boomers Are Adjusting to a New Retirement Normal. No Grandchildren." Oh man, it's a problem of their own making, dude. And they don't even fucking realize the truth be told. So, this is the real enemy, goy. The real enemy, goy. Oh, dude. If Trump wins, it's over for Europe. Could be. What's up, champs? What's up, Mark? Mark. What a good name. Yeah, I was on the base Pluto stream yesterday with BPJ and Avanta Blackpill or whatever he goes by nowadays. But yeah, he was on that stream, and I came on towards the end. Not really towards the end, I guess, towards the middle of it, I guess. And me, him, and Jay kind of talked a little bit about the whole topic, I guess, about the whole issue. So it was kind of fun. 19 viewers in the chat. Well, we'll get started once we get a decent number of people in here. So I don't want to move too fast, but we have plenty of memes we can do. So Alaskan Separatist, what's up, buddy boy? How you doing, dude? How you doing, man? Let me pull up the 4th stream folder I have on my PC, and we'll do some memes, I guess. I don't even know what's going on anymore with the world. The job market's so weird. They keep on lying about the economy. I don't believe a single thing they say anymore. At the end of the day, this is all there really is right now. This is where we live in a. I mean, the world might as well have this thing on its head. We live in a clown world, dude. Look at this shit, dog. A clown world. Unbelievable. Clown world. I am all right. How you doing, Mister? Doing pretty good, Alaskan. Doing pretty good, buddy boy. Yeah, this is all. This is all there really is, dude. And we're on this planet paying taxes to pedophiles and the government. So there you go. That's our fate for now. Is to pay taxes to pedophiles and on this planet. Well, I mean, truth be told, who's the real fucking clown, right? I always ask this question: who's the real fucking clown? Is it the guy paying a $50 to watch porn on OnlyFans, or is it the chick who's posting her feet on that website? It's got to be the fucking dude paying $50, right? It's got to be him. He's the real clown. For being honest with ourselves here, he's a clown. Like, he's a joke, but it's like it's funny. It's like you either laugh at the insanity or you cry at it. I don't know what to do other than that, man. So I don't know how else you cope with this reality. So Bromesius, like if your name's funny as fuck, dude. Bromesius, what a funny ass name. What up, boyos? What's up? Be tall, young, and attractive. The taxpayer incel is the real clown. He is. I hate to say it, but it's true. The man who worked for nothing is the real clown in this world. He's the real clown. He's walking around here with no wife, no kids. You know, he might own a home, he might not. But at the end of the day, he's a dead end, and he's just consuming his whole life away. And yeah, there's not much to live for. So he just kind of like, you know, he jumps from cope to cope to cope, and doesn't really do a lot. And there you go. That's his life. So. Base Pillington, what's up, buddy boy? How you doing, dude? Hey, yeah. No, I'm not gonna say like working and making money is, you know, obviously you'd rather have the money than have nothing at all. But at the same time, it's like, what the fuck? Paying taxes is a god tier cuck. I'm glad I figured out how to not. Oh man. Let me see what I got here. I got any good memes? Any solid memes? I got a lot of memes. I got a lot of memes from. Oh, this is a good meme. This is a solid meme, dude. See, look. Anytime a European calls me fat for being American, because I am fat, but whatever, dude. But this is what I'm gonna say, dog. This is what it really is, dog. This is what it really is. You got this is Sweden, right? You got the Swede cook over here eating some little teeny ass hamburger, dog. Meanwhile, in abased America, in Chad tier America, my man here, he got the gut and he's got the burger, dog. Come on. We all know which one's superior, dog. We all know which one's superior. It's obvious. Come on, dude. Look at this burger, dog. Who wouldn't want this burger? Who wants to be this guy over here, dog? Who wants to be this guy over here? Hungry skeleton motherfucker. Meanwhile, we have the based Chad tier, my ass, Chad, with his hamburger, dog. It is what it is. Call it what it is. So being born as an average man, if you want to have a good loyal wife with kids, consume till your casket drops. Basically all there is, dude. What's up, man? Did you have a good New Year? What's on the agenda for BPers and Inkies in 2024? I'd imagine that most of them are probably going to keep doing what they were doing in 2023, which is coping their ass off, spending money on crap they don't fucking need, and trying to basically you know, survive in this crappy ass world. What it really is. So yeah, that's probably going to be on most of their agendas, right? Leaving the country, that could be a big one too, honestly. But that's already kind of been happening, right? With the whole passport bro stuff happening in the last 3 years. So I know we promoted a degradation of the sexual marketplace, but you average man have it better. You guys are spoiled. Oh, what a fucking what a sad reality that must be, or a sad cope that is. You guys have it better here. Okay, whatever you say, dude. Did you watch Rehab Room video from about Coach Red Pill passing away? I didn't watch it. No, is it good? My Dark Souls and Elden Ring name is the same. Prometheus based. Speaking of, I think Elden Ring has a new DLC coming out. I might buy that. You know, that's the only thing I'm really excited for. Probably is the Elden Ring DLC that comes out. This is some good ass music, dude. Holy shit. This is some solid synthwave music, dude. I love this type of music, man. It's phenomenal. Here we have the based look, guys. I fucking love crows. I don't know why. Crows are phenomenal animals. And look at this shit, dude. Oh, look at the crows go. Look at the crows go. Look at this shit. They don't give a fuck, dog. They see Israel flag, they're like, nah, dog, get the fuck out of here, dude. Look at him go. They're like, nah, dog, get out of here, dog. Look at him tear it apart. He's like, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. They don't care at all, dude. They're like, nah, dog. Nah, dog. Look at him go. They're like, nah, get out of here. Get out of here, flag. Like this. They are on this. They're on that fucking flag, dude. They're like, nah, dude. They can't stand it no more. Here's another one. This one's pretty good, actually. The crows are like going crazy here. Here we have the another crow on the flag. Here we go. Look at this shit. Look at him just tear it apart. He doesn't care. He's like, whatever, dude. Look at him go. He's like, nah, dog. Get rid of this flag. Get rid of it. He's like, nah, dude. Look at him go. He knows what's going on, dog. He's like, I know you motherfuckers have been fucking with me, dog. The crows don't give a fuck anymore, dude. Based crows. Look at him go, dude. Based crows. Finish Final Fantasy 16, bro. I do need to finish that game. Pluto has a video interviewing a 45-year-old virgin. I don't think he's interviewing that person unless he is, but I think it was just a video of the dude and he's just responding to it. Pretty good video for him, to be honest. Okay. Crows are high IQ. They are high IQ, dude. The starving chud Zimbabwean versus the fat Chad. Yeah. Meanwhile, Biden is funding a genocide in Israel. Yeah, basically. They know who was responsible for the mass die-off of birds, 5G. Oh, you do. They fucking, the crows are smart. Oh, what the fuck's going on, dog? Crows are base as fuck. They hate is fake. The hate is fake, yeah. Black pill cope. Black pill is cope. You gotta join the coon band. The coon band. Oh, dude. Israel more like is fake. Are the Jews there even the real Jews? For all we know, they're probably just some made up Jews, right? Here's a funny meme. This one's in my Discord, but I'll play it here anyway. This meme is probably fake, but it's still funny. It's still a funny meme. Look at this shit, dude. The Asian father comes in and sees the son after he got in. Like, son, you got A- on test. I saw the test scores that come out, dude. You got A-. He's like, oh no. He's like, no, I know what the time is. I know what time it is. My God. What a life that must be. That father had so much. If it's real, he had so much like just a disappointment on his face. He's like, I need to do this. I have to do this. He's like, I have to fucking destroy this PS4, dude. Some of these I would play, but they're too risque for YouTube. So why you only get B, son? Dude, I said A minus. So this kid got the A minus. That dad, he was looking for that A plus. He's like, what the fuck? A minus? Nah, dog. This is over. I need to destroy the PS4. That's it's the only way. I must take him out with Bushido code. A minus is still a great grade, dude. Not good enough for Asian father, dog. Fuck out of here, dog. What do you mean A minus is a good grade, dog? They want that A plus, dog. The fuck you talking about, dog? He wants perfect score every time. He's like, what do you mean you got A minus? Like, what the fuck you talking about, dog? A minus? Nah, dog. You better get that ass back in gear. He's like, nah, dude. Let me see if I can find a good meme here. All right, so let me do this article now. I got enough people in here to do this article, so. Let me post this article up. All right, let's read the article. It's time. Baby boomers are adjusting to a new retirement normal. No grandchildren. Zenny Kirschenbaum knows she would have made a good grandmother if she got the chance. She had accepted there would be no grandchildren from her daughter Sarah, who was clear for much of her life she wasn't interested in having kids. The Miss Kirschenbaum, Kirschenbaum, 66, still held out hopes for her son, Jesse, might become a father, and she a grandmother. That hope vanished several years ago when he sat her down for a frank talk. I said, hey, by the way, last week I had a vasectomy. Oh, dude, we're done. It's just not something we're looking to do. Miss Kirschenbaum recalled telling his mother, and Mr. Kirschenbaum rather, recalled telling his mother, who cursed and threw up her hands. I just assumed he would have kids, said Miss Kirschenbaum, who lives in Thornhill, Ontario. This is got to be, Ontario. He was great with kids when he was young. He babysat. Kids loved him. They were drawn to him. So it was a huge shock to me. A widowed for 15 years, she was looking forward to being to grandparenting through her retirement years. With no grandkids on the horizon, there will be no chance to redo the best parts of parenting. You forget that feeling of when it was hard and you only remember the great stuff. She said you remember taking them to Disney movies and to the museum, giving them big squeezes and giggles. That's the part you get to relive when you have grandchildren. Sitting with the loss, she understands this decision isn't up to her, nor will she be the kind of mother who demands grandkids for her own sake. They didn't do this to hurt me, she said. Miss Kirschenbaum said, isn't the only grandchildless boomer trying to make peace with a life that was not expected. Many older Canadians who pined for grandchildren are slowly realizing their hopes may not materialize as younger couples choose not to procreate in droves. I wonder what's causing this. It's like they don't. I don't know. I don't know what's causing this problem. It couldn't possibly be our crappy culture, crappy economy, and unrealistic expectation for the future, right? Yeah, this is true. I said this like off rip though. Boomers created the consequences of the sexual revolution. It's true. Yeah. You know, all the birth control and everything like that, and all this crap in the water and the food. Well, what do you expect to happen, dude? The pandemic baby bust saw couples delaying or downsizing their childbearing plans in late 2020. By 2022, the drop intensified, with Canada reporting its lowest birth rates in nearly 2 decades. Yeah, it's so funny. I remember rereading back in the day. Like, in fact, I read those things on the stream, and I honestly rebutted them by saying there's no way that you're going to get a baby boom out of this. Like all those articles saying, demographers are expecting a baby boom after the Chad 19 pandemic, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you think that it's just weird. Like, it's such a weird mindset that people have of like, oh well, people are inside and they'll be having sex. I'm like, well, if men aren't married or having relationships, then what are the odds you're gonna have children come out of a system where most men don't have girlfriends or don't have wives? Like, what do you expect? So it's just fucking weird. Like, they don't think ahead. They think like, well, or they're all thinking that the rules like not something. It's something that it's not. So yeah, it's just fucking weird. In the face of untenable cost of living, soaring home prices, a precarious gig economy, lingering pandemic burnout, and environmental uncertainty, many are understandably wary of bringing children into this world. Others simply feel no urge to become parents, or sentiment still disavowed in many families. A sentiment still disavowed in many families, yeah. In 2022, 351,000 babies were born in Canada, a dip of 5% from the previous year. That's it? That's how many kids were born in a country like Canada? That sounds puny. That's like puny. That's puny, dog. What? Oh, come on, dog. Dude, oh man, that's bad. That's real bad. I don't know, man. That's fucking puny, man. More than a third of 15 to 49-year-olds said they did not intend to have any children. Wow. Like I said, they've already infected the minds of your youth who also become adults when I have children. So, according to 2022 figures from Statistics Canada, that follow the steadily rising proportion of women 50 and older with no biological children, up to 17.4% in 2022. Yeah, I've seen data saying that by I think 2030, or this has already been talked about in the past, but by 2030, I think half of women will be it's like a little under half or half of women will be single and childless. So it's like, what the fuck? What do you do? You know, with all these women who are going to be bitter and afraid and all this stuff like that, and you know they'll be and they'll you know, who I guess maybe they'll be the new captains of I don't know. This is fucking weird, and I don't know. And everyone keeps saying, well, they don't care, but then it's like, yeah, but it's still going to have a knock-on, like whether or not the women care or not, it's still going to have a knock-on effect in society, having all these women who don't normally save for their retirement on the system, you know, milking off of the system for that long of a period of time. Yeah, it's just going to be insane. So whether the children are going to be miserable or not with children is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is that you have a system full of single people who have no attachment to anything, and they have no desire to. I don't know. This is a transient society. It's a complete fucking failure of to maintain your civilization, right? And what do you expect to happen once your a native-born population can't replace itself? Well, they're gonna bring in, you know, unwashed immigrants from the third world and just get rid of you over time, I guess, right? So. Declining birth rates, a slide that began decades ago with the advent of birth control, has sparked fears among some observers and a weakened economy and healthcare systems crippled by Canada's aging population. Yeah, it's like these people that like something will come out and people that they won't see the long-term effects of this technology or of these policies, right? They'll only look at the immediate effect, and really for birth control, like, what purpose does birth control really serve the human species, right? Like, overall, okay, so people can have sex, or people can now have sex without consequence. Ooh, what good does that serve us? Like, what good does that really serve you at all? It is weird. So, like, what good does the birth control pill really serve anybody? And then all those chemicals they get in the water, and they infect everybody, right? So there's a lot of men who are drinking city water or something like that that's been treated, and normally they can't take out these chemicals out of the water, and then you end up fucking with a bunch of men who are full of you know, estrogen shit in their fucking bloodstream now. So it's like it's fucking insane how how like one pill or a couple of like small changes to the system can cause massive knock-on effects in the future, right? So and like nobody seems to think ahead. They think, well, during the sexual revolution, it was like, wow, I get to have more sex now. This is good for me. Oh, I get to have sex now and not have to worry about kids. That's even better for me. So it's like it's like a complete like degenerate spiral downward. For families, there are more personal reverberations, as baby boomers, a generation defined by self-determination, face a future quite at odds with what they envisioned. With grandchildren no longer a given, traditional familial expectations are being upended. Many boomers were brought up to believe that grandparenting brings fulfillment in the elder years. They're feeling untethered now that this stage of life has fallen through. I mean, I don't know. I've already said this earlier. Someone else said it too, but this is a problem of their own making. Like, once again, like the boomers are the ones who made this system, and then they let it all fall apart on their watch, and now they're complaining about it. Why aren't my kids having kids? Well, I don't know. They don't have any money. Culturally, they're broken. Spiritually, they're broken, and they don't really have any. It's just like these people think that you can just take somebody who's 25, 30 years old and re-indoctrinate them with family values. It's not going to happen. These people this generation wasn't raised to believe in the nuclear family. They weren't raised with that mindset. So what do you expect to happen? Feminism, socioeconomic factors, shit chemicals and everything, greedy politicians and corporatists. Yeah, basically this. You should be concerned as a father if your daughter does not want to have kids. Why? Mostly because women have monopoly over the sexual marketplace. Yeah. Your son does not want to have kids. It does bring about concern, but it's not nearly as bad as your daughter wants to reside from the gene pool. Yeah. Boomers created this. Consequences of the sexual revolution. Yeah, I read that one already. Normie men know deep down that unless they are Chad or women, they'd have a monopoly over the sexual marketplace. Yeah. Baby boom my ass. Yeah, that didn't come at all, dude. I read that one already. Bitter Bachelor thought there would be a baby boom. People were just lonely and inside. Yeah, that's true. I really don't care about Better Bachelor. He is wrong with a lot of things. Yeah, men are winning, guys. Men are winning. Maybe in the short run, in the long run, we all fucking lose. So it doesn't matter. Sub-8s are we're inside. Chad had a new Floyd every day for 2 years. Every Floyd that was curious about Chad got her fill over. Literally got her fill. Yeah. Mondo. Ah, yes. What a wonderful snuggle market. Productive men that are sub 7 get to 4 through 6 got nothing or are starved of pussy. Yeah. If the men were fat, sub 4 through 2, they should, if they are productive, get a fat woman, but they don't of course get because of inflation. Birth control is literally fucking up the environment, turning the frogs gay. Turning the friggin' frogs gay. Nothing's going to change. Too many cucks. Yeah. Wignats are wild. Went to check out Thomas White and listen to some of his stuff, especially the anti-natalist dude. Yeah, I don't know. Anti-natalist. I the ideology. I get it on the face of it, where it's like, would you want to bring a child into this crappy world? But at the same time, like people brought children into even crappier situations. So like, what is the why are you any different than somebody else, right? But who knows? This is a good comment here. Also, the World War II generation had a hand in the modern world problems because they defeated the wrong enemy. Yeah, they did. In a lot of ways, they did. Some newcomers to Canada are grieving lost opportunities to lay a foundation in this country. With future generations halted, others are struggling as they see their lineage as dead end. Yeah. On the other side, some grown children who've chosen to not have kids face questioning, pressure, and guilt from parents who feel let down. Across the country, the demographic shift is forcing a reckoning within families. Fraught, delicate conversations about what was supposed to be, what won't be, and what can be embraced instead. For baby boomers who feel they've had grandparenthood denied them, these are deeply emotional losses, and these are deeply emotional losses to process. With the chance to raise a young child again, with their grown kids. Some aging parents see a missed opportunity to grow closer to this major milestone. Our parents want to stay close to us. They want us to stay bonded. This is a powerful way to do that. To have something really huge in common. Said author Lauren Carroll, an author who's written a number of books on the child-free choice. Huh, funny. Miss Carroll sees some parents hurt and confounded. Why don't their adult want to follow their lead and do what was fulfilling for them to raise a family? Others approaching their golden years feel the loss socially, particularly when their friends have grandkids and boast about it. You have to give up showing pictures of grandchildren to your friends. Think of Facebook without grandchildren. The public losses and the private loss is this big, says Jan Issei, author of Unconditional Love. I'm not reading the whole fucking thing. Miss Kirschenbaum feels this sting. All her friends have grandkids disappearing when they're on grandparent duty after their babysitting stints. When some complain to her about minor details, she reminds them, at least you have grandchildren. Miss Kirschenbaum's children are making efforts to fill the void, coordinating meetups with friends and who have young kids. Oh my god, dog. You get a second-hand grandchildren, right? Miss Kirschenbaum jokes that those are her fake grandchildren. While she enjoys caring for them, it doesn't feel quite the same for her. Duh. It's not your flesh and blood. Then there is the end of the family line to ponder. It does feel wonderful to be able to look into the future and say our family will be there in the 22nd century, Miss Essay said. It's a tragic thing to think of, the end of your family. Yeah, that's a big thing as well. I think was it Saint Hamoudi said that, or Saint Hamoudi or somebody said that the bloodline ends with me, right? And that's like pretty depressing statement to tell your parents that, like, oh yeah, by the way, mom and dad, like the bloodline that lasted thousands of millions of years is gonna die with me. And they're like what? I don't know. It is pretty sad, but I mean, a lot of people are picking the option, or rather are being forced into this option. So Miss Kirschenbaum feels this particular loss acutely. As a child of a Holocaust survivor, oh, there you go, God. She describes a sense of obligation to continue the family. Still, she's made a point of never burdening her children with particular expectations. But that was another thing that I'm sitting with. It's not going to be any more of my parents' line, she said. For other boomers, there's a perceived sense of emptiness, a loss of purpose. Yeah, and that's some truth there. There are parallels between grieving not to be grandparents and others who wanted children when they were younger but couldn't have them, according to Toronto filmmaker theorist Shelter, whose documentary My So-Called Selfish Life mines the cultural resistance towards women who choose not to become mothers. People have an identity in their minds for themselves, which is not going to happen, she said. So what does the rest of their life look like? And what can they do to make the rest of their life meaningful without children? Despite a generation clearly shifting away from parenthood, the pressure to start a family continuing on one lineage remains strong. In some families, couples who choose not to have kids encounter disappointment and frustration. From those whose religious and cultural place great value on marriage and children, there can be guilt and shaming. At panel following screenings of Miss Shelter's documentary, audience members have shared their experiences of parents demanding grandchildren. There's a lot of estrangement. A lot of people who don't want to go to their family holiday because they can't deal with the abuses heaped on them because of choices they've made, the filmmaker said. Sometimes the pressure really borders on cruelty. You owe me grandchildren. To which she retorts, no one owes anyone a baby. It's so weird because then I've seen other articles about like Dave Rubin. It's so funny. There's a bunch of them. I watched the guy named something Doyle. He has like a show called Heck Off Commie or something like that. Heck Off Commie. He's kind of a trad guy, but he has a lot of good insight. And he made an article, or he made a video rather, I guess it's a live stream about how all these gay men are having like a surrogate children. And John Doyle, and all these gay men are having like surrogate children. So it's like, not only have we destroyed the family, but the only people who actually want to have children are arguably some of the most degenerate people on the planet. Isn't that weird? Like, the only children who will be born into arguably could be, I'm not gonna say will be, but could be born into a sexually abusive household, right? It's like, it's fucking weird. And the straight people were like, nah, dog, I don't want to have kids. Like, this is weird. She and others think studying the child-free choice argue that much of familial discord is ungirding by pronatalism and a pervasive belief that everyone should have children, often accompanied by the exalting of parenthood. Critics stress that pronatalism is far more deeply rooted than families haranguing women for babies. Institution experts pressure for steady birth rates too. Politicians want a healthy tax base, companies want consumers, and religious leaders want congregants. Well, we just want to have a civilization. Like, people are required for civilization to even exist. Like, if you want to say, like, well, we don't exist anymore, okay, that's fine. Well, just launch the fucking nukes today then. Fuck it. Launch the fucking nukes today. Yeah, this is a good one. Noble creatures, that's what he said. Noble creatures do not breed whilst in captivity. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good quote from him, yeah. The expectation that we are going to live our lives in a very specific way are overwhelming, Miss Shelter said. Shelter, or whatever, Sheeter Shelter. We really need time to sit down and deeply think about what we would like our lives to look like and what possibilities might be, and shut out the noise. Despite the current baby bust, child-free author Miss Carroll sees pronatalism persisting across generations. As a baby boomer, my parents fully assumed I would grow up and give them grandchildren. Now parents more readily accept that notion that people don't want to have kids by choice. But where it gets sticky is when it comes to their own families. There's a general level of acceptance, but not when it comes to their own adult children, their own adult kids rather. I see Gen X, Y, and Z, even Z. There's still outlook, still that outlook. Miss Carroll said, whose book, A Special Sisterhood, 100 Fascinating Women. Look, she's even pushing, like, when you have women pushing this shit onto other women, saying, "Oh look, you can be like these women here from history who didn't have any kids. Oh wow, oh, look at me. Oh, look at me. Look at my books. Look at all the stuff I read about." Like, she's writing books to make herself feel better about not having kids. Isn't that weird? Like, if you didn't, it's kind of like when atheists say they don't believe in God, and then they spend 20 years arguing that God doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, right? I'm not gonna spend 20 fucking years arguing over some shit I don't believe doesn't exist. Or, like, you know, I don't see, you know, 300-page long fucking books about Santa Claus not fucking being real. But some, like, this is weird. So, like, I don't know. If something doesn't exist, I don't write books about it. You know, like, so I don't know. If I don't want something, I don't you know, exalt from the high heavens about how much I don't, you know, look at these lives of women who don't have kids. Look at me. You know, this is weird. I'll be just like these women here. Sure you will. Sure you will. In the late 90s, Miss Carroll was working on an earlier book about child-free people like herself, and her mother grew upset. What came up is that she had some insecurities about how she parented me, such I didn't want to grow up and do what she did. Miss Carroll recalled, "My mom was trying to express maybe I did something wrong." I said, "Mom, you did everything right." "Apparently not." "You raised me to believe I could create whatever life I wanted. That's the problem." You told your daughter she could be whatever she wanted to be, and she fucking did it. She said, "Oh, okay, so I don't have to be a mother." Okay, there you go. There you go. If you give people the choices to shirk responsibility, then there you go. I mean, what do you expect to happen? Women don't take responsibility for shit, not even having kids. There you go. Even their obligation to their society, women don't feel an obligation to anything, an obligation, a responsibility, or anything like that to anything, dude. Not even to their own parents, to make their own parents happy. It is what it is. It's changed the whole dynamic of the conversation. It's an honest, forward-thinking exchange that remains out of reach for many families whose traditions forbid such questioning, prizing marriage and children above all else. In some societies, there are always little differences. There's always already little difference in perspectives or for grandparents. In others, the stature is more prominent. In multi-generational homes, the norm. With multi-generational homes, the norm. Here, especially, this is the gold standard, really. Generational homes, really. A nuclear family really is a new concept per se. a generational home where grandmother lives in the house as well as grandfather and mom and dad and the grandkids, and even a few maybe even a few cousins is the gold standard, right? But we don't do that shit anymore. So here especially, the disappearance of grandparents' roles cuts more deeply. For immigrants, the absence of grandchildren can also mean opportunities erased to set down roots in a new country. They are losses older generations feel sharply, and younger people seem unmoved by, at least for now. Writer Nicole Louis researches female childlessness as well as women are treated when they decide not to become mothers. Over several years, she interviewed 33 women in 25 countries for her forthcoming book, Others Like Me, The Lives of Women Without Children, including those without kids by choice, circumstances, or infertility. Miss Louis spoke to a doctor who prioritized her career over having children, only to face displeasure from traditional relatives who urged her to focus on childbearing and running on intergenerational home with in-laws. They excluded her from social gathering and collective punishment meant to coerce her into starting a family. In more secular society, Miss Louis found women were afforded more time and freedom to chart out lives they wanted. The higher women's educational level, the more equipped she was to fend off elders' pressure from children or grandchildren. Isn't that funny? The more educated women become, the more free they become, the less kids you have. Huh. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how, like, the more secular society becomes, the less oppressive, quote-unquote, it becomes to women, the less kids you have. The more you're a civilization and the human race is in a jeopardy, right? Sometimes these beings weren't meant to have freedom, right? But who fucking knows? But those from communities where you are expected to get married and have children earlier had a much harder time explaining what else they'd be doing with their time, how else they'd be spending their days, Miss Louis said. Undeniable in some of these clashes is a generational gap between women themselves, younger women with more autonomy to opt out of motherhood, and their elders who may have had less say in the matter. There was no tradition. Their mothers or grandmothers, everyone before them hadn't allowed themselves this perspective this time, Ms. Louis said. She chose not to have children, and although her parents never exerted pressure, her grandmother would ask her when she planned to give her husband a baby, urging that children are the glue for marriage. Miss Louis decided to engage her grandmother, pushing back on the idea of needing to produce a child for her husband's sake. And she explained that there was much more value beyond children holding their marriage together. Eventually, her grandmother stopped broaching the subject. Yeah, she stopped giving a fuck, right? Well, fuck you then. Good luck if you're in her fucking will. Say, all right, fuck you. I'm not saying I was able to change her mind, Miss Louis, said Miss Louis, who remains close to her grandmother, but I was able to make her think a bit more about something she had maybe repeated her whole life, without actually thinking about it. Oh, she has the a feminist face, a feminist face. You can always tell a feminist from a regular a well-adjusted woman, but nowadays they're all fucking feminists, right? But she had that face. She just had that weird face. I can just tell. In some families, there are signs that elders are adjusting to realities of the demographic shift. Part of the trepidation about growing old without younger generation behind you is the lack of precedent, of visible examples where families are thriving, but those families do exist, with more boomers forging closer bonds with their adult children in the absence of grandchildren. Miss Louis interviewed one daughter with no kids who spent a year aboard cruises with her parents. Another walked the Camino pilgrim routes in Spain and Portugal with hers. Oh, just travel more, guys. Keep traveling. Travel more, guys. Travel more. They were deeply fulfilling family experiences, no less than grandparenthood. Aww. Miss Kirschenbaum also shifted her focus to her grown children. With her daughter, she bakes and goes to the theater. With her son, she goes out. She geeks out on all things sci-fi. Aww. I'm friends with my kids, she said. They're very good to me. We have a good relationship, so they don't need to comfort me. She added this advice for others growing old without grandkids. Treasure the relationship you're able to have, and stop mourning the relationships that you were never going to have. What is less spoken aloud is the opening that the results from some of these families. In the same way that not having kids feels liberating for some couples, they can be a relief valve from some aging parents, giving them more time and resources to pursue different priorities. For some retirees, it can be a window to reconnect with their parents and friends, study travel, and focus on health. Lenora Fay, a child-free advocate in Calgary, sees a gulf of difference between her father and some of her boomer-age friends whose lives revolve around their grandchildren's hectic schedules. My dad has always said, "What else do I want to do? What do I want to learn?" He's moving forward constantly, says Faye, who knew since her 20s she did not want kids. Her father, Grant Anthony, respected her choice, although he has 2 grandchildren from his son. His identity doesn't hinge on being a grandfather. He approached those wistful for grandchildren, grandparenthood could stand to gain from. Aw, just ignore your biological imperative, and just ignore it, guys, and travel. Just ignore it and travel. It's right here. Since retirement, he travels, cycles, and camps regularly with his second wife. Aw. In typical boomer fashion, he has a second wife who also chose not to have kids. He gets a Beta Bucks. He's the Beta Bucks retirement plan for this dude. While he loves his grandchildren, he's made sure he's retired years are well-rounded beyond caregiving. By contrast, he's watched peers get lost during retirement, failing to cultivate interest beyond their careers. They find their time overtaken by grandparent duties. We found many retirees without a plan become child caregivers by default, he said. Adding to the mix is undeniable intense nature of modern day grandparenting, which tracks alongside a parenting culture that's exceedingly involved and ambitious, with children scheduled to hit the extracurriculars. Career-minded couples are also delaying the age and when they start their families, leaving baby boomers becoming grandparents later in life. The generations past. Oh my god, this is her fucking... Ew, dude. Someone's gonna breed with this fucking thing. Somebody fucked this thing at some point. She got that 5 head, dog. You guys seen this shit? She got the 5 head, dude. I have many quietly bitter retirement friends, said Mr. Anthony, observed, not free to travel, relax, vacation, or pursue their non-child enjoyments because they are raising a second family without compensation or reciprocal consideration. As birth rates continue dropping, some grandchildless boomers are finding other ways to nurture, expanding their notions of what makes a family. Oh, so this is the agenda, right? Just make up your family, make a new family, guys. The absence of grandchildren is a loss to be mourned, but also one that can be filled. And Miss Issei argued, if one keeps an open mind, writing about families she observed more elders without grandkids, charting new ways to experience this third generation of life. Some channel their need to nurture by caring for friends and co-workers, toddlers. Not that is simple. Many encounter social judgment that it's not the same. It's not your biological lineage. Yet even if it's not the same, it can be immensely fulfilling. Oh, like I said, just ignore your biological imperative to carry on your bloodline and just live in the pod, eat the bugs, own nothing, be happy, travel, and yeah, let's do that. Okay, Jeep Reese, an interfaith minister in New York. Interfaith, okay, whatever you say, buddy. Never had children, never feeling she wanted them. Well, why is she a minister? I thought women weren't allowed to preach, whatever, dude. Who the fuck? She described her own family life as difficult, with some relatives excluding her for being gay. He's a gay minister. Oh my god, dog. Oh boy, a chance encounter led Reverend Reese to a new improvised family. At her local bank branch in Brooklyn, she hit it off with a manager who happened to be a painter with a gallery. The space she offered to Reverend Reese for her congregation. 2 years of friendship, the bank manager and her husband encouraged Miss Reverend Reese, by then single mid-divorce, her aging mother in an assisted living facility, to move to a small town north of her city to be closer to them. Here the couple folded the Reverend into their lives with 4 young children. Every week they have communal supper. On weekends they hike and pick pumpkins or tulips at local farms. Reverend Reese helps the kindergarten-aged children with their homework, playing with the younger ones. Skipping motherhood, the 7-year-old described honorary grandparenthood as an unexpected legacy. Though she never yearned for kids, she experiences foot her life in another way. I have a caretaking nature, she said. When they look up at you and they put their arms up for you to pick them up, or they bring a book to you, it's like, wow, feeling wanted and to some extent needed is a great feeling. For the For the young family, Miss Reese offers support, a breather, but this subsidiarian also maintains boundaries, or septuagenarian also maintains boundaries. I want to go play pickleball, go into the city, and go to the museums where I'm not locked into my grandma duty every day. That's not for me. She appealed to people longing for grandchildren to find other ways to fill the gap, including helping children in need. She remembers volunteering at the New York Foundling Hospital, holding abandoned babies. Being creative in this way is totally responsible, Reverend Reese said. These children might not be in one's image, but it does not matter. What matters is where is your heartache, and what is it from, and that's where you need to go. There you go. Here you guys go. This is the article. My God. I had a few people post some links in the chat. Let me pull those up now real quick. Base Pillington, I got your link here. Let me do that first. I already saw this. This is a short one, but we'll cover it anyway. It's a short one.
I don't know if you got.
I don't know. I don't even know what. There's not much to say over this article, over this video. It literally just says it's an Asian guy saying I don't get pussy, and it's I've seen it before though. It's a good video, I guess. But I mean, we already know what the answer is, right?
You guys know this. Asian dudes are the least sought after demographic on every single dating app. And actually, I was on a date with this girl, and I brought this up because I'm good at conversation topics, you know? So eventually, she looks this up, she sees that I'm right, and then she gets upset on my behalf. She's like, wait a second, you can't have sex because of all...
She gets upset on your behalf. No, she fucking virtue signals, dog. She virtue signals. She's trying to make you feel better, dog. She virtue signals, dog. Fuck out of here.
These racist ideas about Asian men. And I was like, if you're upset that I'm not having sex, do something about it. You gotta be the change that you want to see in this world, Because, okay, let's be straight up. Ladies, when it comes to having sex with an Asian dude, you turn into Republican politicians pretty quick. Yeah, for real. Because you're like, what? No one wants to have sex with you? Well, thoughts and prayers, okay? Good luck out there. There's nothing we're doing about it.
It's true. He said nothing but the fucking truth here. So he knows he's his condition, right? He knows he's not the bit of a chin cell. He just got the whole thing going on here. So he's it's what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Copy link address. You come over here to the other one. Young men. Oh, this is another fucking preacher. Oh, come on, dog.
Nope.
This same fucking dude. My God. The same fucking dude. It's the same dude every time. The same fucking Gen X boomer looking motherfucker. Here we go.
We have two simultaneous crises. Number one, true or false, the young men are not moving down the continuum. They're not. They are delaying their responsibilities and maturity as long as possible. That's not wisdom, that's foolishness.
Why? Why are they doing that? Are they doing that by choice, or is it a matter of a circumstance, right? Is it choice or circumstance? It's the same boomer talking point every time. Men aren't launching, and then they never ask the question why, so we never actually get the right answer. We always get some fucking like, men need to do something. What? It's the same fucking answer every fucking time.
What we have created this indefinite life stage. It used to be that adolescence or young adulthood was kind of in your teens, and then we moved it into your 20s, and now we've moved it into the 30s. The average man is over 30 when he marries for the first time.
Why? Why is that happening? Why is that happening? Does this dude ever ask the question why? Or do things just exist to him, and he's like, "Oh, this is the problem, guys. We need to fix this problem." Well, in order to fix the problem, we need to ask why it happened. Oh well, nah, dog. Ah, dude.
That means for 30 years he's been single. And it's not a sin to get married later, but it is a sin if it's because you're irresponsible and you don't want to grow up and take on masculine responsibility.
Ah, dog. What does a man get for manning up in today's society? What does he get? What's the benefit? You know, let's say that you are the Chad, the Tyrone, the educated lame with the or the Stringer Bell looking motherfucker or something like that, or you're a Chang and you got the whole look going on. Let's just go ahead and already establish that you already have the fucking looks, right? What exactly does a virtuous man get if he mans up in today's society? He's not going to get a virtuous wife. He's getting some used up hoe. Why would he man up for that? What's the point? There's no. Come on, man. Like, once again, these people, they want. I mean, in the same way that black women, they want a masculinity on tap. These guys want masculinity on tap too. They want to be able to tap into masculinity whenever it's convenient for them. Oh well. Oh shit, bro. There's no candy at the end of the rainbow. Fuck you. Do it anyway. It's like, well, fuck you too. This is fucking bullshit, dog. It's bullshit.
This is why men who are godly and wise are probably going to get married younger than the other guys, because they're not going to just live with their girlfriend. They're not just looking for a good time. They want to have a good marriage, raise a good family, leave a good legacy. One of the crises we have is young men are literally frozen. They are not moving forward. They're not. They're not getting jobs. They're not starting careers. They're not leaving their parents' home. They're not launching independently. And instead, what they're doing, they're dating, relating, and fornicating. They're impregnating with no intent of fathering. So we have a cultural crisis where boys who can shave are creating babies, but not fathers. That's our cultural crisis.
How did this become a crisis? Why are these men the way that they are? Ask the question. Why are these men the way they are? Why are the women the way they are? It can't just be, well, this is the way things are. No, like, how did we get here? Ask the question, buddy. You never ask the question, how did we get here? Now, I get it. Once you're here, you got to do something about it. I'm not saying that, well, we're here because of I'm going to keep talking about the circumstance. Okay, yeah, I get it. You can't keep harping on about the fucking cards you were fucking dealt. But depending on what happened, though, if your fucking cards are a 2 and not even a joker, a 2 and a fucking and a 4, good luck. You got nothing, dog. Some dude walking in with 2 aces in his fucking pocket. Dog. Now, yeah, sure, you can keep having to fucking hit your ass, but at the same time, it's like, at some point, it's like, dang, bro, like, I'm already gonna lose anyway. Like, he's not giving any like real incentive to man up. There's no incentive to man up. Not at all.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, young men are impregnating women. What a fool. This isn't even true on the face of it, right? It isn't even fucking true. It might be true in the black community, but in fact, it's not even really true in the black community. Sergeant Willie Pete he did a very good a breakdown on the age that women have children, and what he ended up finding out is that a lot of these women are having children by men in their 30s, right? So the younger men are just kind of left out in the fucking woods to fucking fend for themselves, right? So yeah, it's just fucking weird. And no one seems to care. But these people, they never ask the question, why are things the way they are? All they care is that, oh, well, they ain't fucking working. That's not fair. Or that's bullshit. This is stupid, man.
The other crisis that we're having is not just with the young men. And let me say this, for you younger men, let me give you a fatherly word of advice I give my own 3 sons. The sooner you start taking on responsibility, the further ahead you are. Think of it like a NASCAR race. Right now, every guy is drunk in the pits, with the trophy girl. That's where they are. If you get your car out of the pits and start running your laps, you will have, if you're a guy who's in his early 20s, you just decide, you know what? My goal is to mature, to take on responsibility, figure out my degree or my trade or my job, find my wife, buy my house, start my responsibility. You are 10, hear me in this, you are 10 years ahead of the average guy. You are 10.
I don't know, man. See, I'm not saying he's like necessarily wrong in the sense that, yeah, if you do some, like, if you do nothing, nothing will happen, right? So you have to do quote unquote something. But this idea that by doing those things is going to yield a desired result from the female population is absurd, or is going to yield the desired result that you want for your life is completely absurd.
Years ahead of the average guy. In addition, you're not wasting those 10 years. You're investing them. You're not wasting them on 5 broken, traumatized dating relationships. You're investing them in 1 marriage. You're not risking having a bunch of children out of wedlock. You're investing your life preparing to be a father. You're not wasting your money on alcohol and nightlife and stupidity and guy stuff. You're investing it in a home. You're investing it in a future. The absolute collapse of our culture is an incredible opportunity for you young guys to get ahead. How many of you older guys agree with me on this point? It's an amazing opportunity. So for you younger guys that are here, you're like, okay, I want to grow in wisdom. I want to figure this out. That's why the older guys are here. You're like, I don't know how to marry a woman. Find a guy who's been married for a while and his wife is still smiling, and take notes. You're like, okay, I'd like to be a dad. Okay, find a guy who's got some kids who still like him. Say, hey, I want to come over for dinner. I want to see you and your wife in your natural habitat. It's like going to the zoo. I just want to see you in your natural habitat. I want to see what this works like. That's where I started. I was 17, met Grace, 19, got saved.
How old is this fucking dude, man? I don't know, man. How old is this fucking dude, man? How old is this dude? He's got to be in his 40s, right? Got to be in his 40s, man. If he's 19, that's what, 20 years ago? I don't know, man. Like, if he thinks that the same dating market and the same experiences he had back in the fucking early 2000s is gonna be the same life that the Zoomer or the he's 50 through. Wow, that's even 30 years ago. Fuck. Oh fuck, dude. Dang. Fuck me, dude. This guy is living in 1990. Yeah, everyone's brain, all these boomers and Gen Xers' brain are stuck in like. He married in like 1993. Whoa! Okay, that explains way too much then, dude. I'm sorry, man. Bro. Whew. Yeah, it explains so much about his mindset then. It just explains so much. He thinks that his old fucking boomer Gen X dating advice and just words of wisdom are going to work in the common era where the economy is not made for the entire world is not made for the men that he's trying to make. The virtue of a good man, he gets crushed by the system in today's day and age. He gets crushed. So
first thing I did, I found an older guy, godly, married, 11 kids, 1 wife. I was like, apparently they get along, and so and I was like, hey, can I come over to dinner at your house? He's like, yeah, come on over. So I got to see him pray with his kids and hang out.
The funny one as well, Zoo Natty. This is the funny. I didn't even catch this. The zoo is not the natty environment, dog. The zoo is not the natty environment. It's not natty. It is not natty, dog. Yeah, that's a funny one, dude. It's like going to the zoo. Yeah, those animals are suffering in the zoo, dog. They are not happy in that fucking zoo. What are you talking about? You out of your mind, dude. You're off your rocker. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. I didn't even catch that. Yeah.
And be with his wife. I was like, okay, this is what it looks like. Because this is what I want. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to be a dad. I don't want my kids to grow up, hate me, and write punk rock songs about how I ruined their life. You know, I want to actually have a family. And so we did. And then on Friday nights, we babysat their kids and they got date night. And it was our way of serving the family as they let us sort of peer into their world. The other crisis, young men are not moving forward. Let me say this too. If you're a young man, you're like, well, I want to figure out how to get a job. Let your table lead know. There are recruiters and employers in the room. So you're like, I want to find a trade. There are guys who own businesses in the room. And let me just tell you on behalf of the business owners, they can't find anybody to work. True business owners can't find anybody to work because all the young guys are at home voting for socialists to take their money so they don't have to go to their job. It's very frustrating. If you want to figure out how to buy a home, tell your table lead. There are
buy a home in this market, dog. Okay, dude. Homes. I think the median price of a home, or this is the average price, one of the two, is like what, $400,000, $500,000 now. Oh, dude. Unless you're fucking living in BFE fucking nowhere, or you're living in fucking Detroit, Michigan, you ain't buying no home for no good price, dog. Oh boy. This dude's brain is stuck in the 1990s, dog. Oh, dude, everything was great back in the 90s, dog. I'm like, what? It was, but you can't compare that fucking time period to fucking today. You out of your mind? Oh, man.
mortgage brokers and real estate agents in the room. If you want to get...
Yeah, and I'll be sure, and they'll be happy to fleece your fucking ass, too. They'll be happy to fleece you, dog. You can't trust a real estate agent, dog. You can't trust them at all. Fuck them, dude. They're just as bad as a used car salesman, dog. They're just as bad. They'll sell you a piece of shit property, dog, in a heartbeat. I don't give a fuck about you, dog. It's all about the money. Fuck off.
Married, tell your table lead. There's a premarital class. You want to be a good dad. There's a parenting class. We're the guys here to help. Amen? So one of the big crises for young guys is they're not moving forward. And actually the last few years, they're sliding backward. The other is for the older men. Older men who are foolish, when they're just entering into their prime, they self-destruct. We call this a midlife crisis. Okay, so go back one, please. So that is where a guy gets to number 6 and then decides to go back to number 3. See that? He's like, my wife is 51. I'm going to trade her in for 3 17-year-olds. It's that guy. Shots fired, Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, so, and what it is, it's a guy who decides, you know what? I don't want to continue to learn my lessons, move forward, take responsibility, finish my race well. So I'm going to go back to my college days. I'm going to have a midlife crisis. I'm going to get a hot car. I'm going to find a gal who's got a father wound. I'm going to implode my family. We're going to split everything I've ever worked for. The attorneys are going to set a pile of money on fire, and I'm going to go back and relive my college days. Okay? So this is the crisis in our culture. The young men are not moving forward. They're stuck. And the older men are going backward, which is why we have an absolute crisis.
Yeah, the older men are going backward and fucking the women they're supposed to be with as well. So like, not only are you being cucked by the housing market, the job market, you're also being cucked by the very same men who're supposed to be helping you as well. You know how fucked up that is? So like, not only are you being cucked by the one thing, and everything else is like cucking you, but the goddamn fucking the boomers themselves are like, well, I can dip back into the market now, dude. Fuck out of here, man. And you just said it yourself, so fuck it. Like, how the fuck is a young man supposed to compete with some fucking dude who's got fucking, 3 homes and he's got fucking, $300K in fucking assets, over $300K in fucking in raw cash? He can't compete with that shit, dog. Come on.
and healthy, godly, masculine leadership from top to bottom in all of West.
Yeah, where the fuck was the leadership at when Gen Y and Gen Z were going through life? Where was it at? Where is the strong male leadership at in society in general? It doesn't exist because those men gave up. They don't care. It's a free for all. Those men are your competition as well. That's the way that America runs now. Every man for themselves. It's a huge game of PUBG or Fortnite. You just spawn into the map. You pick up the shotgun and you shoot your friend in the back so you can grab his gun too. So it's not hard. This isn't a hard thing to fucking realize. It is weird.
Western society, and until or unless that problem is fixed, we are a doomed culture in decline. We're a doomed culture in decline.
Howdy, best marker.
Whatever you say, dude. Still waiting for him to address the unrealistic bullshit standards that all men have. Huh? Much as I like CGA, it's fucked up that a 20-year-old guy's got to compete with guys his age with more resources. It's stupid, dog. It's retarded. It's retarded, dude. It is like completely fucking absurd. All right, here's the link for the chat. I can pin now. It's so weird. I can pin the message now. I couldn't do it earlier. It's so weird. There's the message pinned. So join when you're ready. I'm gonna go ahead and do a meme. I'm gonna do a quick meme. This is a dumb meme. I'm gonna do it anyway. It's a dumb meme, but we're gonna use this meme anyway. Post this meme in intermission. This one goes to for stream. Can't do that? Wow, that's weird. Alright, whatever. Alright, dudes, go ahead and hop on the panel when you're ready. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Let me take the trash out real quick and then do my thing, so. What's up? Dude, yeah, it's as simple as that, dude. I don't know. Honestly, the music goes pretty well with the shrimp dancing around. Surprisingly. I don't know why it goes so well with the fucking music, but like they're fucking dancing to it. It's so fucking weird. Just watch it, like watch the music and watch the shrimp. It's like, what the fuck? It's like a breakdance party. All right. Let's do. Let me read some comments real quick. CJ is almost 50 fucking 19-year-olds. Yeah, what do you expect? Most guys under 24 will get their girl fucked by a 28 plus guy with more money. That's how it works. Women want the best of all at all costs, and it's easily accessible after high school. Yep. I was gonna let people in. Give me a sec. I got Ryder in the back. I upload Cell in the back. Like fuck, man. Being a young man is already hard enough. Yeah. Pillow the boomers. Yeah. The a day of the pillow can come fast enough, dude. Dancing shrimps. Yeah, I guess so. So she's either your fuck buddy that you share with a bunch of other men, or she isn't yours at all. Wake up, boy. It's 2024. It's time to stop coping. Yeah. All right, let's do it. I got Ryder in the chat. Upload Cell. Truth Pill. What's up, guys?
What's up, guys?
Good afternoon.
Let's go first.
Well, by the way, they are dancing shrimps, aren't they? That's what I thought they were.
What do you fuck you think they were?
That's what I thought they were. And you're right. The dancing shrimp goes great with the music.
That's how it does. I'm like, what the fuck? What are the odds? Like,
it really does. You know what you were talking about? I saw an article. I know we've talked about this before. About declining. About
Birth rates.
Yeah, declining birth rates. I was reading an article on Japan. Are you aware of some of the effects of declining birth rates in terms of infrastructure and social support? You probably are. I don't know.
you can
if
just
we
normally
talked
just
about it
intuit it,
before.
right? It's pretty intuitive, obviously. If you have less people in the being, well, obviously when older generations die off or they get too old to work, they take a lot of that knowledge and experience they have with them. So and the people who are in the job market today or in the market today, who run your nuclear power plants or who run your water treatment plants, they aren't nearly as experienced as the people who have been there for 30 years. So of course you're gonna have a massive a brain drain in those industries, or really any industry at the end of the day, but especially those industries which are very important to maintaining your a civilization. So
All right, you're right. That is one of the consequences. Yeah, you're right. I actually hadn't considered that aspect of it, but yeah, you're right. And I know one challenge. So the Prime Minister of Japan said that very soon, because they're experiencing a declining birth rate, and actually this declining birth rate thing, there's a lot of Asian countries, well, a lot of countries in general, but as far as Asia, it's not just Japan experiencing like a declining birth rate crisis. It's China. It's South Korea, it's Taiwan, it's Singapore. But the Prime Minister of Japan said that very soon his country is not even going to be able to support basic social functions. I mean,
Well, not only that, right? The Vatican, the Pope talked about it recently also, but nonetheless, you can't solve the issue. The issue should be solved 20, 30, 40 years ago. Like the toothpaste already out, like Mystery said before. So what can you do? You can only report about it, but what can you constructively do? Like none of the Western countries.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and the problem with the article I just read, even the reporting on the subject, most people don't even think it's really a problem. Like they don't even care. Like it's you read the article and it's like, well, I'm gonna give you a bunch of reasons why you want to be a childless mother or a childless mother, a childless woman, or why you want to be single. It's like, okay, well,
Well,
here
not
are
only
here
that,
are here
well,
are
not
things
only
that
that,
you
Mr.
can
Nick.
do alternatively to make your life even more fulfilling. If you can travel here and do that, and there's no like obligation or sense of responsibility to society or anything else around you, so they don't really care. Like,
Well, not only that, Mr. P. Well, we all know that you need 2.1 in the statistics to have a not declining birth rate or
yeah, they have a
population, but
stabilized birth rate. Yeah.
exactly, exactly. But people don't know this, so they will say that we are producing children. Well, children are being born. What's your problem? Why you're being this nitpicky? Children are being born, so they don't realize that we need above that replacement level also. So it's not only that you substitute it with traveling or ideologies, is that people don't realize how deep the issue goes.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people they're very some of them don't even know this topic even really exists. I mean, I remember when I watched that documentary a, 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 a birth gap on stream, and the guy he went around talking to regular people about this topic, and they were like they didn't even realize. They're like, what, this is the thing, like it's declining. I had no clue. Like they had no clue it's even happening. So
when did your local politicians even talk? Or when did anybody in Senate or Congress or any other politician talk about declining birth rate? Expect Hungary. They said that we need to improve it, or Russia. You get if I think I'm not pro or something, but in Russia I think if you give more than 5 children, you receive a medal. I'm from Sweden, but you receive a medal from the president. Yeah, yeah, like it's you being a hero. People may quote me on that, but like you can check it. You can probably Google it.
Yeah, maybe we can give out medals here in America. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll. I don't know. Maybe we can get some legislation going on that. Who knows? But God, yeah, that's man. Well, I mean, as far as trying to do something about it, I kind of thought that the Roe v. Wade decision, I maybe that was an attempt to try to.
Well, people were being hysterical in the United States. They were being hysterical when Roe versus Wade was like active. Everybody was like, "This will return to patriarchy." And even the funny thing was it was a black judge. What's called Supreme Judge even on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that the Roe v. Wade, or rather the overturning of it, rather made the situation even worse, actually, because like now women are like, oh, not only can I not kill my kid, I'm not gonna fuck any, or I'm only gonna fuck very few men now, or if any at all. So it's like, they really do. They still fuck around as much as they used to back in the day, but at the end of the day, they birth control now, or anything else is gonna be the alternative now, and because women want absolute safety when it comes down to their to themselves. So when it comes to having a child or not having a child, it's like, oh well, I have birth control, I need this, and if all fails, I have abortion. Oh, that's gone now. Oh shit. So I think it made the dating market even worse for regular men, because of the fact that maybe back in the day that chick might have given you a chance. Now it's like, well, why would I ever risk getting pregnant by some fucking regular guy, right?
And they're seeing you as a collective, like women organize in the benefit of them as a group, but men don't do that. We talked about it extensively, and we talked about the boomers dying off and the skills and everything that Ryder touched upon. We can always revisit these issues, but like they see men as a collective. They don't see like a rapist, they see us as a men, but we see like person that, let's say, do an abortion, we don't see them as a murderer. But women, if the roles were reversed, like we would see them as a murderer. But I mean, it's ridiculous. But we live in La La Land. I mean, here in Sweden, I don't know if you have any particular questions, but like it's like USA on steroids in some sense, and some sense not. But like we don't have the federal law. Everybody in Sweden, like just to be short about it, everyone changed their like political view or views in one like swoop. So they're like voluntary North Korea, you could say. Like everyone has the same opinion, and we're not supposed to be having any discussions. Otherwise, if you go against the grain, well, you'll be excluded in every sense of the way.
Wow. Well, that's interesting, huh? Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's yeah, man. I mean, it's just crazy. I was just reading that article on Japan,
Hmm.
and they were saying that because they're not because one of the consequences of a declining birth rate is you can't fund pensions.
You can't
Um,
really.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
harder to fund pensions.
And not only
So
that, Ryder, sorry to interrupt you, but look at Mystery always brings up ancient Rome. But look at the aqueducts. The aqueducts were maintained and built, but in the imperial age era, I would say. And later on, it didn't get maintained. They have still the buildings there, but the population didn't know how to maintain it. It goes to your example earlier, like the boomers dying off and the knowledge and everything. Sorry for interrupting you, but yeah, Japan is a failed society in a sense. They're not replacing them.
If
It's more
Japan's
if you
dead and like South Korea is completely fucking just
bring
like
up bring
gone.
up bring up mystery the demographic pyramid like Ukraine compared to like South Korea and Japan. We already view it, but like we can always watch it and see how big is how fuck fest it is.
Yeah, I've done this before. I mean, I've seen Ukraine. Ukraine is bad, obviously.
Yeah.
But beyond that, like
I
they,
mean,
they
the woman
were
were
already
supposed to
dying
be. I
anyway.
mean, no, like the woman were supposed to be in Ukraine. They're not supposed to go to Europe to have like dick from like Polish ad and
Yeah,
everything.
here's South Korea's dude. Look at South Korea's dude. Look at that. Look at how many kids.
It's
What
an
is that?
inverse. It's an inverse.
What is this? Like, and you expect these people here in your 20s and 30s to support this massive group of people who are about to retire?
And with the economy that they have one of the biggest like step to income, like step to get into the housing market in Japan and China. So how are you supposed to be in your 20s and fertility? I mean, we're talking about IVF, we're talking about miscarriage, we're talking about finding the right person. And not only that, I discovered myself, it's not only the girl you need to pick up pre-UH, it's also the family. It's also the family because I'm an ethnic cell, and I recently discovered that yeah, you're not only supposed to get the girl, the family has a huge impact on them, and you may be neglected because of the family doesn't like you.
Hmm. Wow.
What is this one here? This is I don't know whose pyramid that one is actually. This has got to be yeah, this is Ukraine's. This is sad. If you look at it,
Yeah,
really, this is really sad to watch.
yeah.
Here's the you can
Oh
see
fuck.
look at 2023 is like, and they've killed off this. Either this many men have ran off, or they've died in war. One of the two. I mean, all the 20-year-olds are gone. The women are gone. So it's completely just gone. And then you have these people here can't fight, so they're probably still in the country. But yeah, these guys here, they either ran off to another country or they got shot and killed. And then I think the average age of a Ukrainian soldier is like 43. I'm like, what? It's like you have 40-year-old, which makes very obvious here because that's where their most of their population is. So 43-year-old men fighting a war, which is absurd.
And getting killed without seeing the bomb. You have kamikaze drones, you have FPV drones. You're getting killed while taking a shit. You're getting killed
You're
with
getting killed
artillery.
everywhere.
Yeah, and a tank, you're not even safe anymore because it's a huge pile of shit of metallic that you may be killed from a kamikaze drone. Even people that they rescue, like one injured, they pick up two other guys, come and help him. They even target that. What are you supposed to fight for? What are you supposed to fight for? Like as a male, you don't have a family, you don't have a society to support you. Like, why would I? Like in Sweden, the prime minister said recently that every Swede should be willing to take up arms and even die for their country. I mean, what am I supposed to fight for? I'm not even ethnic Swede, but what am I as an immigrant or second generation immigrant? And what am I supposed to fight for? LGBTQ rights, feminism, or paternity leave, or the woman that constantly reject me, or the people that don't give a shit about me? Who am I supposed to fight for? Why? Why should I supposed to pay taxes for these people and not get anything in, like absolutely nothing? So yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous how people like. One other thing that we can talk about is like Amaranth or some other fucking streamer. Sorry for swearing here, but they got like most 50 million. Yeah, you're not getting canceled. Only
Yeah.
that one stream I remember, or 1 or 2 streams you got canceled. You got crazy there. But
Well,
and
he's
Ren, she get
demonetized,
like
so don't worry about it.
yeah, but banned with YouTube. But anyways, like one of the OnlyFans, she get like 50 millions, and like the majority, I think 25 or 30 was in messages. I mean, the male thirst. Go on, guys.
Yeah, who's the real clown? Like I keep saying, who's the real clown, dog? The chick who's making $50 million off of some
She's
fucking.
not clown. She's
Yeah, who's
smart.
the real clown, right? Who's the clown? Is it, or
This the
is
man, the
a bunch
stupid
of
fucking
men fucking
man.
spending thousands of dollars to talk to a chat bot? Like,
But who are these incompetent Indians?
if you think she's really sending those messages out to you on a personal level, you're out of your fucking mind, dog.
It's a
Out of your
sweaty
mind.
Indian.
That's some third world Indian guy in a call center getting paid to. Oh, you so hot! Oh yes.
You know, maybe
Bad.
Saffron's,
Wait,
maybe
you're talking about-
maybe
you're talking
Saffron's
about
cousin.
You're talking about the messaging the OnlyFans girls, Mystery?
Yeah. Like, if you think you're getting a real personalized message from that chick, get out of your mind. Like, obviously she has a whole staff of people that send messages out, dog. Some fucking Indian in India, fucking getting paid, $2 an hour to fucking send you messages on OnlyFans. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, in
Let me-
SS Rider, there's nothing you can do. Like in this site that I discovered, you can only do. I mean, the mantra or the dogma that you're only supposed to self-improve. I hate it myself because I've been self-improving since I was 11. I've been googling how to get a girlfriend since I was 10 or 11. Guess fucking what? You're a fucking incel if you do that, or you're a sub 5, or I would rate myself a 6 or 5 or 6. But and nonetheless, like, there is not much you can do except like get money and geomax and live in that country, or like
Yeah, I
accept your
totally agree.
fate.
I totally
I
agree.
mean, we talked about it endlessly. Sorry for talking this much, but we've been talking about this endlessly. But there's nothing you can do as a male. Like, don't put in anything to the system. I'm not advocating for terrorism or like indirect terrorism. I'm not the FBI either. Fuck them. But like, the less you can do is like, don't give women anything. Don't give society anything. Be as a biggest as leash as you can. Like, yes, Thyssen said. That's the best thing you can do. Don't open doors. Go into, like, if you see a crowd of women, like, you just go in front of them and don't give a shit. Like, just tackle them. I don't give a shit. Don't show any respect. Don't help any old ladies. Don't help any pregnant ladies. Sit down on your bus. Don't give a shit. Fuck that lady.
I agree.
She's
No,
a sex
I
hammer.
agree. Don't do anything. I totally agree.
I mean, they were sex hammers. I'm not getting shit. I mean, why supposed to care? Why am my text man supposed to go to them when I'm not getting shit? I have no incentive
I totally
to
agree.
Go ahead.
I totally agree. I totally agree, man. I freaking agree.
And it sounds crazy. It sounds like you're a maniac, but there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. What? You're supposed to be a terrorist? No, nobody's advocating for that. Not me or this stream or anybody here, I suppose. But what can you do? You cannot do anything. Like, if you backlash, you only receive even worse. So the best thing you can do is like, get your money out of the system, earn as much you can, as Strolek said, and move to another country, or accept that you will not get what previous generation have gotten. I mean, that's what you can accept. I mean,
it's time to jump ship.
I mean, one of the reasons, guys, here is why I'm here is like, I don't have any real friends to talk to. I'm fucking alone. Like, Mystery been like surprised that like Pyramid doesn't have any friend. I mean, it's very hard, Mystery, to go in your 20s to get friends. I mean, the United States pretty maybe different, but like here in Sweden, it's like everybody has their group.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing here.
Yeah, a lot of men, they kind of have friends by circumstance and not really by not some really long bond they've had for years. So
yeah, and it's very hard. I don't have anybody to talk to. Like, the loneliness is literally killing me. I tried, like, since I've been like, I mean, I had traumatic childhood, so I always wanted to have a family and have no divorce. But to be honest with you guys, I tried several times and I failed. And I still want it. Call me blue pill, kill me what the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. But I want a family. I want to have. I want to be the father that I didn't get to have. But I may accept that I won't get that, or I might not get that in Europe or like in Sweden at least. But I want somebody from an ethnic background. But it's very hard to get, because I talked about it previously, that you don't even need to date up the girl, you need to date up the family also, and everything needs to go accordingly to them and everything. It's a bunch of headaches. I don't even know. I can't even arrange marriage like Indians can do, or Arabs, because I'm not Muslim, or I'm not Hindu or Sikh. But I mean, there's not much I can do. Like Swedish chicks don't give a shit because I'm a manlet.
Oh shit. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that arranged marriage business is like that's becoming like less and less of an escape hatch or a plan B that guys can take advantage of like they used to in the past. You know what I mean? I think
The funny,
I talked about this before on this program where I had a
mm,
coworker that I worked with. He was
hmm
Indian, and he was trying to get, you know, he lives here in America, and he
yeah.
was trying to get an arranged marriage, and I mean, I guess he had one. I guess he had one set up, and then it fell through. I guess maybe the girl lost interest, or maybe she told her family she didn't want to go through with it. But yeah, that guy, he couldn't get an arranged marriage. I mean,
I can speak.
I think these things are just increasingly becoming unavailable for guys to take advantage of.
Not only that, Ryder, it's only that the dogma and the social stigma was different before. Like, I know several of my relatives that are older, they did like when the woman came home one day, they said, "You're getting married." Like that. They
Oh
didn't know
shit!
anything. Yeah, exactly. And that was in Sweden in the 70s or 80s or 90s. And in that sense, like being divorced was a stigma. Everybody looked upon them and everything. And even though they were living in a liberal society, they still have the dogma. But now the older generation, even that got like arranged marriage, I wouldn't say they were wedded off like without any concern. Um, they like even they are liberal, so like there's no in-group dating or in-group like matching with people like Latinos do in my community, and so it's pretty hard, regardless, to do anything and to get anything like that. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, I can't even arrange marriage like that. So it's pretty hard. Everyone says, like to me, they're like saying in a sarcastic way, when you're gonna find somebody, or have you find somebody, or
Oh
when you're gonna
boy.
find somebody. I just wanna tell them in the
Don't you hate that?
future,
That
I'm
shit
gonna
is
be
so
gay.
cringe, dude. Don't
Truth
you
be
hate that? That shit is so cringe, dude.
truth be told, at my last, like I think I'm not sure. How are you? I can't remember. Are you pretty attractive uploads though, other than being short? Are you pretty attractive?
We talked about it privately, like we had discussion with Abel and
Yeah. I can't
everything.
remember. It's
Like,
been a while. Yeah,
yeah, I've been offline because I've been having mental issues, to be
I
honest
hear
with you.
you.
But
Yeah.
I'm like 5.5, facing LMS rated me a long time ago, and that was 5.5 or 6. The main thing is that I'm manlet. I'm 5'6",
Man,
five
killing me.
seven in Sweden. In Sweden, guys, that's like they're like medium height is like 5'11" or 6 feet. So like
Yeah.
the women normally are like taller than me. Like the majority of the women are taller than me, especially Zoomers. So it's like I can't do
Well,
anything except that. So go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
well, I was gonna ask. I mean, aren't but if are attractive guys in Sweden who are like your height, are they getting anything? If
And
they
the,
have like an exceptionally good looking face, aren't they getting something?
well,
Even if they're your height?
the old thing like face versus height is like been talked about. I rather choose height because yeah, of course, at least you get respect. But to answer your question, it depends on many variables. You're not incel because of one specific variable, but it could be that they have a better social in group. I don't have one. They know a lot of people. Well, social circle maxing, and they are maybe like social maxed, like in social media or whatsoever, and it depends on many variables. But I do know some people that are shorter and get like, but it
Yeah.
depends on what they want to do. Like I myself, I cannot have sex without being like detached to a person. So I don't even want to lay around. I don't want to have like belts around my, I don't even want to have a belt like people I fucked, like people say. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to do, I just want to get a wife. I just want to get children. I just want to have that. I don't want to fuck around. I don't want to do that. I experienced once and I'm done. So yeah.
What's up, Chaos RS, dude? I'm actually kind of I miss your old picture, dude. I miss the
Oh
old one.
yeah, with the
The
goofy
dude,
white kid.
weird looking dude in the front. What the
Yeah,
fuck? Look at this guy. Like, what's up, dude? How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I just wanted to say one thing to add on to what um Upload Cell mentioned earlier.
Oh
Now,
yeah, I
I,
remember you, Chaos. Yeah, what's up?
yeah, I'm in the Discord often too. My name is Burn. Now, I wanted to say that to add a justification to why it is okay to be a neat or to leech from society, If
Hmm.
you look at some of these European countries, even if you look at America,
Hmm.
the government gives these illegal immigrants services, free services, and free housing. So
Hmm.
they aren't delegating that money, the taxpayers' money, to their own domestic citizens, but they're giving it to illegal immigrants. So why not just leech off the system? Why
You want to
not
know something
remove?
funny? Chaos.
Mhm.
Uh, the migration board in Sweden are very specifically funny because they usually take in people from war zones, Somalia, Syria, Eritrea, or Somalia. But people who are hardworking and doesn't take any benefits, they get deported oftentimes. People who have been here 20 years working or something like they get deported, while people who rape or murder or do something like this, they are not getting deported. They are not, they are on welfare. So it's like inverse. Everything is reverse. Like what is bad is good, and what is good is bad.
Mhm.
Where are where are most of the immigrants who are in Sweden, like the new immigrants, where are most of them coming from? The Middle East, right?
Middle East and specifically like Eritrea, Somalia. That's the gist of it, to be honest with you. Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Habish people, and it would be like Syria, Iraq. That's the main
And
population
and
of
and
immigrants.
how are they being treated by the Swedish community?
I mean, the funny thing, Swedish people are very like funny because they are experts at virtue signaling. They are saying they want like multiculturalism, but at the same time, they take like millions in like, oh, it will be like 100K, 100,000K to like not live with immigrants, or they just live in their white communities, or they just want
Okay.
to live. So they're doing everything to not, they love kebab and pizza and everything like this, but they don't want to associate with them or in any way get to be involved with
Oh,
the community. So
oh,
the funny thing right here is that a lot of people under age of 18 are committing murders now in Sweden, like a lot. Like they're, because they can't get prisons. Like they get maximum like 4 year of rehabilitation.
hmm, okay.
What's up, Truth Pill? You've been here for a little bit. Sorry, I haven't been able to talk, but what's up, buddy?
No, you're all good. What's up,
You you,
Mystery?
you sound you sound a bit quiet. I would if you can come close to the mic or maybe fix your mic a little bit, it'd be great.
Okay, let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound your sound is fine. You just sound really low. I kind of sound kind of quiet. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I have
he's angry. He's angry at that preacher pastor guy. That's why.
this guy,
That's why he's so
Do the
quiet.
work.
He's like
do the work, do the work. It's like god dang, bro. Every fucking day, like
Truth Pill's trying to contain his rage. Go ahead.
yeah, that's what got me going.
yeah, he's so
That
far away, dude. You sound so quiet. I don't know what to do.
okay. All right,
Just
hold on one
yeah,
second.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I still hear you, but you're really quiet. That's the only way I can describe it. I wish I could
Dang
like
it.
boost. Wish I could boost your volume in some way. Let me see if I can do that. Edit mic settings.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't.
put it
All I
up a
have
little
is
bit.
earpods, Apple earpods. So I took them out and put them back in, but
Oh, that's
Um,
probably it's probably why you're so quiet. Then
okay.
do you have a like a different mic, or are you just on your phone?
Hey, yeah, I'm just on my phone.
Maybe try using the speakerphone in your phone, like instead of using the earpods. I don't know.
Okay, let me try that.
Although I might get an echo from the sound, but who knows? I've done it before, so
let me try this.
yeah.
Mike Cell.
Mic sound, yeah.
Looks live. I miss that dude.
Yeah, I miss Look Live too, man.
All
Yeah.
right,
Me
can you
too.
guys hear me now?
You sound a little bit better.
Well, okay. These are the wired Apple earphones.
Okay,
You
well, I'll
go,
just go
True
ahead
Phil.
and talk. Just talk your shit. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's right. That pastor got me all riled up with his country. Just, just try harder. Just work harder. Take responsibility. Want to be Jordan Peterson.
Go marry that single mother, Truth Bill.
Yeah, and it's all your fault if you don't.
Yeah, I just think these guys' brains are. I mean, I think this is true for any person though. Their brain is like stuck in the period in which they came of age. So he came of age, I guess, in the 90s. So his brain's just stuck in the 90s, and he hasn't adjusted his mindset to like the reality that like. And I wonder if some of the young men push back and tell some of these older men what's going on. But the reality is that some of these old men don't even care. They're like, whatever, dude, man up and make it happen. And it's like that's easier fucking said than done, right? So I don't know.
They don't even realize that. The older generation don't realize. It's like if you bought your house in the late 90s, like if you're gonna sell it and you're gonna go in the market, you're gonna understand. But if you just say, oh, I bought a house in this area and it was cheap, why can't you get a house? Or like in Sweden, we have like rentals out here, but you need to wait in a queue. So people are saying, well, in my age, I could get a 3-bedroom for like in 1 year. Why can't you get it? But like the normal time to get it, like in a big city, is like 5 to 8 or 10. So it's like they don't realize it because they haven't been out and they don't realize it. And even if they would go on the market, they would say like, I did it. Well, can't you do it then?
Yeah, well, like that pastor. So a lot of pastors will preach that, and it's mainly because their congregation is diminishing. Because if you go to any like religious Christian, like I'm supposed to be Catholic, but if you go, it's mainly baby boomers, people who are close to death, and older Gen Xers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're watching their revenue diminish.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
you go to church, you're supposed to give them a tenth or something like that.
Exactly.
So he's frustrated because he's seeing the church is dying. Plus, he's getting his orders from the higher command. You got your priests and bishops and archbishops and cardinals. They're saying, we need to increase because we're diminishing in population. And to tie it back into what you guys were saying about immigration, a lot of these immigrants are actually being helped by Catholic charities because they need to increase their numbers because, quite frankly, the American population, the white population, is diminishing. So, a lot of these immigrants, they can get them in there. A lot of them are already Catholic or Christian or whatever.
Can I ask you a question, Truth Bill?
Yeah, sure.
Aren't the majority of like the people coming to America, United States of America, aren't they coming from like the Americas? Like they're like Hispanic, but aren't they already like Catholic and already like practicing?
Yes, you're correct. They're already Catholic. They're really hardcore Catholic.
So they would be increasing their like Catholic, but not Baptist, if I'm not incorrect, right? So there should be a surge.
Yes. It's mainly Catholic, and they'll be increasing Catholic denominations, and I mean that's what they care about because the white population here, they're losing it. But even now, the government is never going to be left with their hands empty. I mean, they're getting these immigrants to replace the kids that we're not having here.
Exactly.
And also, you see it like, oh my God, the problem is now. Our population is diminishing. No, they're setting it up for the future too. These are the guys who are going to be paying the pensions, 20, 30 years from now.
Yep.
If you look at it, most of the immigrants, they're like of college age. Now there's older ones and this and that, but they're of college age. Some of them have kids. Some of them are from like China too, Middle East and other places. But I mean, they're just bolstering up their numbers with immigration. So it kind of makes you, like you were saying, somebody was saying earlier in the stream, why American men don't want to join the military.
Army.
Well,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
army or whatever. But I mean, you're seeing the reason why you're not American. American
Yeah.
is whatever the government decides an American is.
And a lot of them are like immigrants who want their United States passports, and it's kind of like the federati, like in the Roman age, in the imperial age, like people from outside of the borders would come in exchange of them getting citizenship, and they get their land in the end of everything in 20 years. It's the same shit happening all over again, but different like mixes.
Oh yeah, I mean it is. Now you guys were talking about older women, that they're gonna gonna be miserable and single. It happens. There's a lot of older women. They're going to Mexico and marrying some guy or other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt or whatever, some younger dude. And
Yeah.
the only reason he gets them the time of day is because he wants that green card. He wants to be a U.S. citizen. As soon as he sticks with her for 3 or 4 years, he's on the fast track to become a U.S. citizen. He'll just
90 day finals. No fiance.
Oh well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that's one of the laughable things about. I don't know. I don't want to make fun of them or anything or put them down, but like the passport bros, they'll talk about, I went out here and you still got to look good if you want to be a passport bro and get your money up and take care of yourself and all this and all that. But you look at, I don't know if you guys know who No Neck Ed is from 90 Day Fiance.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy.
But he's a short sell. He's a short sell in essence also.
Dude,
it's like 5'2".
He's not just a short sell. He's
yeah, I know.
I don't care if he was 8 feet tall. He is disgusting. And like if I was a woman, I'd shoot death over touching that.
Yeah, but people in other countries, they like, if you have an iPhone in certain countries, they kill for that. So it's like, if he can show his American dollars, like there's an exchange.
Well, and that's the point I was gonna make is that
exactly
that just proves that the passport bro thing, where you have to self-improve as far as your looks or this or that, whatever. I mean, all that's a joke because women from those third world countries will fuck anything like Ed just to get ahead. I mean,
if I may interrupt you, Truth, it's not bad self-improving and being better, but like the delusion of you saying you should do something like improving yourself from like a Hamza, like from a 5 to like an 8 or a 9 is delusional. You can self-improve like yourself and see it from a realistic standpoint, but like the problem isn't you in this market. The thing is, the market is a problem. It's a systematical problem, and you can try yourself. Yeah, you can try self-improving, and you should self-improve, because nothing good is gonna come from you just leeching or being like on the floor and doing nothing. But I
just find the whole self-improvement thing to be a little bit played out now, where it's like, economically the average young man is not going to be able to achieve the same level of economic prosperity that his grandparents had, or his or even his parents had, really. I mean, we're already seeing the data come out now, where it's like the data literally says that, like, young men will not have the same amount of wealth that their parents had at the end of the day, right? And really, everybody's really just kind of waiting around for the baby boomers to die off, because right now they hold the majority of spots in C-suites and a lot of these other jobs. But at the same time, when they die off, a lot of that a brain drain happens, and then they end up, they take all that knowledge and stuff with them. So it's like it really is that that's the fucking catch, right? And because no one wants to train anybody anymore to do these high-paying, competent, jobs that require a high IQ to do. Well, then what do you do in the long run? Like, the problem is that nobody's thinking long run. Everybody's thinking, okay, well, how do I kick the can down the road for the next 5 years? And nobody's thinking about, okay, how the fuck is this crappy ass thing we made up going to work in the next 20 years, right?
Well, can I say something, True People, if it's okay?
Yes.
Thank you. the thing is, mystery. Everybody's talking about six figures. Everybody talking about fixing
Six
that.
figures. I mean, it's
Yeah,
certainly
yeah, I know,
it's a
I
better
know, I
life,
know,
but
I
yeah,
know. I know it's nothing. It's 10 years ago. I know, dude. But the thing is, like, even like I saved money since I was 18 and I can afford a down payment. The problem is the monthly income is also dependent on this other partner. So the system is built upon dual
yeah,
income.
two incomes. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So they are like mandatory putting women in the workforce. Of course, we talked about it, but that means that even if you have the payment for the down payment, even if you have wealth creation on the stock market, I mean, realistically, you can only have that much money as a normal person. I mean, I'm an outlier in Swedish society because I own like a lot of money. No, I'm not going to be specific, but I own like more than my age group. But see, but still, I cannot afford like this lifestyle, and a woman's supposed to be home like they were in the 80s or 90s. So it's not only about six figures. It's not only about the boomers dying off. It's like women need to work. They're like being like before they were not mandatory like to work, but now they're mandatory to work if you want to raise a family.
Oh yeah,
you're
yeah. I
right
mean, I
about
think
that.
who was it? Elizabeth Warren. She wrote about this in her book, the two income trap, where she
Mm.
basically said that this was going to happen. Where like it's so weird that women they cried for equality or cried for whatever, and then when they like it literally took our entire system of like the one income family and destroyed the entire thing when you doubled the fucking labor supply
Yeah,
overnight. Like, so, like, of course your wages are gonna die when you double your fucking labor supply overnight. Duh. But and then you have unabated immigration from any and everywhere. So you're now. So if you're a low skilled worker, you're competing with Pablo. You're competing with some dude from Ethiopia. You're competing with your girlfriend, your wife, or your not even your girlfriend or wife. My
exactly,
ass. You're competing with all these
exactly.
people for jobs that, in theory, back in the day, could have paid for a whole family. Now it's like the wages are cut in half now, so or 10 to a quarter at this point. But yeah, because they keep. I mean, the entire if you look at honestly, like I remember I was reading the news and they had this little plan about this is how we're going to treat the how we're going to fix the a border crisis. We're going to give all these workers work permits. Like how the fuck is that going to fit? How does that help anybody of your native population maintain their economic prosperity? It doesn't. Like, but that's not really their goal. Their goal is to how do we keep our tax revenue up so we can keep our bullshit empire going for longer and longer and longer. So, yeah.
And also give the corporations cheap labor.
Yeah, cheap labor. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all it really is. It's a huge game of the 1% fleecing the 99% out of their shekels, right? So, but yeah, this guy here. He has a really good channel. You should subscribe. You see his name, so go ahead and subscribe to his channel. He's a really good channel. I've watched a lot of his videos. He's really good. Yeah, what's it called?
You know the
yeah,
funny
he's a really
thing.
good guy.
You know the funny thing. You have the
What?
same like initials, MS, MS.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, MS, yeah, it's weird. It's the same thing. But yeah, you
We're
go
gonna
subscribe
be
to his channel.
guys,
He's a really
guys. We're gonna be labeled as a gang soon. You know, MS-13. We're
Yeah,
he
gonna
has,
be
he has a
man.
labeled
good
like
perspective on a
like
lot of things and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
man.
domestic terrorists.
You know, it's interesting.
Go ahead, Ryder.
It's interesting. That whole. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
You were gonna say
What
right?
you're
What?
saying?
No,
Nah,
no,
he
go ahead.
forgot
Go
about
ahead.
it. Troop
I
it,
wasn't gonna
troop
say
it.
anything.
You
I
go
wasn't sure what
ahead.
you were talking
Yeah.
about, but
Yeah,
Troop it.
talking about the corporations and everything,
Yeah.
it's like spitting in your face because not only are they replacing you, but they're making you play for the replacement's living conditions and health care.
they are. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
ultimate and final cuck, right? So not only are you being fleeced from your wages are being fleeced in the from the tax man, but you're paying for Pablo and who else from wherever else country to live in a high rise apartment for free. Like like so it's a
10
complete
years.
utter cuck, right? We'll call it what it is. Like
10 years experience, but a salary of a junior.
yeah. It's crazy, man. Like the job market's so ass backwards. Not even funny, dog. Like people are literally asking you to do like the work of 10 people for like not even half the wages, like a quarter of the wages they would pay those 10 people. It's like absurd.
It's
and
detrimental.
then on top of that, like American-born teenagers or young men in their early 20s, they have to live with a family member because they can't afford to live on their own. Yet these immigrants, because they're getting free housing and free health care, they can take that Walmart $15 an hour job. And because they don't have to pay for living expenses, rent, or health care. So $15 when you don't have to pay for any of your living expenses, that's pretty nice. Yeah, American-born, 20-year-olds, they can't live, go out of their parents' house because $15 an hour ain't going to give you shit if you don't have housing and all the other things paid for.
I think the sentiment is turning though. In NYC, everyone is furious about immigrants being bussed in from Texas. Yeah, but the funny part is that city is like all these like liberal cities crying about how, oh no, the immigrants. Well, you guys marked yourselves as being a sanctuary city, so why the fuck are you crying now? Like, it's funny. Like, I don't know.
Truth Bill.
What you asked
Truth
for.
Bill.
Yeah.
Mystery, Ryder. Are we insane or we're the normal people? Because why aren't normal people, normies in essence, thinking about this? Why are we the
That's
outliners?
That's not to say they aren't thinking about it, but they just don't come on stream and talk about it, right? So
They
some of them
do,
do, a lot of them
they
don't.
don't. Who have you heard in that people that
Well,
they're
I
talking
found
about
that I found that
fertility?
if you bring it up in conversation, they'll have a conversation with you about it. But the problem is that I think everybody's kind of in the same boat where they don't know what to do about it. Like, you hear a story about, oh yeah, nobody's having kids, or the job market sucks ass. What is one individual person or this group of people going to do about that, right? Like, there's no I don't know. I don't know.
Tell that to the woman who did Roe versus Wade. They got upset about it. They got upset because it was something that detrimental about their rights. Like people don't think in the long term. I think they're just short term, or they just don't
I would
wanna
agree. I mean,
bring problem.
people I've talked to about certain things, I'm surprised of the takes I get. Like they're more based than I thought they were, but at the same time, they don't talk about it all the time. In the same way that I don't walk around in my life talking about this stuff all the time either, right? People probably think I'm just another fucking whatever, right? But yeah, this
No,
is true
but
though. Yeah.
it's a big thing on your mind. But it's a big thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have extensive live streams that you do for free and not talk about this shit because it's on your mind in essence and on our minds. We should be the dictators in this sense. We should be the governors. We should be the doxes. Like we should be the one handling the politicians. We should be the one being the officers. We should be the one leading the country, not these old people, these corrupt people who people vote in. I don't know.
Well,
It's like,
good luck. You're having good
yeah.
luck with that one, dude. I don't know. I mentioned the demographic decline to my doctor, and she said it would help. It will help with climate change. Yeah, that's all. Honestly, that's a lot of what I hear too. Honestly, a lot of what I hear is like truth. Like when I say that people don't think it's a problem, I mean that people literally say, "Oh, well, that's fine. It'll just help with climate change, or
No, it's true.
it's good for the planet." Like these people, that they're not only do they not care, they're literally almost anti-human. They don't care about
No.
humanity as a whole. They don't think
You wanna know?
humanity is something worth preserving at all.
You want to know something funny? Mystery, like Sweden is close by to Ukraine, like a little bit, not that far away, and we are close to Russia. They were talking about fertility. They were talking about fertility and declining birth rates. Since studies have been conducted since the 1970s by the Statisticians Bureau in Sweden, this year or 2023 has been the lowest since the stats been taken, since the beginning. And they were what were they saying? They were saying because of the current war in Ukraine and because of the climate, women are not having children or they're having fewer children. I mean, people. I mean, how stupid can people be?
People don't want to talk about the hard reality that once again we raised a generation of men and women who weren't raised to be mothers and fathers. We didn't do that. So to expect them to do what they weren't trained to do is absurd, right? It is what it is. To some extent, when I read that article about the boomer crying about not having any grandkids, well, why wouldn't I laugh at that? Because you made it yourself. That's your own
exactly.
fault. You caused that. It is what it is.
Yeah, and the only people who want to.
What's up, Bubble Tea Price? You there?
Yo,
Um,
yo, hello.
Yeah, yeah, there,
What's
buddy.
up?
What's up?
Yo, what's up, man? Just joining in. It's been a while. I believe I was on one show. I don't know how many months ago,
No,
but
a
yeah,
while ago. I remember you came on though, a while ago. But yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Anything you want
Sorry
to
to
add?
interrupt the discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
I
No,
literally
no.
just got on. I don't know what you guys are talking
Oh, okay.
about.
We were just talking about we were going over the demographic. I read an article today about boomers crying about not having any grandkids and all that stuff.
It's funny because like I don't just from my experience, I come from like a Chinese or Asian background,
Okay.
and it's like
Oh, ni hao.
ni hao. Do you speak Chinese?
No, I don't know how to say more.
No, yeah, but it's funny. Even like I'm not sure. I can't speak for everybody in this case, but even like my mom, like I've been so like I'm mixed race, by the way. I'm Hapa. My mom's
Okay.
Chinese, but I've been pretty vocal about my, I guess, failures in the dating world. Like
So have I.
starting
To be honestly, yeah, so have I. But go ahead. Yeah. My
How,
parents.
how
Probably
tall are
in-
you,
prob-
Bubble?
prob- prob-
How tall are you?
Oh, I'm 6 foot tall, and
Oh,
I
fuck
don't
me.
I don't consider myself ugly, but like I guess
No,
I
you can
wouldn't be like
consider
a
yourself tall, motherfucker.
no, man. I'm tall. Height has not helped me whatsoever. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
not neither. Me neither.
I mean,
And-
guys, if you're 5'6", I mean, you're like a midget in this case.
dude, but it's like I'm not like I am like somewhat I do subscribe to similar views as people like Held by the Dashboard Light who do claim like if you go around you see like a lot of, and this is from personal anecdotes in my life too, like all the
Goofy
guys I
theory,
know
right?
all the guys I know who have relationships are with women that they are shorter than I am, and usually the girl is like their height or taller. So I really
the
don't
women
know.
don't respect them. The women don't respect them, or they beta bucks, or they know each other in high school. I mean, it's not that difficult in essence.
Yeah, but they're still together. Like
Yeah, but
like
yeah,
so
they're
you're
together.
going to
They
spend
could
time
get
with
together, but
somebody
they're
that you
cucked.
don't like.
Yeah,
I
but they're
don't
getting
think so.
cucked.
I think they're in stable monogamous relationships. Like they're choosing to be with these guys versus like any other like these men who are I guess are what they have options, right? So women, when given all the options in the world, you know how gynocentric the society is, like they are still choosing to be with guys who are shorter than them. And like yeah, a lot of these guys like who are shorter, they kind of have this like kind of like this metrosexual kind of pretty boy look about them. So like maybe that's appealing in its own right.
Yeah,
But like
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
No, I'm gonna ask what
But
you're
see-
smoking.
But hold on. But see, I would add something to that. I think there's also the aspect of social pressures as well.
Indeed.
Like for example, there's a church I go to, and there's this one couple where this guy he's like height matched with his girlfriend.
Mhm.
So and
I
so-
see that a
so
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're height matched, and he's not a Chad in the face. Like I'm not saying he's ugly, but he's like normie maybe in the face, and he's height matched. And this girl is probably like a Stacy Light. Like she's like maybe 2 points, maybe 3 points above his looks level. But I think that this, and by the way, they're Filipino. And this
That's the
Yeah.
thing. That's the thing.
Oh.
If I can just say one thing, like what demographic are they? What age are they? What ethnic are they? Are they religious or not religious? Are we talking about the majority? Are we talking about the outliners here? So there are a lot of specific here, Bubble and writers, that I would say that the majority would not conduct in this certain in this behavior. They'd be
Yeah, see-
shorter. I mean,
But see
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
that's what I wanted to get at. See, this is a mostly Filipino church, and so
exactly.
So
That's the thing.
So their Filipino background. I suspect they're both first generation, but they're young. They're also young. To me, they look to be in their early 20s, and so I think in that situation, that particular situation, I think there's a social pressure there, and I think that this young woman who's obviously attractive, I think she wants to stay intact with her community. So I do think there's a social
Yeah.
pressure aspect there. So I guess I'm bringing this up to speak to your point, Upload Cell, that there are other
Yeah, but they're not the
other
majority, though.
variables there's other variables we're not aware of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're not the
Upload Cell, may I
majority.
ask where you're from?
No,
Like,
I'm not,
where
Sweden.
you're.
no, I'm not saying it's the majority. But I'm actually
Yeah,
giving
yeah, of
credence
course,
to
though.
what you're saying.
Yeah. Like the thing, I'm from Sweden, 5'7", ethnic cell, Christian from Middle East. And the thing is, like Mystery School been talking previously, like there are no single girls or like virgins who are like 30. There are a lot of them in like our churches because we come a specific church from the Middle East, and there are a lot of there are a lot of them because they have the stigma inside of the family. But if you look at the broad society, I mean, it's the same shit as you have in any other dating app in the USA. Like, don't message me if you're under this height, or who's gonna pay for my nails, or like who's gonna be my sugar daddy, and stuff like this. So I mean, yeah, there are outliers, but generally speaking, the oofy doofy, I mean, no, that's not the majority. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean that's from my perspective at least.
I mean, I've heard theories that from other people. I think even Hell even says this himself, is that the woman herself is actually looking to be the superior one in the relationship, and that's how sort of these relationships sort of come to be. So
in
she's
a
looking for like
oofy doofy
she wants
context,
to be.
you mean?
She actually wants. Hold on. She wants to be the superior one in the relationship. She wants to be almost as if like, I hate to say this, but she's been burned in the past by pretty boys. So she goes for somebody, okay, well, he's lesser than me. And beyond that, women nowadays, they want to be quote unquote empowered. And to be empowered means that you're the superior one in the group. So she might even make, in fact, I know the guy I used to bowl with, his woman made more money than he did. He was the secondary income in the house. He wasn't the primary one, that's for sure. So, you know, but they were more a looks match, but that's one example of an economic one per se. But yeah.
Are you talking about the oofy doofy context?
No, that wasn't. Well, the first thing I said was oofy doofy context. The second thing I said was simply just like an example of somebody who's like not in a superior position to a woman, but still has a relationship with her, right? So.
Yeah, that's why I was interrupting you, because I want to know if it was a oofy doofy context, because otherwise you have to backtrack. So that's why sometimes it's like given that you can interrupt you.
Maybe it's like this is what Hell says. I'm not sure if I'm quoting him correctly, but the woman does not want to be made like to feel that she is beneath. Like women, I'd say women today are more competitive in general, right? I think most of us can agree that like everyone is just about gunning for the best jobs, the best universities, the best internships, right?
Yeah.
So I think if she were to be with a partner that I guess would make her feel inadequate in any way, like maybe he's better looking than her, maybe he's more charming than her, maybe more like he has more charisma, he's more
charismatic,
he's the I guess the better one in the relationship, that makes her feel very insecure, right? So, and I think it's a lot of times where I think they actually derive pleasure from just derive pleasure, or it protects, it's like I guess you could say it protects the ego, and like these situations aren't always beta bucks, right? I think some of these people some of these empowered women look very happy leading their kind of schlubby hubby husband who's essentially just like a dog in human form, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah. Just to continue off what you're saying here, I think Jack Tisson, me and him had a good conversation about this theory, oofy doofy theory, about maybe 4 or 5 months ago at this point, and he basically he broke it down better than maybe even Hell did. He basically said that these men that you see, you know, the schlubby hubby oofy doofy looking guy is like a man who's NT. He has very milquetoast or very mainstream opinions. He's not dangerous, but he's also not completely like, he's not dangerous. Like as you said, he's like a dog you can carry around on a leash and, you know, commanded to do things and it'll do it, right? You know, it's basically effectively just a simp, right? But what it is.
What is your definition of oofy doofy, Mystery? What is that?
It's probably the one that Jack Tisson
said. Because I keep hearing different definitions.
What's that?
No, because I just keep hearing different definitions from different people.
Some people, I think the original definition of oofy doofy used to be, from what I remember reading back in the day, was that it's a man that is you know, on a physical level inferior to the woman. So on a looks level, she is his superior, right? And then I remember he got shifted a little bit to being like, well, not only is that man, he's inferior, but he's also he's not intellectually inferior, but the best way to put this is that he's a man that's not necessarily he's not some like what's type A personality type man. He's just kind of a very beta male, milk toast opinion kind of guy. He watches the sports ball, has very obvious, very mainstream opinions. Doesn't buck the system. He's not dangerous, right? So, and for a woman who wants power or who wants to dominate over something, well, that's the type of man you're looking for, right? And that man, he could come in the package of a Chad, right? That type of man where he's watching the sports ball and he's drinking the beer on the weekend, and he played football on the weekend with his friends, and he's doing the typical everyday man thing. Well, that man could come in Chad form, but normally, as we all know, Chads normally don't have that type of personality, but he could come in Chad form sometimes. But
yeah, it's like the it's this himbo phenomenon, also, right? Like the male bimbo, like the whole the idea of a bimbo in the past. Like, oh, she's just a girl who's really hot, but she's like kind of dumb, right? So it's like she's just like kind of like the fantasy of a guy. Like she's just like smart, the hot but dumb. It's the same thing. Like I see, like I know some guys in my life and personally, they do encapsulate this kind of hot but dumb look. Maybe they're not the best. Like you could tell maybe they're a little slow, but I feel like those guys get like, you could say, oh, they're good looking, they get treated well, right? But I think it also has to do with their mannerisms and their like how they carry themselves too. Maybe they're
normal.
Not like
as Jay said, he's a normie. He's just a normal. He has normal opinions. He watches sports ball. He doesn't buck the system per se. He might have the occasional one or two like a right wing thoughts. But he's very much like a liberal, right? He's not dangerous to the system. So he's like just a normal guy.
He's content with being like a blue-pilled wagey.
And we're being honest here. Yeah, that's somewhat true. Yeah, he's just in the blue-pilled reality, and he exists in the world where the Barbie movie was right, and he's good to go. So like,
you know what? Jay made a good point. He said that oofy doofy stuff that's for white guys. That shit doesn't work. Like if you're a black guy, that shit don't work for you. And I agree. It was like when you're black, it's just like a whole new fucking set of rules. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm even wondering why we're entertaining the idea of oofy doofy, because this is not an ideal situation to be as a man. Would any one of you would be, or like in this sphere, want to be a oofy doofy? Fuck that. I'd rather go in Geomax and have a girlfriend. Yeah, I'm fucking up that society, but at least I'm being the man and being taken care of the household, being respected instead of being dominated by other part.
Yes, that is very true, right? Yeah, you could say Western society has gone just so off the balls that everything is inverted, right? Like the gender roles are inverted. The like men and women are distrustful. They're discerning of each other, and it's like, I guess in the West is either you find that really like unicorn girl, or you just are content living TFL or incel. I guess geomaxing is a valid alternative, which I guess is another topic on its own, But
if you're gonna do that, what you're talking about, Bubble, you gotta. I think that to try to run that oofy doofy shit, I think you got to do that young. I think when you get to a certain age, you
need a lobotomy or something. You can't. You're born a oofy doofy, man. The reason you're on this chat right now is because you're not oofy. You're not NT.
You're not.
Yeah.
You might be NT in some way, but you're probably not the most. Yeah, I'm just not calling what it is, but yeah.
I would, but I'm saying I want to add an amendment. I would say, okay, if you're gonna run oofy doofy, you more likely you have a better chance of it working if you're white, and I would also say you need to be young. Like relatively young, like preferably under 25 to try to run goofy doofy game.
Yeah, the right.
Can I add something, guys? If it's okay, like every male wants to have sex, but in which circumstance do you want to have sex? Would you be okay being a cuckold, or would you be okay having a prostitute as a girlfriend? I mean, that's the same idea. I'm entertaining oofy doofy theory. Like, sure, I can be in a relationship, but I'm being the submissive one. Why should I be that? I'd rather be alone at this point. So the same thing with sex. Yes, you can have sex, but would you have sex with somebody that's a hot wife or that's a porn star? How don't you have any self-respect? Rather be alone than be a oofy doofy. I'm seeing that as below our standard and below not our standard, but below our talking points. Why are we even talking
Yeah,
about
but I don't know.
it?
In
It's
today's
stupid.
day and age, do men have the even have the
Yeah,
ability to even negotiate their wages with women? If that makes any
yeah,
sense,
yeah.
right? Like,
You can't be like a migtard about this, like saying like, oh, we have to have respect. Like, no, this
like I
is a
agree
societal
with you,
issue.
but
and,
at the
like,
same time, like the average man
what
is
options
gonna
do you
the average
have?
man is
Like,
going to take the bad deal. He is like I see
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
happens every day. It happens every single day. Like if you think you're the normal dude, you're not. Like I hate to say it, but you're not. Like rich men out here are taking bad
totally
deals and they enjoy the bad deal. They fuck it. A bad deal is better than no deal is what they say.
Right.
exactly, and that's what I'm sure. It's fine. Just can I just say one thing last to current mystery because I need to defend myself or at least respond. But like, yeah, I understand I'm not the normal one, but like, don't I know people don't have any decency or self-respect, but don't they have any self-manner as a man, as an
Dude, we
ideal
don't
of a
live in normal
man?
times. We don't live in back in the day. If you
Yeah.
back in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, this shit would have people would have been saying, "Yeah, dude, you're right." But talk to, I mean,
He
talk
closed
to
the door.
dudes nowadays, man.
I know,
even
Mr. I
even a
know.
lot of the dudes are feminists nowadays. To be honest for
I
yourself,
know,
they
I
all
know,
agree
I
to do quality
know,
stuff, dude. So
I know, but it's not like it's
I'm not
not
saying it's
mentally
right. I'm
sane.
just saying what
Yeah,
it
I
is.
know,
What
I
it
know.
is.
I know. I'm
The
not
meta,
interrupting you
you
from
know.
being this. I understand everything and I'm agreeing with you and I understand that it's not normal. But I understand, like, don't men ask themselves, why are you taking this bad deal? I understand people are taking it. I understand they're craving this. But why are they so stupid doing this? I mean,
I can
can't
Because
they?
they're fucking low IQ men. That's why. That's why they're stupid. They are the 100 IQ, run of the mill. I watch sports ball. I'm gonna watch the Super Bowl with trannies on it. Fucking
Fuck this
That's
shit.
what they do. That is who you're talking
No,
to.
Let me wait. Hold
no,
on.
no,
The average
Ray,
man is
no,
not
no, no.
smart. They are
Last thing.
100 IQ regular people. They are not. That is
No,
what the meme
no,
is.
Dude,
Hey,
no.
a
Three
good friend,
words, three words,
in
three words, three words, three words. Rape of Saban woman or four. That's enough.
This is actually pretty easy. So let me ask you this question, bro. Take your average MGTOW in your
Migtard. Let's be real.
in your average white, and yes, I will touch on that thing in a second, but let me just touch on this, right? In your let's say
go.
your average oofy doofy in white oofy doofy in a relationship. Generally speaking, who do you think has a more happier life on average, and who do you think is actually like creating memories?
Oofy doofy
Before
guy.
before answering, I would say I like your style of conversation because you asked the question. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. This is a simple question.
Yeah, I know he answered it.
No.
Bubble answered.
I'm asking you. What do you think?
I'm gonna be one of the fresh and fit girls. I'm gonna say, can you rephrase it, please?
Come on, dude. We all know what the answer is. We all know what the
I'm
answer
taking
is.
notes. No, I wasn't. I'm not fluent in English. So can you rephrase the question?
Okay.
Take it again.
Who do you think has it better? The average oofy doofy in a relationship, a white oofy doofy in a relationship with your average white girl, or your average MGTOW?
Oofy doofy guy, 100%.
I mean,
MGTOW people are dying. They're getting all these health problems. You're not designed to be alone as a guy.
No, but
like you're literally not allowed. You're not designed. God created women to complement women.
My
So
man.
stop. Please stop with this this whole MGTOW cope that it's better to be alone. No, it's not better to be alone.
I know
it's
you
never
know.
better to be alone.
I'm asking up. I know you know. I'm asking Upload because I hear what he's saying, but I'm just needing to get to the bottom.
Yeah.
What do you
think? I understand Bubble's point of view, and I'm not saying go MGTOW and fuck all government. No, but if I
come on, bro, this was
yeah. I would rather be alone, my personal, because me personally.
He didn't ask you that. He asked you who do you think has more life, is gonna have a happier life, the oofy doofy dude in ignorant bliss, or the fucking MGTOW guy who knows all this shit? Like, we all know what the answer is. I know what the answer is. The oofy doofy motherfucker.
I know. I can only answer for myself. I would rather be the MGTOW because I'm not getting divorced right.
He didn't ask you that, but okay.
Jesus. Okay, so here's my point. So we need to stop doing this whole thing about what I wouldn't do. It's like it's not about you specifically, but the point of the matter is that a lot of these, and trust me, I've seen this. I see this at where I work at, and I'm out and about. these oofy doofy guys, especially these young under 25, 26 white boys in these relationships with normie women, these guys are creating, even if they ends up getting dumped or whatever the fuck, they're creating experiences. They're going through the normal ups and downs
of a relationship.
Of a relationship. They're having sex. They're having disagreements. They're having conflict resolution. They're going to fucking Cancun and traveling every so often.
There's even an easier way to
Living the
say
normie life, pretty much.
there's even an easier way to say it, BP, is that who are more MGTOWs or Oofy Doofies? And in this case, or generally society, it would be Oofy Doofies.
Wait, okay, I'm gonna do you. Rephrase the question or say the question again, so I don't even know what you.
Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, statistically, it's very easy to find out the question, like the answer, like who are more, MGTOW or Oofy Doofies? Of course, it's Oofy Doofies. So of course, I know, like.
You mean who are more? What does that mean?
Yeah, the majority of people in who exist in the quote unquote dating market, there's more Oofy Doofies than there are MGTOWs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd agree to that. Yeah, there are more guys that are oofy doofy material than like sad incel men that are alone.
Exactly.
I don't even think I think we're at a point now where most guys I don't think that most guys can just get into a relationship nowadays. I think there are more guys who are closer to being MGTOW than closer to being in a relationship.
I agree. Yep, I agree. Yeah,
so I disagree with that. I think that the people that you see out in a relationship are the exceptions, not necessarily the rule. Whenever you go, and I've said this before, whenever you go to, I tell especially black men this all the time. And they always be like, no, and I'm like, no, listen. Whenever you go to a club and you see all these men at the club, everybody at the club is like, everybody's at the club, everybody's out. This is what we do. For every one man you see at the club, there are 10 at home. At home.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So this whole notion of like there's more oofy doofies. No, there's actually not that many. Like a lot of these places are dying, like nightclubs and all this other stuff. Those things are dying. So I guess my point is upload so to land is that we can shit on the oofy doofy guys all we want to, but
I'm not shitting on them. I'm not shitting. I'm just saying, like, why are people not questioning themselves? Why are they going to this low standard? I know, yeah, I know they low. I know they. Wait. Can I?
Because they're more happier. They're more happier than not you specifically, but they perceive themselves as more happier than guys like you. Why would an oofy doofy be a MGTOW? Why?
Truth be told, in fact, I might even retract my statement here. They don't even necessarily have to be low IQ. Like they could just be living a life of ignorance bliss. Ignorance is bliss. They don't. They might have got married early on, or might have got married later on in life, and they found happiness, and they're like, whatever. This stuff doesn't matter to me anymore. We've seen it happen a million times. Every man's one blowjob away from the MGTOWs, right? But it's somewhat true, right? Where it's like they find their happiness, they live their life, and this stuff no longer applies to them anymore.
And why are we taking the subject of oofy doofy versus MGTOW? Why can't you be like, why is there not, why is this contrast? Why can't we go in between? Because there are nuances.
This is simply the reason why is because I would say this, like, I think that a lot of MGTOW guys who maybe at some point might have been able to get into a relationship at some point, but
we're not. They are the old generations. We're not the MGTOW generation. The MGTOW were popular as Sandman 10 years ago.
I'm talking about guys like us, like Mystery, and like some of us were still in the dating market.
Am also.
Yeah.
I'm also, but I'm not gonna take a single mom. But I'm not gonna be a MGTOW either.
I'm not saying you have to, but
we're not saying that you have
your
to.
options are very limited. Then I'd say.
Yeah, I know. I know because I'm from a very small community, so I'm trying to social market my own group.
Like, I just saw. This is something that literally just happened. I just saw it on Instagram. A friend of mine, and he was at the arcade. He has a girlfriend, and and this guy is a guy who comes from a successful family. He's a short dude. And he's dating a black woman who has a kid. Now, is this something I would ever recommend him or any other guy do? No. But I would say he's posting videos of them at the arcade, and it seemed like he was fucking having a good time. Now, So even though that's something that the vast majority of us in these spaces would not do, the fact of the matter is there are some men out there, a good deal of men out
Some
there.
men, I don't know, man.
No.
Even the word "some" is like a lot of men take bad
It's-
deals every day.
It's not about. It's not even about that, guys. It's about the threshold of getting into a relationship has within. Like we are talking, like in the '90s, they weren't talking about cuckolding, hot wives, or they weren't talking about poly, or they weren't talking about single mother extensively, like we're talking today, or like you need to pay for my what's called when you take care of the nanny, and if you want to go on a date or something like that, or height as much. I think just the threshold of being in a relationship has getting so huge, like it's getting much more wide now than before, so people are taking bad deals in that
It's
sense
getting
and they're
narrower, right?
accepting narrower or wider, you know what I'm saying, like in
Yeah.
essence.
But to be honest, Upload, so I don't think guys like us or maybe like you wouldn't even get selected by a single mom.
I have gotten in Sweden. I have
Not
gotten,
due to
but I
your
don't want
looks,
to.
it's due to your personality. It's due to our personality, whether being if it's a masculine like archetype, you know, it's not being selected for. There's a lot of I see a lot of Latinos in the US. They like it's more often than not there's always like a stepdad situation going on because I don't know, I think these women still want like a guy that's like they want a nice secure guy, someone that will listen to them, that'll spend money on them, provide help, you know, like do all the blue pilled wagey shit, you know.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you have something called bonus family in United States or something like? Have you heard about this term?
Bonus family?
No,
yeah,
never heard of it. I never heard of it.
It's a very Swedish term. In Sweden, a lot of Swedish people they take bonus family. So if the woman had a relationship before and they had children, they would say, "I have a bonus family, so I have a bonus child. I have something like this."
Yeah, it's the same idea. Single mothers, right?
Yeah, single mothers, or like they say we have every week. So every week they have somebody like in the dating profiles they have single V. That means every other week they're like a single mother. So it's very acceptable in Sweden with single motherhood because of the welfare state and paternity leave and taxes and everything. And if they're sick care and everything like that, that's very liberal and hugely funded by taxes. So in that sense, it's much more easier compared to being in the United States. But like I've been selected for single mom, but I don't even want that. I was going out with a date with somebody. True story, guys. She was like 1 or 2 single points. She was the same height as me, but she didn't take me because I wasn't enough Christian. So I was saying I'm agnostic and I'm trying to learn about the church and everything, but she didn't want me because I wasn't Christian enough. So I just hit her up on Instagram, to be honest with you. And that's how it happened. I just sent her a friend request.
Let me ask you this, Upload. Would you ever have I'm not saying that you should at the moment.
Yeah, I know.
Would you ever have just mess around with a single mother just for recreational purposes or
no, not even before. I had sex like with a person and tried to like pump and dump her, as they say, like in the MGTOW or manosphere term. I have very hard time doing that, to be honest. I catch feelings very easily. I'm maybe a very outlier. I can't have sex without getting attached.
How many
Sir, can I just say something? That's normal, by the way. This whole pump and dump, like spitting plates, that's gay behavior. That's homosexual behavior. We shouldn't be emulating the behavior of like faggots.
No.
We really should just
I was going
we
to
should
agree
be in
with you.
committed monogamous relationships, ideally. You know.
I agree. I agree. I grew up, but I told you since I was 11, I watched self-improvement and everything. I've been quote unquote growing up with coach. Like that's what me and Mr. talked about.
Improving.
Can I just say, sorry, Jay, but I've been watching Coach Red Pill with Star Gonzalez and Richard Cooper and everything, and these guys, Stephen Molyneux, and they were talking constantly about single mothers and everything. And I know about this, but like, I can't. I'm sorry, Jay. I can't.
No, you're supposed to. But so, Bubba, really quickly. So let me ask you this, because I hear what you're saying. I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with you, but do you think that the whole having sex with a woman and then having feelings after that and basically having that basically alter your behavior, is that the way to go as well?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Human beings were designed to bond. Like
no,
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree.
We're
but
supposed to marry as virgins and be together forever, pretty much with the first person, ideally, you know.
I agree.
Yeah.
But in 2024, that's not going to yield you anything in 2024, unless you're a Chad.
Or you take fat Honduran chick, as Pyramid said.
Wait, Bubba, do you know what I'm saying though? Because it's like yes, ideally you get with the woman, you have sex with her, you build a bond, you marry, blah 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 blah, or whatever. You get married and have sex. Okay, cool. But I just don't think in 2024, it's okay to have these big feelings for this woman that you sleep with. I think that's going to get a lot of men in trouble. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing inherently. I just think it is something that a man has to be able to control. If that's the case for you, Upload Cell, you're gonna have to be able to curb that and control that because that's going to that puts a lot of men in fucking jeopardy in some way, shape, or form.
Can you say that again in another way, BPJ? I didn't
Basically,
understand that.
Having feelings for a woman that you sleep with, especially for the average woman, is not a good thing. At best, she'll just leave you. At worst, she could manipulate you.
And that's why you're supposed to date people who are only serious and supposed to vet their family and supposed to be more conservative girls that you try to date, not trad wife ideal like they have in the US.
What's conservative? How many bodies?
I mean, no. Oftentimes, it's very different because you're Americans and I'm from the Middle East and we have different cultures. So oftentimes the girls that I would see, they're they don't want to be they don't even want to be alone with a guy because they will get a reputation of being hoes. I don't know the equal ethnic group to that in the United States. So maybe Muslim if they're living under Sharia law or something like that. But it's very hard
in Sweden,
to
right?
say it.
You're in Sweden.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you don't have we got to talk about what's in Sweden or what's in your environment, right?
Yeah, we can talk about both if you want to.
No, I mean, because if you're not, unless you planning on going to the Middle East and dealing with that, or
no, fuck no, what would I do there? No, no. You misunderstood the question. You misunderstood. The ethnic people who are living in Sweden, who are from Middle East, who are Christians. Those are we're talking about. We're not talking about me going to the Middle East.
Okay, I guess my
you don't understand.
Here's my point. Right, is that when people talk about get a conservative girl. Well,
yeah, trad wife. Yeah, I got you.
Out of 10, these people who are saying this shit don't fucking have
grifters.
They don't have themselves a conservative girl.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, that's why I told you in America it's very different, and it's very different. I learned one thing.
It's not that much different over than at Sweden than it is over here. What's like?
It's all Western society. You know, we're all kind of experiencing a similar decline.
Yeah.
But it depends on, I would say, if you just hear me out, it depends on which, I learned a lot about life and it's a lot nuance, and it depends on how you see the context. As you see this society with OnlyFans and we talked about how degenerate people are, in some circles they are not, but in United States, for example the church, it's very different from how, example, our church is, because we are Orthodox, so it's very different from a Baptist church or a Protestant church or a Catholic church even. So it's very different, and I'm only talking about the outlier group.
Are there women in abundance in the churches over there?
Can you say again?
Are there a lot of women in the churches where you live?
I would say 40 50, something like that. They would say they are still minority. They'll say 40%. But there are a lot of women generally.
Okay, so and by women, are we talking about young women who are
further women?
Okay,
so we're talking 12. We're talking 12 to 30.
No, not fucking dude.
Yeah, I know. 18 plus in US.
let's just talk. Okay, just women in their. Let's just say women in their fucking 20s. Okay.
Yes.
So
yeah.
My question to you is: how come you haven't tried to, or have you tried to date a woman in her 20s at the church?
Yes, I have. It's very hard. It's very hard, to be honest with you.
Why?
And say again.
I just said why.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Why it's very hard? Because like getting into that group and everything, it's very easier when you're doing it like organically, when you grew up and you know people. But we don't know people there, it's getting harder to get to know everybody, and etc and etc. Mostly what I do is like look at the search groups and add them from Instagram, or I just go there and I recognize them from there.
I guess I'm trying to figure out like how was it if it because usually unless your churches are just different or that much different, usually
Yeah,
a
they
church
kind of are.
would okay. So is the church population in your where you live declining, or is it still good?
Increasing because it's an ethnic area.
Okay. Okay.
I,
Yeah.
So
I
it's like
still
a
think
city.
even among religious communities, I still think women still like not saying these women you should be dating, but a lot of them do prefer like oh I want an oofy doofy Christian guy pretty much. It's like I still think that
Uh,
still will be preferred.
And may I say just one thing, Jay and Bubble, it's like these are not the majority of Swedish women. These are ethnic women, and this is like don't think that the Swedish ethnic women are doing this or the majority of women are doing this. They're not. So we're talking about a subset who are like not specifically. But myself, I want somebody from my ethnic background. If I can't get that, I would say just one second. I would say fuck that. In like when I turn like in 8 years, if I'm nearing my 40s, I would just take my money and go to a cheaper country. I'll probably be in Americas. I will learn Spanish prior 1-2 years and settle there and take my income there and
Geo
start
Macro.
trying. Yeah, exactly. But for real, not talk about it. But if I can't get what I want, because let me just finish. I try being with other people, but I always got a longing for my ethnic group. I'm not being like Snow Nat or something, but
No, no.
I want them. Go ahead, Bubble. Go ahead.
No, that's great. And it's like it's one thing to be like a wignat, like people like a lot of people here are wignats, and there's nothing like
Yeah,
humans
yeah,
are
yeah.
inherently tribalistic, right? We generally want to long for our own kind, right? There are issues where like let's say like people are rejected by their own kind for whatever reason, right? Like I'm
Yeah,
not black, but I've heard that
I was.
like I've seen black people clown on each other for people quote acting too white just because
Yeah,
they don't really like their man are clowning each other for their mannerisms. Like that's fucked up to be honest. But like, and it's like like I feel like a lot of people who do end up having to date or even like looking to date out or looking to kind of date outside their background or it's because they are I guess rejected for one reason or another from their culture. Like I'm not saying they
yeah.
deserve to,
I
but it's
understand.
just like yeah.
And if I can just say the closing marks, if I'm not able to find somebody from an ethnic background, I will say fuck it, and then I will geomax eventually. But I will learn the language and move to like the Americas because I will learn Spanish and be fluent there. And I will move there. Then I will not talk about it or visit it a couple of times. I will actually move there. But that's so I'm only considering my only ethnic group and nobody else. If I
I
can't
mean,
get it, fuck it.
I don't mean any harm, dude, but with you being
Yeah, I
so
know.
short, it just seems like I don't know. I don't want to break someone with bubble, bro. Call it
No,
what it
no,
is, but
we've been
yeah,
talking
but just
about
call
it
what it is.
previously
Like
private.
you are short now. Oofy doofy maxing maybe, but at the end of the day, I don't know what to call it. Like, if your own group doesn't want you,
Yeah, I know.
and then you travel somewhere else. I mean,
I wanna try it as much as possible. I wanna try it. Okay, if I tried it to like 35 or 38, I can't get it. I'm gonna say fuck it, throw in the towel
Why
and
not
geomax
just
in.
do it now? Like, why not just do it?
I tried.
Wait, you're talking about 8 years. You're in your early 30s, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, bro. So you kind of. I mean, we always talk about women tricking off their 20s, but you gotta understand, like, it shouldn't take you. Like any
Yeah, I
of us,
know.
like, me
I
included,
know.
it shouldn't take
I
you
know.
10 years.
I know. I know. I know. I
So
know,
it's like
Jay. I
so
know.
this whole yeah. So you talk about
I
another
know.
8 years. Yeah, man. You're kind of
Honestly,
holding on
I,
to that copium, bro.
No. It's not about copy. I want to give it all because I'm
Did you
very
not give it
different.
all for 10 years? You were in
No, right. Give me a chance because if I would sacrifice my ethnic group or my ethnic background, it would be very big because we don't have a country. We don't speak like where our language is
what were you
like
doing for
we
those 10 years, bro? What were you doing for those 10 years?
I tried for 3-4 years to try to get it, but I would try my furthest to do it. And you can call copium, but at least have a projected time for it.
No, but 8 years is gonna pass by, and you'd have been on a dating market for 20 years.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't looking, to be honest. I was in the self-improvement age from 11 to like 25, and I actually tried to get something. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna try now," and I was like, "Nope, not gonna get it." And that was like three
So
or
you
4
didn't
years
lose your
ago.
virginity until after 25.
No, I lost it like 28.
Okay.
I waited because like a very simple principle. I said I want somebody that's virgin, but I can't judge people and said like you're supposed to be virgin, but I'm not supposed to be virgin. I was coming from a good ethic standpoint, but it doesn't work like that, and that's why you discover like the Insomatics documentary and you realize other things.
You
That's why.
you basically kind of, I mean, look, man, I wish you the best of luck, but this whole you on a self-improvement until 25 to 27 or what have you, it's like you could have,
Yeah,
I'm not saying you could have easily done it, but why didn't you at any point in your early 20s try to find a girl, and then you could have still self-improved, could have still helped build, especially if you're supposed to be this.
No, it was just supposed to happen, like first says.
A lot of these red pill grifters, they always tout, oh, a man ages like fine wine. No,
Exactly,
don't worry about it.
exactly.
Once
Yeah,
you-
I was there too. Exactly.
like they sell this false hope and grift, not knowing that the male wall, the female wall is virtually non-existent, and then the male wall
No
is
more.
like,
Yeah.
is younger than not, you know. So and it's like, yeah, of course this stuff's just supposed to happen naturally, but for
Exactly.
reasons, you know, beyond our control, it's just not happening. So what can you do?
Like first said, it's supposed to happen normal. If you ask the boomers, how did you get better? It just happened. And no, it didn't happen because of that. Because I wasn't primarily, I could have gotten with other people, but it wouldn't be from my own group. And I wanted since low age to be with my own group. I was growing up in an area where there were not many of them, and my specific group, like in my specific area when I was growing up.
Because I will say this though, look, because I'm in a way, I see where you're coming from, because I made similar mistakes where I look at myself in my early and not my early 20s, because I still in a relationship, but a little bit like getting to the red pill stuff, and it's like, oh, I remember this cope where it's like you got to wait for her to initiate the relationship so you can have leverage. And that happened a couple of times where I was sort of like, okay, I'm not gonna, even though I really like this girl, and then she ended up like, you know, fucking some dude on a camping trip. But the difference is that I can look back on the vast majority of the women that I dealt with, and I can assess them through the black pill / red pill lens, and I can say to myself,
exactly,
oh, if I got into a relationship with any of these women, I probably would have been divorced by now.
Divorce rate, yeah. But I had prior examples, and I talked about you. I think I talked with Mystery privately. He knows my backstory. He doesn't need to say it. But I talked about, he maybe forgot about it, and I've talked to other people about it. But it was detrimental, like you said. I even considered taking suicide several times, and actually maybe did it. So yeah, I mean, I've been like, that's why I told you I'd rather be alone than to be in a trauma of like being divorce rape or getting my money out of me or something else, because that would be my backup plan if I geomax. So like, well, I don't want to be divorce rape, so I'd rather like have nothing. But the loneliness is also killing me, so I want a relationship, believe it or not.
That's what most of us probably
like
to think.
That's why we're here, Bubble.
Yep. Yeah, it's not like the word incel kind of paints it only about, it's like oh, I want a piece of meat to stick my wiener in, but no, it's like, it's beyond that. It's companionship, it's longing, you know, it's someone to build, grow, mature with, you know, start something that.
I feel like there's like a lack of a conversation around that topic as well, where so everything, I say this all the time on my stream, though, everything's about sex, pussy, you know, sex. It's like, okay, like we're. And when I say there's no virtue left in the world, I literally mean that. I mean that men have become extremely base in their desires from women, and you know, to some extent, I understand why. You know, they grew up in a certain time period and they were shaped by the environment around them. But at the same time, like we have to acknowledge it for what it is. Like it's extremely base behavior to simply want sex constantly. I gotta coom, you know, gotta fucking watch the next porno or the next, you know, BBC fucking interracial thing that dropped on the fucking whatever tube. It's just like, come on, like what are we like? What is man aspiring to if not just to coom his next coom, right? Like,
And I think you talked about it or somebody else. It's actually kind of gay just to have sex, like the what's called Anthony lifestyle or something. Like have sex with trannies.
Well,
I
yeah, I
slept
mean,
with 300 people.
even that weirdo pyramid brought this up, and it's true. Like dating
Yeah,
is a homosexual engagement. It really is. Like
yeah, courting, like you said
courting
before.
was the old way of doing things, and you first said
Yeah,
this is on his own stream as well, and it's like you were
yeah,
supposed to be married at 18, 19, 20 and done by now. Like you have
Exactly.
2 kids, your kids would be coming in. Yeah, you should be done by now, but rather instead of that, you're stuck on the stream with me. So, I don't
yeah. And
know,
it
like,
goes back. No, it goes back to BPJ's question. I always think about Black Bill Jesus, but I know it's not him. But like, yeah, why wasn't it supposed to happen? Because it's. I mean, I'm not Chad. What can I tell you, bro? I'm trying to give it a projected time and try to give it. If I'm not able to find somebody from my own ethnic background, I will say abandon. I will
It
abandon
shouldn't
ship and
even take
abandon the
you like a
country.
year. Like you're saying 8. Here's the thing, bro. You're
Yeah,
saying
no, BJ, I got somebody, but it was before you came in, but the family didn't accept me, and the other one, like this is like in a period of 3 months, and the other one didn't take me because I wasn't Christian enough. They were
What
both
does
from
that
ethnic
even mean?
background.
Not Christian enough? Could you elaborate on that?
I'm agnostic, and I told them I adhere to the church and I adhere to the morals, but I can't believe like Noah could be 300, 400 years old, and I can't explain that because didn't have modern medicine and everything. I can't buy that, but I'm searching for answers, but they didn't say like, oh, we have different values,
well,
so that's why.
I can't blame them because the thing about it is just like, and I had a
Yeah.
conversation with the atheist friend about it, where because we would always get into it because
Mhm.
he was an atheist, but he would try to use the Bible to try to justify shit, and my whole thing
Exactly.
is that the agnostics, the atheists is even cool, but it's weird that you're trying to like get a conservative woman when conservatism is
Yeah.
usually also associated with a hard
Religion.
belief system or religion.
Yeah.
You're trying to like pick and choose
yeah,
what.
cherry picking, like people cherry pick the
Mm,
Bible, right? So
Can
Yeah,
I can I interrupt you? Because most of my ethnic people they are very Christian, so that's the thing. They are
I don't,
very
I'm not
Christian.
talking about them.
So
I'm talking about you though.
yeah. They are very Christian in general. So if you want to date somebody there, they're oftentimes
Okay,
very
so
very
wait,
extremely Christians.
it's kind of like this, right? It's like if you're gonna be like agnostic or atheist
No,
or
I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna lie, AJ. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just gonna lie in the future.
okay,
Don't lie. That doesn't get you anywhere. You're
look,
No,
lying.
but
Don't,
but
if
I
you're
will say
trying to
I
be
have Jesus in
Christian
my
too,
heart.
my whole
don't
point
say
is
that. You're lying. God knows your heart, and he'll be
he
able to
doesn't
discern
believe in
that.
he doesn't believe in God, but like my point to you upload is that
No. It's not that I don't believe. I don't know. I can't know for sure.
okay, whatever, which is okay. So my whole point is that
Go
you're
ahead.
agnostic, you don't know. It's
Yeah.
great, whatever. Okay. But you're trying to pick out of from women who,
Yeah.
let's be honest, the only true way that a woman can even be like a good like
Mhm.
woman for anybody is if she's
Exactly.
in a religion, whether that's Islam, Christian.
Exactly.
So you, unless you actually fucking pick a path, you
Mhm.
cannot be a good man for them because you don't know what you believe.
yeah, it's
We
true,
have the
bro.
same, but we have the same morals. We same
Oh
same
no,
with the. We know,
no, you don't because
Yeah,
you
but
don't
like, but
believe.
but you haven't asked me.
your morals sit on like shaky ground. Whereas in theory, like
No, have you asked me about? You
an
haven't
actual
asked me
devout
about the
Christian
morals.
who believes God, the word of God is from God, and believes in God is. It's kind of like when he said earlier, that an atheist trying to grab, pick and choose or use the Bible. It's like, well, how can you do that when you don't even believe that the entity who created the Bible doesn't even exist? Like you don't even agree
But
with
you
the,
have,
the
but you have the
Not
foundational
even.
same, but
argument
you
It's
of
have
not
that
the
even to
that's
same
say like,
necessarily
morals.
oh,
true.
you're.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
not
no.
even to say
Upload.
you're alone because you are like you're wishy-washy about your faith, right? It's not even to say that's the reason you're alone. There's tons of people who are wishy-washy, they're agnostic, they're
Yeah,
atheists that are in
yeah.
relationships, right? But I'm just, yeah, it does kind of make sense. Like, why are you trying to pursue these women who follow this faith but you don't even believe in it, or
Right.
maybe
To believe in it, but yeah, I don't
you
know.
want
But
to get
first,
yourself to believe in it or something, or do you think it
for,
would
for,
benefit you to, if you were to somehow become a Christian, you would be able to sympathize with these people more, and eventually that could lead to something.
No, first and foremost, most of my ethnic people, I know my group, they are very Christian in general, so it's hard. They're
Why do you
not
keep talking
Muslims.
about them when
They're
we're talking about you? Like you keep on doing that. You keep on.
because I'm only targeting one specific people I want to date, my own ethnic group. I don't want to
Are you
have a ethnic
Lebanese?
Swedish people. I can message you later so I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah,
guys,
I don't
more
want to
like
expose
Syrian
myself
or
too much.
Lebanese, yeah.
Upload. You said something that earlier that just wasn't true on his face, right? You said that you guys
Tell
are
me.
different worlds. Okay, so do you believe that you should
Mhm.
love God and have no other gods before God? Is that something that you believe?
Yeah, there's like one other perspective. You have either one god or several gods, like money or gaming or what they could be. Like generally, I think like that's a good standpoint. But I was referring more to abortion. I was referring more to divorce. I was referring more to like not steal and
Yeah,
honesty
but the reason,
in those regards.
but here's my point though. I'm asking if you believe that. I don't. You keep like whenever we talk about you always kind of like sidestep like what the question is. So I'm
Yeah,
asking like,
because
if
I'm
you believe
because
that.
I'm giving you a because I'm trying to give you a nuanced answer. But I can give you a straight answer if you want to. I don't know
We're,
100%.
we're men here, so but generally speaking, you should just try to give straight answers and then provide the nuance afterwards.
Well, I cannot do it my way, but we can change it, of course. But
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
know,
like,
to be honest with you.
and that's one of that's like because usually I'm not trying to say like you're a woman, but like if you
No,
ask,
absolutely.
hey, where were you last night? A man would probably say, oh, I was at like like John's house. A woman might
Yeah.
start talking about all this other shit, but it's like no, I actually like where were you last night? Not like
Yeah, I wasn't realizing I was doing it, but yeah, maybe I am. I appreciate that you say that.
yeah.
Like you being forth honest. I don't know 100% to be honest with you.
Okay, so you don't know if that's okay. The whole no other gods before you. You should love. Okay, so here's my point, right? You keep on saying that we have the same morals, but if you can't agree on that, then you don't have the same morals because that's literally not only the first of the 10 Commandments, but the most
The
important.
foundational, like
Yeah,
the Bible. Like
Yeah.
you have no other
yeah,
God before the
and
God
it's
of the Bible. Like
exactly.
this book.
And
Or
this is
you could also rephrase it and say like I have more in common with them than I have with atheists or other people, if you understand what I'm saying.
That would
No,
make some sense, and maybe what you want to find is like a woman who's more of a liberal Christian. But you can't.
or
Don't show up to a conservative Christian household and say, oh, by the way, I'm wishy-washy
No,
on
no,
what I
no, no.
think about the Bible.
I wouldn't say that, of course. Now I learned about that, and I will say differently next time.
Well, you'll say differently, but I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead.
there also has to be some subset of women from your culture that are not like, let's say they're not like the most like adherent
Bible thumper
Christians,
Christian, I
right?
guess. I
Like
don't know
yeah,
what it would
they're
be.
they're not
Yeah,
Bible thumpers. They're
yeah.
maybe a bit more secular, right? Like
to be honest with
so
you,
maybe you can just talk with them. You can find a subset of those people that are
I
maybe are in
I
Sweden
I
or
I
if I'm
try.
being
I try.
honest, you don't have like listen, look, bro. Most of us, I will just talk to you, but I will also say most of us do
Go
not
ahead.
have. If you're looking for a girl, you don't have the privilege necessarily to be as picky as what you're trying to be, especially
exactly.
when you don't even possess the main thing of what it is that they're looking for. The majority of these women in these circles want a man who, at the very least, is Christian or what have you, or believes in something, and that's what you don't have.
But you can always develop that.
But if then you would have already have done it then.
No, because I
Yeah.
wasn't raised religiously, and I
The
haven't
best
I
thing you
haven't
could
gone
do,
into
man, is
the
pick up a
faith.
Bible and read
And
it.
yeah, but also too. But here's even the problem with this, right? Here's the reason why even that's fucked up. Even if you picked up the Bible, here's why it's bad. If you picked up the Bible right now and tried to read it, you would only be doing it so that you can attract the women. You wouldn't be doing it for your own fucking salvation.
No, I've
Yeah.
been doing it like no, I've been doing it on and off for 1 or 2 years, to be honest with you. And I'm still searching for answers because I wasn't raised in our household. We come from a cultural Christian background, but we haven't been there. Somebody's tired there. But like it depends on how you do, like BPG or Jay. Like if the woman you were trying to date were like Hindu and they believe in the caste system, like they will be very hard for you
Why
to
would I be
find.
dating that? But why would I be dating that woman?
Because that's your preference. You don't want anybody else. Let's
But
say
wait,
just in
wait.
Fairyland. Just say in Fairyland. Just say in Fairyland. Just staying with me that you
Okay.
were they date a Hindu and they would believe in the caste system. It would be very hard finding somebody that would not believe in the caste system. If you understand what I'm saying.
You're talking about if I have the preference for Indian women, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Let's say you're Indian and you want the Indian wife. Let's say you're saffron in this case, and you only want like Indian.
Am I an Indian Chad?
No.
Okay.
you're a sweaty one.
Wait, so this is where the conversation gets stupid. I don't think that any man, unless you are a Chad or you have options like that, is dumb for you to only be trying to date that one specific category of woman. That doesn't make it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
I agree with you. I agree with you from a dating standpoint or from like reproducing your genes, but I want to give it as much as possible because I am very adherent to my ethnic group, to be honest with you, and my background. Because you
I think that's what's holding you back, bro. That all
no. To be honest with you, it was not because I had prior girlfriends and they were from not my background, but when I was dating them, I was getting along and to get like I could keep it going with somebody that I had a girlfriend, but she wasn't like from my ethnic group, and I could keep going with her, but I broke it. But I broke
just
it because
cultural differences, in mindset.
Yes,
also.
yes, and it's hard for you to understand. I'm not saying because of your race or culture, but it's hard for you to understand if you come from a nation which like you go there and you don't see people like you. You don't have you don't talk the language. You don't have a nation, and you are like extinguished more or less. There are only a couple of million of them.
let me address Lyric in the chat. BPJ has no idea what it means to have a real ethnic identity. He's just another American. It's not something you can just abandon. I get that you
It's
have.
hard. It's hard.
Hold on. I understand that you can have an ethnic identity, but my point is that after a certain point, once you're entering your fucking 30s.
Exactly.
Now I'm not talking to you. I'm talking just in general.
Okay. Sorry.
Toward your 40s. At a certain point, if that shit's not working out, then you are going to be a fucking genetic dead end.
But not if you geomax, because you can always geomax them.
Then if you're geomaxing to somebody of
that's
your own,
a backup plan. No. That will be South America.
That's
the backup plan.
Identity or no?
No, I would abandon sale and say I don't give a shit. I will go for anything. You're gonna be mosquito like black and white mix or white.
That,
I don't give a shit.
To be honest.
Yeah, but my whole thing is that
I'm not gonna be sorry. I'm not gonna be delusional trying to my 60s to trade somebody from ethnic background. I was like, no, I'm not stupid.
But you're okay, sure, in your 60s, but now you're in your 30s going into your 40s. So all I'm saying,
No. I'm like precisely 30. I'm gonna give it projected like 6 to 8 years, and if it doesn't turn out, I will say okay, preparing to geomax to South America, then learn Spanish and everything. I have some time, 6 to 8 years. If I fail in that time, I can go.
But do you feel like that? Okay, you say you want to geomax. How do you know that? How do you know that window is still going to be?
That's what I was thinking, Ryder. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's very hard to know, but I would lever. It's very hard to know because you can't predict the future. But because of the economic standpoint and learning Spanish, you have a lot of countries to choose from. If you go to Philippines, that's one specific language or one region. But if you go to the Americas, it's a lot more regions, and you can use because you're geomaxing because they're poor. To just keep it like simple, and they're shorter. So I can, for example,
but Philippines is for poor in short, and I will tell you because I'm kind of doing that now, and like I'm telling you, like even I've now heard well, I know Medican, he had a recent stream, he kind of touched on this, but even geomaxing is starting to get a little bit. It's not as easy as it used
mainstream.
to be. That's what I'm saying. Like I think a guy in your position. Huh?
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
A guy in your position upload. I think if I were you, I just go ahead and do it now. I mean, that's just
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you guys, I would agree with you objectively, and I would say that's good, but I want to keep going and trying. Not that I'm coping, and you can say I'm coping, but I would not say personally I'm coping. But I would say I want to give it all because I don't want to regret myself. Because I can move right now to Americas, I can move to South America and have a home, have a girlfriend there, and everything. But I don't want to do that because
I'm
I'll be
only saying
saying
that
like,
you're coping. I'm only saying that you're coping because you're not saying, oh, you know what, I'll give it to like the rest of the year and then
no, 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 I know, no, BPJ, I actually have a girlfriend there right at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, you have a girl, and how long you been dating her again?
1 year.
Okay, so you've been dating
Like
her.
she was here and later deported.
And when do you plan on marrying her?
To be honest with you, I don't even know. I'm just keeping going with her, and we're trying to fix the process. But I'm dating on
Bro,
the
get your
time.
mindset. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like you're not as conservative as you're trying to make yourself out to be.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not that. I'm not that at much. But I changed. Like if you asked me 1 year ago if I would do this, I wouldn't have done this. But
No,
like I changed
I
after
asked
this.
you, no, but you don't even have like a projected. Like you don't even. It's not like you even said, hey, you know what? In 6 months and things well. Okay, cool. You don't like as a man, you don't even have like a plan for this relationship, it seems.
No, because she's deported and taking in here takes 2 years. So I don't want to be spending 2 years and be loyal to her in that sense, but I can get somebody here, if you know what I'm saying.
Wait, where's your girlfriend again?
She's South America. She's not here.
Wait,
she's deported.
When was the last time you seen her?
Like that's too specific, but it was a couple of months ago.
And how often do you see her a year?
None. Like she was here like since we met. Like I met her in Sweden, and then she got deported because of the visa process and everything. We tried to fix everything, it didn't work out, and then she got deported.
Bro, that's not your girlfriend. That's not your girlfriend, bro.
Yeah, she is very loyal, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
No. Like that's what I'm like. I'm not trying to say you now.
Yeah, I know.
Now I know. Like I wasn't trying to put that coping label on you, but now you coping, bro. You coping in a variety of different ways, bro. You're
fucking real.
No, I know.
Can't be fucking real.
God damn, bro. Like
I had to cut my fucking mic off. I was just dying, and I said, "Fuck it." I was gonna laugh on the fucking camera. Might as well.
I mean,
dude, it's not like fucking like mental fucking gymnastics. Can we take
Mystery,
can we take anymore? I want to hear what the fuck's going with you.
No,
like,
can we listen? Can we take
mystery here? What the fuck's up with your fucking brain? Like, what the fuck?
No,
man.
Can we take like a pause and say like
Let's
this?
take a pause.
Like
I take a real big pause.
Yeah, so I met her in Sweden and everything, and we were and everything was good and everything, but she got deported because she was in the process and everything, and we've been still keeping going.
It's over. I don't know, unless you're gonna fly out with me.
Yeah.
Wait. If you already have this chick on lock, just fly over there and be with her, dog.
No, I don't want
to
because I don't know the language, and I told you.
So fuck it, figure it out.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, as I was saying to BPJ and trying to explain my situation, it's different when you're ethnic and you don't have all the things that makes you. No, but you don't understand this 100%. I'm sorry, Mystery. You have to live it to experience it. Like it's different. I can't relate to the black community. No, give me a second. I can't relate to. I cannot relate to the black community as much as somebody has lived there. If you 100% understand me, because I'm not black. So you cannot 100% understand me at the same point. So I was together with her. I was having good. I loved her and everything. But yeah,
she there with you. Like, see, here's the thing, bro.
1 year. 1 year. 1 year.
Okay,
like 10 months, 10 months, 10 months, 11 months, something. Okay. I didn't keep count.
So when she was there with you for the 10 months, and how long were you in a relationship with her?
Like 10 months. Like I didn't grab, I didn't take a track, but 10 months, 11 months, 1 year, like that. I didn't keep 100% count.
Okay, and it's been a few months since you've seen her. Okay, so now we're kind of getting some.
Like, yeah, it's been like 1 2 months because she was deported, and it was recently. And I kind of did broke up because I was having a mental like loop and everything. Was hard coping with everything. But I was like,
If you
because
were
you
to have
getting
married
deported.
her, if you were to have married her, would she have been deported?
Yes.
Okay, she would have. I don't know how that works over there. Okay.
Yeah, and taking her here takes 2 years, so I'm not gonna do that because I'll be reliable upon her. And as you say, like you said previously, she's not my girlfriend. She can be fucking around. Yeah, we have good contact with the family and everything, but still, as you say, guys, she can go fuck around and do what she want to, and it's very hard.
Wait, upload cell. So
Yeah.
it's from what I get. It seems like you have your like you feel like you have your hand in a lot of different like pots, right? It feels like
Yeah.
you're also
Yeah.
you're trying to religion max in your own like culture's community, yet you also have this kind
Yeah.
of girl kind of like it's like maybe you both are hesitant that it'll work because the distance, obviously legal
Yeah.
visa
Yeah.
status and everything. So and but you're also like, oh, if I can't like community max here, then
Yeah.
I'll go to Latin America, right? So I think
Yeah.
it's like I think you just need to commit to one thing, right? Either I guess really think hard. And these questions, these processes aren't easy.
Mhm.
You need to think like,
Yeah.
do you see a future with this girl from Latin America? Would you be willing to either relocate to her or she come to you, no matter how hard the process is? Or do you just want to say, hey, we had a good run, it's unfortunate that you were like deported and everything, but like maybe, and then you could just fully commit to like community back, like culture. You can return
Yeah.
to back to
It's
women of your stock.
it's very hard to like. I don't know about you guys, but for me it's very hard to break up because I to even give you
Of
more
course.
context before, like the two other girls I talked with Mystery. He knows of them before, but he doesn't need to take up. But they were not from my community, so I only been with girls who were not from my own community or ethnic group. And when I was with them too, like I wasn't feeling this longing, but since they left me and everything, I was like devastated, and I can see, and like there was like in hindsight I see like cultural problems, relative problems, religious problem, and everything. And when I was with this person and everything like this, like I was talking to South America, I was getting like, okay, but they will learn Spanish, they will not learn my language. I cannot speak the language, they're supposed to learn it from my relatives. Well, they cannot cook the same food. And it was like I need to give up my whole identity in essence to be with this person. I would need to travel there, learn the language. I don't even have a job there and everything. It's a very hard thing. So
I know it's hard, but do you have the luxury of being like that? Like, do you yourself have the luxury of being like that? Like, it's not like
I
you have a
I
lot of
think
options anyway. So, like, do you have the luxury of doing what you're doing?
I think in my stance that I do have a chance in the future. If
Wait,
like I
why?
think because
Because
I
of
think
money? Like,
yeah, because of resources
because of
and
money.
work, I
Okay,
can
I mean
go
that's
there.
I
And
don't
I'm
know.
being
That's
exotic.
like
I'm being
that's like the lowest form of relationship to me. Like, she likes me because I'm rich, okay, or I have money, more resources than she has. That's the lowest form.
But I would be exotic also there, to be honest with you, because I'm very white passing and everything, and have good looks. Have not that don't have the hair, but like, yeah, I think I could spare it.
But
But
you say you don't have the hair.
to,
You do have the hair.
Yeah, what
I
did you
do
say?
have the hair. I do have the
Okay.
hair. Sorry for, but I think in the future that I want to be trying to community max, as Bubble defined it very good. That would be better because if I take that person here, she's like 20, like between 27 and 29. I don't want to give a specific one. So if I would wait 2 years, there would be fertility problems eventually in the future and everything. If you're in a family and they don't have the extended family, so it's like I want to cut it off, but it's very hard. I mean, you may call me a pussy, but like it's very hard emotionally to do it.
Okay, so you said you said you had dated a Latin girl before.
No, she's the first one.
Okay, because you said you would consider geomaxing to Latin America. Is there a reason
Yeah,
why Latin
Bec-
America? Do they kind of sort of remind you of the women from your culture, or in terms of the way they
no, it's
look, or
because
what is
it,
it? What
it's
is it?
it's It's because linguistically there are more languages there in that continent compared to, like, as we talked about Philippines and everything, and Bangkok and Cambodia. I think they speak different languages, and they're not my type of specimen. I rather have Latinas than like East Asian. Nothing
That's what
against
I'm
them,
saying.
to
That's
be
what I'm
honest.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Why did you choose? Why Latin? Language.
One language there. Like you can go to many countries. One language, Spanish, and it's closer to the U.S. Like richer in that sense, and I like them more, like in aesthetics, like in face and everything.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Holy mother of
Do a lot
God.
of guys in your culture like Latin women? Upload.
I don't know. I don't
DM.
know. Yeah, I know. I was just laughing. What
Yeah,
mystery he was mumbling.
I think there's some things for you emotionally that you're gonna have to like work on to get over, bro.
Yeah, it's very hard to be the, like, I only got dumped. It's very hard to being dumped to being the dump, like the one who makes the dumps. To be honest with you, and you may call me a pussy or like blue pill cock or what you want to
Look, I mean,
call.
all of what you're saying would be fine if you were like 22 years old, but you're like 30.
Yeah, yeah, but the problem is also if I would take that person here, it would be long, and I would either sacrifice my whole life and everyone I know and go there. And I don't feel I'm ready to do that because I'm fixing my education, everything. I'm not ready in that standpoint to abandon everything and go right now, if you understand, to go to Latin America and
Just
just
stop fucking
learn.
lying. They are the closest thing to white that allows you to use your white halo. Just tell the truth. This guy is trying to morally grandstand.
What does it mean? Can you rephrase it?
Are there any other guys from your culture that are drawn to Latin women? Or
Not what I mean.
is
They
that- is
all
that-
they
is that
are
a- is
they
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
a
are.
ask you that.
pattern?
How are the other men in your culture faring? Are they taller than you, shorter than you? How are they faring?
They're the same height, to be honest with you guys.
Okay.
They're same height. Some are bigger, like taller in that sense. But more are people. They're usually like around 5'7", to be honest with you. Like to
Okay.
not
So
fuck
and
around.
how are those men faring?
Pretty well, to be honest with you. Pretty well. Like
So
like
and
not I'm not lying.
why are they doing
Lookism
well?
obliterated once again. Very nice.
But what's that?
Because I
What'd you
think
say? What'd you
bubble.
say?
Lookism
Bubble.
obliterated once again. The short guy's doing fine.
Yeah, first with the Hispanic community, but it's kind of true. They have a good social interaction and everything. But our family was in a. I don't want to get in specifics, but if you would tell you would understand. But I had a very problematic upbringing, and we didn't get too close to the relatives and social circle maxing with the family and everything. So we were kind of the lone wolf. So this was kind of hard in that sense.
You said Latin families.
No, I was saying that. I was saying my specific group, like.
Oh, I thought you said something about Latin families.
No, but I mean, in Sweden, they're all leaders. I mean, they like everything. Like a lot of guys here like Latins or they like Swedish chicks. And there's even many black also, if you want that.
You said the guys like that. Which guys? Guys from your culture or Swedish guys?
No, in general. Like they are like all leaders. We don't got much like Snow Whites, to be honest with you. Like a lot of young girls usually they wanna fuck like thuggish guys, like immigrants from Middle East. But later on, when they get like 25, 27, want to settle down, they will take a white guy. Then, generally speaking, that's what I heard. But
It does
there's a lot
seem that
of
Sweden is very like I don't know. I heard Sweden's a very bad place in general for all this like dysfunction. It's like I don't know. Like I saw articles like Sweden is a very lonely country. I guess people are very isolated.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Well, aren't the women mad that the men, or is it Sweden, or maybe that's another country where they import
No,
like the
Thai.
Thai women in from
Yeah, and it
somewhere
was a
else,
lot of in
and
the 90s. Mysteries was a lot in 90s and 2000. It was actually as ethnic Swedish people importing Thai women because Thailand has been very like a go-to place for Swedish people when they're gonna want to summers and everything because it's cheaper and everything, and they would usually go to Thailand and everything like that. So yeah. But I would know the article you referred to.
Swedish guys that you said the Swedish guys are importing Thai girls.
Yeah, but it usually happened much more in the 90s or 2000s. Now it's not happening that much.
It's interesting.
I could be wrong.
Do you think that your picky upload so?
I mean, like if you knew me, you would understand me more. But I would say, like, no, actually not. Like, I even like the girl. She was like overweight. The previous girlfriend, like from my own group, she was overweight and everything. Like, so I don't think I'm picky in that sense. And to be honest with you, all the girls I dated been overweight. To be honest with you, land whales.
Well, I
thought you
know
said you
this
never dated
maybe-
someone from your own group.
Yeah, I know. I dated in the 3 months, like that's been right now. I dated 2 people, and I had one girlfriend. Like it was only lasted for like a couple of days because the family didn't like me.
Okay.
A lot of things happening, mystery. Sorry to keep you.
I kind of want to shift gears and let people want to keep hammering this topic
yeah.
in forever.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
ever, but-
yeah. I mean, you want me to explain it?
Not really. Yeah, we can. We can.
Yeah,
Switch
BPJ,
gears.
I want to ask you about Pluto stream. What did you think about the that debate you guys had? I was like, I kind of left early.
Well, I know
but-
it got stupid. I don't know. I mean, he has his own way of basically.
Can you tell us what happened? Because
Yeah,
I wasn't seeing it.
basically his Pluto, and I'll be on the streams often. He says that you should only rate women by what their face and their face alone. So if a woman is a 9 in the face, no matter if she has big titties or not big titties or big whatever, then she's a 9 in the face. I would
But if
say,
she's fat,
but he says that if they're fat, then you subtract points. But I'm like, how can you only subtract points but you can't add points? So Asian women, and I said, okay, if you have an Asian woman who is a 8 in the face versus another Asian woman who's an 8 in the face who has bigger titties, who is more attractive, who has the higher SMV, I would say the one with the bigger titties. So therefore, she would be hotter, or maybe be like an 8.5 or whatever. It was a dumb. I mean, I'm not going to go over it, but it was a dumb little debate. It got.
I've seen. There was
just
good. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a chick. She had a beautiful
I thought
face, but her
it
body
was
was
just
not.
a really bad explanation. So.
What's that? You said you had to give really bad explanation. What do you say?
No, I was just saying Pluto's explanation didn't make a lot of sense. So
I kind of understood it.
Yeah, I was like I've had women who facial wise they're great, but the body was like they're either like extremely skinny or like like okay, like so it's like you're like, oh well, I don't think I want this chick anymore, right? Even though the face is great, but the body's literally not there, or the body's literally too big. So like I've had like both problems with the chick either too fat or too skinny or at some point. So it's like yeah. So and then of course you see the ones that are just right, but.
Yeah,
I've always kind of looked at it on the women on the whole, where it's like you have the face and then you have okay, how's the body looking? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
right. I mean, but on a greater note, what I was trying to kind of get to the point of is like all this number shit doesn't matter if ultimately it's really as simple as are you attracted to her, and are you attracted enough to just be in a relationship with her? So. We could talk about, this girl isn't a 9 and she's actually a global. What we could talk about all that shit, but the fact of the fucking matter is, we could talk shit about. I mean, we was using Brittany Renner as an example. All of us could say that Brittany Renner is overrated or whatever, right? But the fact of the matter is, anybody here in this chat,
right,
would be lucky to find even a decently, even something in the same food group as a Brittany Renner who was interested in
range. Yeah,
aren't you saying the same, or aren't we saying the same thing as first, like kind of with the facial ratings? Like, who gives a shit if you're 5 or 7 or 8? Like, your SMV is like what the girl takes you out to be. Like, if like nobody's hitting you up, you're like a 0. Who gives a shit about your facial rating?
Exactly, dude. It's like exactly. It's.
Can I say one thing about?
Yeah. Go ahead, Bubble.
I think there's this big like I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's just like I don't want to sound like a feminist that like the beauty standard is right, but I think there's a big thing about like fat shaming women. That's kind of stupid. It's like, okay, like a woman is chubby, right? So what would you rather prefer, that she has the body of a teenage boy who's skinny and she has no hips? Like I don't really
Yeah, and
understand
I've
this.
seen women like
Like
that. Truth be told, and I'd rather like out of the two, I'd rather have the chubby chick than the
yeah,
literal
I'd
skinny of the
rather take
rail
chubby
has
chick,
no
yeah. Give me the
nothing
chubby
at all.
chick. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I come from I guess half my family comes from East Asia, where that stuff's actually like actively shunned, and women are told that you can't have curves, or you can't be like, like
What?
soft and round and
See,
stuff. That stuff's really weird to me. Like, I don't know. That's just
so wait. What does your family think about Southeast Asian women? Because those Southeast Asian women are very fucking curvy.
Are
What do you
they?
think about
they're
them?
not really. I don't think Southeast Asian women are the most curvy, like, obviously, but it's
I didn't
like
say most curvy. I said they're curvy.
yeah,
Not
they are
necessarily the
curvy.
most curvy.
Like, I guess what, like a Filipino compared to like a Japanese, they're
Like
usually,
a
it's like
Filipino or a Cambodian girl, some Vietnamese
the,
girls,
the
some Thai
East
girls,
Asians,
depending on
East Asians
the
generally have a
genetic.
very low view on. They don't view those people in high regards. They view them basically how we view like Mexicans, like or like Guatemalans that come across the border to work. That's what they're viewed as. No, that's
Right.
true. They
Right.
do view those people as that. They view them as brown, and like they don't have white skin. Like, it's very,
So
that's
they
what
don't
they're
view
viewed
them as the
as.
same. They don't
No,
view
no,
them as
they,
the
they
same
view them
race.
like my mom is like Chinese, right? But like, I think one time someone like thought she was Filipino. I guess she can appear like a little bit tan, and sometimes she was offended. So
But do
yeah,
they
there's
view
a
them
lot
as
of
being the same
colorism,
race?
and no, I don't think they're the same race. No.
So your people do not view Southeast Asians as being the same race,
No,
generally
Chinese are
speaking.
very, no, I don't think they are either. I don't think Southeast Asian people, like, yeah,
Well, but
there
I'm
are
saying
ethnic
but
Chinese
the
in,
rest of your community feel the same way generally.
yes, pretty much, yeah. A lot of Chinese don't
Okay.
view, or I'm speaking just from China, but I have a feeling Koreans and Japanese, they hold similar
Yeah.
sentiments.
Oh, you better believe it. You better believe it.
Yeah,
Yeah. What would I?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And
Go
but do
on, sorry.
they?
Yes.
But as far as like the body figures, do they feel like do they do they feel like shun them for their bodies too? Southeast Asians, like the
Not really.
women,
It's mainly for their
really
like
no.
their poor. It's mainly about like the face, honestly. It's about the face and like the thinness. It's like they think
Oh,
they
okay.
have wide noses, right? They think of wide noses, kind
Oh
of
yeah, they
brown
do.
skin.
They do. They
Yeah.
do.
So like that's not like Chinese really value this very like rail thin, like they call it a gaobi in Chinese. It means high nose. It basically means like a flat, like a straight nose, like a bridge nose. And they value like basically that dark straight dark hair, not curly. Like I have I guess wavy hair, maybe because I'm mixed, but my mom constantly talks like says how it doesn't look that good. So
Can
it's
I
like,
ask you a question, Bubble?
Look,
Bubble?
yes, yes.
There was like, I don't know, it's a reel or a meme or something. There's like a Chinese chick, or like, I don't know if it's Chinese particular, but she says like, I think in Chinese that there's like leftover cake that women are after 35, if you know what I'm saying. Like they're not
Yes,
good.
yeah, leftover
Is
one.
is
It's 25, by the way.
is that true? Is that true, or is that just an internet meme or something?
I
Is
I
that the
think
consensus in China?
I
Or
think in maybe nowadays it's starting to change. Like, I mean, what, like China has so many excess men, right? They're like
yeah,
yeah, how many women were aborted into the Yellow River? Let's be honest here.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my
Throughout the one
God.
child policy. No, it's true. Like China, like they have a huge preference for men, right? And that's led to a gender imbalance. And
No, but you just said it so brutally. How many were aborted to the Yellow
yeah,
River?
yeah, they were aborted. They
Oh
were
my
aborted.
God.
It's like
Yeah,
it's
they're gone. So
Chinese
Oh,
like
no.
they don't have
R.I.P.
that kind of like respect. I don't know. They don't have that kind of like, they don't hold life as sacred as I guess some of us do. But I don't know. I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
they viewed that as a way to control their population. But like
yeah.
it's a, I think that definitely was a mantra that was kind of held for many years. But nowadays it might be changing. I don't know. A lot of Chinese, I'd say they're either okay with being single, or they find someone in some time in their academic
But at
kind of
least like the grandmas and grandpas are trying to help out. They go to like social
yeah.
gatherings in parks at least. That's like
Yeah, and
better than
they're
white
like,
parents in United
please
States.
date my incel grandson. Please date my incel son. He's 30. He's a good guy. He has a career. Yeah, they do. They say my son's an incel. My daughter's a Christmas cake past the expiration date, and they say, and it's like, oh, they're like, wow, me too. And they try to set each other up. At least that's something, better than fuck all whatever a lot of our
Yeah.
parents.
Yeah,
do
America
here,
literally
so.
is really a free for all. I always use the example of like Fortnite, where everybody just spawns on the map and it's free for all and figure it the fuck out, kid. Like that's what it basically is.
But do they do that
Yeah,
in the
like-
US also, or did they do it in the
U.S. less often. It's a bigger thing in China. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like I think a lot of the I don't know. Like I've never really fit in with fellow what you would call Asian or Chinese Americans. I guess
Yeah,
they view me as like
yeah.
not fully one of them, which is I guess is an argument you could use as an argument against race mixing, right? Because the child will never be fully received by either community, which leads to identity issues. Even
I
even like
feel
the
you. I feel
women,
you, bro.
even the females, like I've met like half females, they have very bad, they have very poor identity and mental issue. They have mental issues because they're not really culturally accepted. Even though like they do
Yeah.
have men from both sides. Like they have Asian men and white men begging to date them. They still have mental issues, So like it's it's just how it is. It's just the reality. I don't think race mixing is like the most abhorrent, like awful sin, but there is complications, especially in a place like America and in any society, like. But then again, I've heard places in the Philippines they basically consider anyone born and raised in the culture a Filipino. Like a black man could be born in the Philippines, raised there, speak Tagalog, whatever, and he's considered.
But they already are black. But many of them already are black Filipinos. So like the original Filipinos are black. So it's for a black guy, a black person to go there and assimilate. That's nothing weird. It's just
are you saying
Filipinos
like
already are black?
They were more like Malays,
yes.
no? They were more Malays,
right?
I'm back.
I'm not too much of a history cell, but I know like what they were a Malay.
They have
they were Malays.
They have an island there called Negros or some shit like that. Like literally, how they have places over there called Negros.
Haven't heard that before.
Is this like a we was like gangs like kind of?
Yeah, we was gangs.
No, we was. Like I don't know, like a lot of people like to bring that up.
Oh shit!
You got your last. All right, you got your last. You're cracking on me. That's fine.
Hey guys, you're not laughing at me at least now.
Yeah, you got me with that one, Bubble Tea. You got me. I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're like if I'm picking up what you're putting
down.
No,
I'm not related to Dr. Umar Johnson. No, if that's what you want to know, that's what you want to know, right? Am I related to Umar? No, I'm not. Right? No, but I mean it's true. But let me ask you a question. So you were talking about how East Asians look down on Southeast Asians, and a lot of it is some colorism and shit. But you know what I've noticed is, at least from what I've seen, and you I'm sure you would know better than me, so you can confirm this. It seems like the lightest skin Asians I've ever seen come from Southeast Asia. I think I mentioned this on this stream before. Like the lightest Asians I've seen come from like Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia. Is that not true?
Not generally. There are
like those women in Vietnam and Cambodia. They're like milky white. Like a lot of those women.
A lot like the largest ethnic group in Vietnam are Chinese, right? So there are a lot of Chinese that do have fair skin. There's also a lot of Chinese that have kind of more tan skin, So there are women in these countries that have extremely light and fair skin. It's just I don't think it's a majority. I mean, maybe they do seem like I'm not sure what I don't want to turn this into some wignat like what is actually like fair skin or
is he white? Remember
that? Yeah, like one drop rule stuff like that. That's retarded. But yeah, it's like we don't like I'd say in general No, they are not.
Really? Huh? That's interesting. Huh. Well, I guess
Yeah,
I must be seeing things. Oh.
Lighter skinned Chinese usually come.
I mean,
Lighter skinned Asians are Japan, Korea, northern China. That's usually where.
Dude, I have seen. Come on, dude. I have seen some Vietnamese and Cambodian girls who are like milky fucking white. Like, I mean, I'm like Jesus. I'm like, these are basically fucking white people. Like with you just
with small eyes and yeah,
features, like
yeah.
I'm like, fuck, man. I like the we was kings. I like the we was kings. Like that shit. You got me. I was kind of sounding. I did sound like I was on some Hotep shit there for a second, didn't I?
I was like, what the fuck? I got back. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, I got back. I'm like, okay, well.
Hey, mystery.
What's
Next
up?
thing you know, I'll be guilt tripping people because they don't want to date single mothers.
Oh, dude, that's fucking next step.
That's what Dr. Umar does.
Yeah, Doctor, you need to establish.
That's what Umar does. He shames
black men need to take responsibility for shit they did. All right, well,
is he like, oh, you have to date a sister even though she's
well,
like
I will say, and I'm not a Dr. Umar stan by any means. What the hell is that?
You know me.
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
I'm sorry. Who is Dr. Umar? Wasn't it the guy who was preaching?
Maybe a PhD who Hotep kind of guy who very. Wasn't he supposed to build a school and he didn't do it or something like that? Then some shit.
Yeah, he's like money. He's a pro-black. Just Google him, upload.
Okay, like, gotcha.
Yeah, man. Just real quick is that I will say about Dr. Umar, he has been kind of on point lately, and he seemed to be. I'm not sure if it was because of Kevin Samuels died or whatever. Like, but he seems to have been coming to a senses a bit more lately.
What did he say?
I'm letting you cook. Go ahead, buddy.
What did he say, Jay?
He's well, I guess maybe I can find a link here because he's said numerous times about like how black women and the types of men that they choose, and how essentially like the main reason as to why a lot of them are single is not it's on the woman as well. I gotta find it. Let me just find it for you guys. Like maybe I can.
Okay, go find it. Hey, go find it, Mister. I love this picture. I love this picture you got up.
Hold up, let him cook. It's like, oh shit.
I like this picture. Let him cook. He's been building a school for a while.
Yeah, I need to have a meme like a soundboard, right? The meme pops up on its own. It's so hard, dude. So much work.
Yeah, you're right. He's been trying to raise the money for a while. I think his heart is in the right place. I think it is. I think so. I mean, maybe I'll look like the fool. Maybe I'll be the fool in the end. But
we all play the fool sometimes.
Maybe I'm being blue pilled right now. But yeah, maybe I'm being blue pilled. But I think his heart's in the
Wait,
right
are
place.
you talking about Dr. Umar?
Yes, we are.
Writer?
Yes.
Well, I don't like. I haven't like researched it extensively, but like according to him, some of the schools he tried to open in certain states, he was claiming that like the local like people in that area were like fighting against him, like buying certain schools and stuff, like certain politics in certain areas, and because he didn't have like enough like local support on the ground. He claims that's why he couldn't open certain schools. Now, I don't know if that's actually true or if it's just a grift. I don't know. Like theoretically, some of it could be true because it's like, depending on the city, him like some random like super pro-black like Pan-African or whatever it's called, coming into some certain city where they don't know him. And they like favor other people in that area. I could see them like being like, well, who the hell are you? Like, we're going to let some other official buy this school and whatever. Like, but I don't really know if it's valid or not. So.
Right. Yo, Kuma is funny. Kuma said Umar's school is going to be an online course on udemy.com.
Avatar.
So
oh my God. Look at this kid, man. I'm just doing random memes at this point, dude. The fuck? Go ahead.
No, I agree with David in the chat. You only need one school, Mystery School.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Ooh, nice.
Somehow I have the I don't know. Am I the only BP BP podcast that exists anymore? I don't know anymore.
Insomatics season whatever
Season 3
there.
coming up pretty soon, right? So.
Yeah, whatever happened there.
Yo, I'm looking forward to that. Yo, I want to see it. I'm looking forward to it.
How you doing, educated Tyrone? I found the link because Dr. Umar, he's been on some bullshit, but he's been saying some truth lately. This wasn't too long ago.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
he's
I'd
like
love
a
to hear it.
super mixed bag to me. I've seen a bunch of stuff where I agreed with him, and then I've seen a bunch of stuff where I didn't. And I've seen a bunch of stuff where it was just like I was like neutral or it was inconclusive, and I didn't care to like read into it. So,
What I've noticed is that in order for most of these black male content, because he is a content creator in a sense, it's like they do have to grift at least half the time to black women, because even Kevin Samuels kind of grifted to black women in a sense of like him chastising men, basically saying you got to make more money, you got to dress this way, you got to be this, you got to do that, right?
That's the part for the course for any reptile channel at this point, dude. That's part for the course. So.
Right.
there were still there were
right,
still
right.
certain things that Kevin Samuels did that kind of made him kind of cool. Like even if women didn't say he was attractive, or whether it was true or not, or whether they thought he was average or whatever, or age pill, whatever, he still presented himself with the suits and the fragrances and the whole like the suited up and booted up high value corporate black man that's willing and dealing with other like high value white chads and brads in the corporate world or whatever. He still kind of pushed that kind of image. So he still kind of came off as somewhat cool, even if people pegged him as, I mean, obviously he was like metrosexual or whatever. So
yeah,
but
isn't that sad how like, I mean, and that's why like, I know that
sorry.
Oh, good. I know that him and Tommy Sotomayor kind of had their, because Tommy would talk about how like basically Kevin stole a lot of his talking points. But to Tommy's point, Tommy never was in a suit. He was always kind of dressed normally, right? And
Tommy was always a pariah. But
I just want to say is that like, especially when it comes unfortunately to the black community, it's like how you look and how you dress and how you present yourself matters to such a large degree. And it sucks because like somebody like Derek Jackson is like Derek Jackson was only able to get that attention because he was a Tyrone. And even the other guy who was like Derek Jackson was like fucking like
doppelganger, like that would be the same dude.
Yeah.
Like
all of those guys, it's like and if you notice, watch this, y'all. If you notice, did Derek Jackson have to wear the suits? No. Derek Jackson could be wearing a fucking t-shirt. Why? Because he's alpha fucks. Now, if you don't look like Derek Jackson, if you're skinny like fucking like Kevin Samuels, if you're like not like ugly, but more so average or whatever, like what's that guy, the roommates guy?
He was 6'4".
No, the guy from roommates was that tall. The roommates guy, Hafiz, right?
His wife is attractive. I don't know how he pulled it off. I guess it's a beta buck situation, but his wife is attractive.
No, he has the best woman in the manosphere, and no one ever talks about it. He has the best woman.
I was blown away when I saw the picture. I thought people were like trolling me, and I googled the picture, and I was like, wow, like she's the most attractive manosphere wife I've seen.
Oh yeah, by far. But
yeah.
But my point was that if you don't have the Tyrone aesthetic, then you have to, as an offset, dress super well to compensate for the fact that you're not a Tyrone in order to get your point across.
Hey Jay, you remember Kent? Remember how Kent used to dress?
What the fuck?
Kent had some of the best early on
background.
black pill content ever seen my whole life, dog. It was some grade A, grade A meme tier content, dog. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I know,
My
Kent.
time
Remember?
is now. That was like one of the best. That was one of the best.
My time
rants
is
ever
now.
in my fucking
Wait,
life. I was
did
like, my God.
Hey, stop sniffing that glue. Stop sniffing that glue.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
Wait, guys. Can I sorry, I want to just bring up the topic now because I don't know. I feel like it's a good time, but did you guys in the previous did you talk about Coach Red Pill passing away?
We haven't talked about it. I basically haven't talked about it at all, actually, which is
I kind of
Yeah,
touched upon it. I kind of touched upon it.
Oh, okay. Because I just have some opinions about it that I don't know. It seems rather. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think he actually died in the Ukrainian prison.
What? Tell
Yeah, I
us.
don't think so.
What
I just
happened?
think it's like some publicity fake, fake shit.
Oh, for him?
No, maybe I don't know. It's just like the whole it got a lot of news coverage too. It appeared on Fox News.
But wait, didn't he already fake his death once already though?
Did he?
I thought he did that before, like in 2022. I think it was late 2022. People were like, he was like missing, and people weren't sure if he died or not. And then he popped up again.
But this is like from like the headlines, right? The headlines said, "Oh, Coach Red Pill, Gonzo Lira." I think that's Gonzalo Lira. I think that's his name.
Gorgonzola.
Passed,
Yeah.
yeah, passed away in a Ukrainian prison, right? But I don't know. Like it was feature. It got a front page Fox News full headline feature. Tucker Carlson was covering. So I don't know. I have a feeling like whenever this stuff is actually like they want you to see it for what the whole thing is like. Oh, if it reaches mainstream media, they want you to see it, right? For
But
one reason or another. Yes.
Bubba, what do you expect when they have martial law in Ukraine and men are drafted to war, or they're sent to prison and he's being pro-Russian? What do you expect?
I have my own opinions about the war and its legitimacy, but I really do
No,
think
but they
that
have martial art and he's pro-Russian. He's going to news saying he don't appreciate his like Rehab Room did a great video about it, and he was talking about he doesn't care about Western society and everything. But in the instance when the SBU, Ukrainian intelligence, came after him, he was like, "Oh, there should be like opinion of speech and everything," but like he was trying to avoid it. He was trying to flee the country when it's only he can't leave.
I don't know too much about that aspect, to be honest. I just know that it was like it was they did a bit of predictive programming in the news surrounding it. They interviewed his father. They said, "Oh, my son's going to likely pass away in a Ukraine in prison in Ukraine," and lo and behold, he did. So I don't know. I have a feeling like I don't know. I just think a lot of the people in the manosphere are very disingenuous. Like you don't know their motives or their mo. So it's just like I
I
don't
mean,
I wouldn't
simple question: who benefits? Who gives a shit if he dies?
whoever who knows? It's maybe just propaganda. To morally targeted propaganda. I don't know. Just and sometimes a lot of these people are, they're in the club. Just they want to play tricks on people, lie, deceive, uh, death, fake deaths and stuff. Yeah, that's all I have to say. If anyone else, if I don't know, to be honest, it felt like also like you like, oh, this prominent red pill manosphere guy just died in a prison. It's like radio silence to it. I feel like there wasn't too much of an uproar or anything about
I
it.
mean, he kind of left that scene, to be honest with you. He kind of left that scene a couple of years ago when he started doing like pro-Russian things, if I'm not mistaken. And that's why he moved to Ukraine to Geomax, and he got a wife and children and everything. But he was trying to say it was because of his characteristics and his hard work, the red pill stuff and everything. But it was because he's Geomax. That's kind of it, and his US passport and American dollars.
Mm.
So, like, what do you think is the narrative behind the Ukraine war? I'm actually kind of curious what your theory is on that.
I'm not exact. I don't want to. I'm not some self-proclaimed expert on the
Yeah.
war or anything, but I mean, I did listen to also what was it? Incel Maddox did an episode with what's it called? I think it was
Yeah.
It was a MGTOW chats episode, and it was first was
I remember
on it, and
watching
he was
that, yeah, when
talking
it came
about
out.
but
Yeah, exactly.
that video scrubbed off YouTube for
Oh,
some
is it?
reason, and
Huh.
it's only on BitChute now.
Wow.
But
Okay.
it's what's it called? From what he says, it's just like a lot of I don't know. It's like you have what Ukrainians and Russians. These people like are like they're pitted against each other. What they have like 90+ % genetic similarity. It's like
Yeah.
it's just like people killing each other for no reason. I don't know. A lot of war is also like it's a lot of war is also like theater. You know, it's not a lot of I will maintain that a lot of the events and stuff is just it's fake. So it's always there's always an ulterior agenda to all this stuff. So I don't know. I did read something about one of the most famous Freemasons of all time, Albert Pike. He said I don't have the exact quote right now, but he was talking about how in order to finish ushering the NWO, he talked about three main wars, three world wars, and I guess I don't think the Ukraine one is like the third one, but I think maybe this whole Israel thing is like kind of
Oh yeah,
that
we're
third.
definitely inching closer and closer to some sort of global. Because I mean, the headlines is going crazy now, and they normally they forecast what they're going to do before they do it, obviously. It's I don't know. I'm just like if you look at the way the world's going right now, it's not in a very stable position right now, and that's by our own making or by their own making rather. So
US kind of stressed, to be honest with you. We have China, we have the Houthis, we have Israel, we
But
have
the
Ukraine.
reality with China is that this is really their last chance to even try to take back Taiwan.
Yeah,
Demographically, they're not going to have the people to do it at some point. So it's just going to become a reality at some point. You have to do it. You have to do it. It's kind of like a Russia with the same thing with Ukraine, right?
exactly.
Demographically, they were dying, so this is their last chance to even take any land if they had any chance at all, right? So it is quite interesting, yeah. It is interesting. So when you think
And
about it
it
a
was
little
the
bit
right,
deeper,
it was the right precedent also. Like you don't want to do this under Trump.
what did I don't think it would have mattered honestly, but
Yeah, I
to be
don't think
told,
so. I don't think Trump
No,
would have
but
pushed it.
Trump threatened them, like China and Russia.
yeah, would he have actually been able to do anything though? I mean, I guess the
No, I
president
don't
has
think so.
60 days to wage war, and then at that point he has to go to the actual, Congress and declare a war. But at the same time, like, would he have actually done anything? Like, Ukraine isn't a NATO country. They don't have they don't have a we don't have a pact with them to defend them. So Taiwan's the same way. I mean, we've gone back and forth about Taiwan, whether or not, well, we're going to defend them, and then we're not, and we're going to defend them. We've done this a million fucking times. Like, so, we obviously don't have much of a other than the fact that our chips come from there. We don't have much of a desire to actually probably wage war against China either, truth be told. And China really is an untested military. In reality, they are, because when's the last time they fought a war? Somebody said it was back in I think they fought against I think they had like a little spat with India at one point. That's about it. So, and they fought at Korea, but about it. So, yeah.
My brother, China's also going through its own problems right now. We don't hear a lot of it since their government has a lot
This
of like
sterilized content, yeah.
Not only that, they need a global trade to keep it going. They can't be sanctioned precisely because they need the US currency. They need the flow of like commerce to keep going.
what's it called? From my brother was also visiting China this past summer, and he said like apparently according to like the people there, the youth unemployment is at like an all-time high.
It's insane. It is
There's a lot
insane.
of men just like there's a lot of eldaring going around. Like it's just
Yeah, they call it a laying flat, and they have
yeah, it's like lay
45
down and
degrees
rot
or something like that. Let it rot. Yeah, they don't. China does not have a plan to employ their youth, and I don't think they can, because the American economy, arguably, in my opinion, is all smoke and mirrors at this point. I think it's all it really is, for being completely
yeah, and
honest.
you have the middle class in China that are like maybe they're factory owners or they're upper middle class. They can afford to send their children to the West to study, like
Yeah.
in United States, Europe, and stuff. But like not like the other people kind of get screwed over, and it's like yeah, it's just not a good picture because like even because higher education in China is extremely competitive. It's like it doesn't matter how much money you have, you can't pay your way into college in China. So it's like that's what most
Damn.
people end up just doing. They just send their children abroad to Canada, U.S., Europe, and stuff. So it's definitely not like it's definitely like yeah. I don't think there's almost anywhere right now that's doing good, which is like what is just I guess it's just despair.
Well, like I feel like America's media is almost like China. Honestly, it really is. Ever since like Operation Think Mockingbird is the one that the CIA like basically runs the media at this point.
Mhm.
You know, they literally it's literally China tier at this point. Everything's a lie or of smoke and mirrors. It's like okay, like you do. I'm not saying I don't. I'll say I don't really trust the media. Never haven't for years. Yeah, I don't consume the media. I'm not gonna watch the Super Bowl either. I don't know if I would. I'm not gonna watch the Super Bowl at all. I don't care. I think it's funny.
It's also like a spiritual kind of. There's also a lot of spiritual warfare as well. It's like
there is.
Like if you give your energy towards these things, or if you care about it, that makes a difference. Because like what you're giving your energy toward this like kind of topic or reason or cause, and you're not really receiving anything back from it. So it's just it causes more anguish and despair and frustration. Like so yeah, just be aware. A lot of the battles that are being fought right now are on a spiritual level. So. It's just be careful
and to be honest with
on who you decide where you give your energy to. That's it.
And to be honest with you, watching the news, like tomorrow they will be old. Like you watching them today, like tomorrow they'll be old. You haven't learned anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's just fear porn or like propaganda. Another propaganda piece. Like
I have a request, Mystery. When can we do like the Tinder like profile? Like that was a long time ago.
I don't have any more of those laying around. So,
like, if any guys in Discord, can we create a group or send them to this? Like, send them or something like that. It would be nice. Like, go through like on stream and reading them.
I would love to, because I got some downtime when I'm working. I would love to just I would say I would love to do I don't think I've ever done this. I know that I've done a.
I got some.
I'm sorry. What are we
like a Tinder experiment?
No. You know what I'm saying, BPJ. Like going through the profiles and laughing at the woman's demands, or like what they're saying, like newly divorced, waiting for the right person.
Those are fun. Those are fun. But what's really? But I think Chad fishing. I don't think I've ever done that.
Yeah, that would be also fun.
BPJ, I've done that once on before my old channel got deleted. I did a Tyrone fishing experiment with like a super dirty Tyrone. I forget his name, but it's like this skinny like African guy. He's like 22 or 23, but he's like he has like some like tech startup, and I think he's cool with like Kanye West and all these celebrities. I took all of his pictures and made a profile of it, and it got so many matches because he hit like. Because women were looking at him like, oh, he's tall, he's a Tyrone Light, he has a tech startup, he's popular, he knows how to dress. Like, but I did the experiment on a work phone and I got fired from that job, so I couldn't like access the freaking.
Yeah.
I was so pissed. I was like, God, now I gotta redo the entire experiment.
Because what would be so fun? What makes a Chad fishing or Tyrone fishing fun is basically saying whatever the fuck you want, and just seeing the women still try to like fuck the dude like that. Like that's like the funny part of it, right?
There is one very. I think his like motto is like shad fishing is my jihad on incels.is. He just contacts people like dating sites on Badoo and just create a shad fishing profile and sends the girls to like hotels and makes them wait there and waste their time and everything. It's kind of base, to be honest with you. But yeah.
Watch this video, I guess, get the thing over with. Do black women wait for long-term dating? Okay.
Black women also wait too long to get serious about dating. There is something that I refer to that I'm going to talk about in my book, and it's called the beautiful black woman syndrome. It's almost a curse, okay?
Agreed.
Exactly. Here's what I'm saying. Number one, y'all date earlier when you look good. Statistics show it. When a black woman is attractive, she's sexualized earlier. She loses her virginity earlier. When you have a beautiful daughter, you got to be on her ass because the hounds will be. But here's the point that I want to make. Because they're so beautiful, Joe, guess what? When the brothers in college was trying to holler with that wedding ring, Oh no, I look too good for that. Ain't no marriage coming in my 20s.
My options.
Thank you.
I'm
Then
looking
the
for a
30s came. The 30s came. Brothers came with the ring. No. I'm still enjoying
You ain't
this.
slowing me
Then
down.
she gets 43, 44, 45.
Now I'll take the post.
Now she ready to settle down.
I'll take the post office worker.
Right.
I'll take the
But
post office
thankfully,
worker.
and because black men are not dropping at her feet with proposals like they were in her 20s and in her 30s, now she's on YouTube talking about black men ain't shit.
Someone said Chip Scott was like, well, ugly black women act the same way.
Ugly black women have the worst standards. Like I don't know what it is.
Yeah, they do.
But whether I have this conversation with normies or black pill people usually agree, even just regular dudes, even attractive dudes, when they approach attractive black women, they normally get treated better than when they approach unattractive or obese black women. Like literally, even if they get rejected, the attractive black women are usually way nicer. They're like, oh no, thank you. The unattractive black women, those are the ones that have the most delusional standards. They'll reject above average men like they're nothing.
That's the reason why they get pissed. So the reason why they get pissed off is because I was going to say that deep down they know that you're probably are either on their level or maybe slightly above their level, and they hate the fact that you're approaching them. Like they hate it, right? And you got the high testosterone and shit. What was I going to say?
I think because they're secretly black pilled, and you approaching them, it affirms their subconscious black pill. So it's telling them subconsciously, you're not as attractive as you think. You're a subconscious woman, and they can't accept that.
They don't like that. Well, I was going to say, and this is why a lot of what Dr. Umar is saying in here is why I said earlier, to kind of circle all the way back, why it's rare to see an oofy doofy black male situation because of this. That's why, like, you're not coming across too many oofy doofy situations. I mean, you can't even count Hafiz because Hafiz is still status max, and he's
status max to the max. Yeah, literally. Right. Yeah.
So you know these oofy doofies are for the most part white male only. But yeah, what he's saying is absolutely true. And as a black dude, you only got about 5 or 6 categories as to what you can kind of be in order to garner some sort of relationship. So if you're I
think black women look at high tier normies as their oofy doofies. Like the standards with black women are so high, they'll look at as a legitimate black pill like someone that Ganstar would rate as a 6. A black woman would say, he's an oofy doofy. Like that's their standards are so high, their bare minimum a lot of times is a 6. Like an unattractive black woman will look at a 6 as her bare minimum.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Has anyone watched The Sopranos here?
Nope.
I
watched it years ago. Yeah.
Show? Are you guys familiar that like the daughter of Tony Soprano, like Meadow Soprano, like her first boyfriend in college is this kind of like half Jewish, half black guy who's like basically kind of this like fruity metrosexual.
She is a Jew herself, also. Fun fact.
Oh, the actor or actress? Or?
Yeah. Juden.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, like I think, like I'm not claiming to be some self-professed expert. I'm not black. I don't live in a very black area of the country, to be honest. I live in New Jersey, which is depending on where you are. New Jersey, yeah. Depends where you are. Depends where you are in New Jersey. But my area is not black specifically. But this girl in the show, I know it's just television and it's a script, right? But her first love interest was this kind of spindly kind of Urkel Jewish, half Jewish, half black guy who talked with like this lisp, right? He's obviously a metrosexual, and it's funny, the dad says, he refers to him as like, and the dad actually gives him like a talk, right? He's like, he basically calls them, he basically like threatens the guy. He's saying like, oh, you're he calls them all those slurs, right? The Titsu,
Mullians.
yeah. And then he's like, I don't want you near my daughter. You know, I have business associates that are black. They don't want me, my kind dating their kind either. But she said this to this guy, and that kind of only like stirred up the love. That only made like maybe the daughter just wanted to rebel against the dad, but that made her want him even more. So I don't know. Maybe oofy doofy situations do exist in black community. Maybe it does. Like what? I don't think maybe if a white woman is going to end up with a black man, maybe it's going to be some like kind of this archetype of like this like kind of like half Jewish or like half like this kind of spindly kind of Urkel type rather than the Tyrone.
Well, no, but if he's half Jewish, if he's half white, then he's more than likely light skinned, right?
Yeah, he's light skinned. Yep.
Yeah, so that's
he's light skinned. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like you, like as a black man, you have to have. Yeah, it's like Drake, right? It's like, why do you think Drake is so popular? you think Drake would be as popular if he was as black as Kodak Black? Like do you think that if he was all the way black, he would be at like that? That's a big part of it. Like light skinned men. The closer you are to white, more than likely, the more options you're probably going to have as a man. So
hey Jay, don't forget why Obama was so popular too.
Right.
Don't forget why Obama was so popular.
That's one reason, right? So on
no,
average,
it's because he was a black president, not because he was half white. It was because he was black.
No,
It was white passing. It was white passing.
I'll put it to you like this, bro. Take a dark-skinned black man on average versus a lighter-skinned black man on average. Let's say they're both the same height, both around the same looks level. Who has more options of women to choose from? The darker-skinned guy or the lighter-skinned guy?
Lighter.
There has to be more nuance to it. Like
No. There is.
No, can I rebuttal it very easily?
My bad. I agree.
Hold on, let's slow down here. Who wants to go first? Educated Tyrone, go first.
My bad. I didn't mean to say no as in I disagree. I meant to say no because I just wanted to add on to BPJ's point just to clarify. Because I think we may have talked about this. I forget with QB or something, but if you're a black dude, like there's different, like depending on your like phenotype and your skin tone, that's going to affect like the numbers, like in terms of on a macro level, which you can attract.
Yep.
The way I dice it up is pretty much there's dark skin, which is, you're like Denzel Washington or darker or whatever, however you want to define it. Or you're African or something like that. Then there's like kind of like brown skin, like medium brown. Where I kind of call that kind of neutral, where you're kind of depending on if you're preppy, if you have a non-threatening face, depending on your demeanor, your behavior. If you're like Will Smith, if you're like Wayne Brady or blah blah blah, people will accept you and kind of accept you as neutral, and they're not going to see you as super tough or super thugged out or anything. But they're not going to see you as a light-skinned guy either. So they're gonna kind of place you at the median of black people as a whole. Then if you're light-skinned, you're either like white passing, if you're super light-skinned or biracial, or maybe you're kind of medium light-skinned and you're maybe Caribbean or you're mixed or you have like a brown, like a brown-skinned dad and a light-skinned mom or something. So you're not white passing, but you're light skin, you have curly hair, whatever. So depending on that, that's going to affect how women see you as a whole. Now, of course, on an individual level, yes, if you're a 7 or an 8 within that, any individual woman might see you as a 7 or 8 because if you're that attractive. But yeah,
but generally
if you're
speaking,
a dark skinned guy on average, if you're 5'11" and you're a 6 versus a light skinned dude that's a 5'11", that's a 6 in the face versus a brown skinned dude that's a 5'11" and 6 in the face versus a tan brown skinned dude. Like there are going to be certain, so I do agree with
Tyrone, bro, this is simple. It's as simple as this.
Yes.
Most white women don't like dark skinned fucking dudes.
Amen.
Unless,
re-
say it again. Go ahead.
Oh yeah,
No,
I agree. I agree.
yeah.
Most,
Say the
yeah,
unless. Say
most. I
finish the
agree.
finish
I
your
agree.
sentence.
Unless he is so attractive, unless he is so fucking Tyrone heavy, the tattoos, he's status match. Okay, then
Nigga points.
yes. Okay. but
You taught me good, BPJ.
but when you look at the wife, look at the wife of the white wife of an NFL player. That same wife, that white blonde hair, whatever wife, she doesn't, generally speaking, find black men to be attractive, but she finds the guy who she's with to be attractive. So that's my point, right? So if we're just all things being equal, a lighter skinned guy, because he is closer to him being white. You gotta understand, bro. A lot of these white women, that whole "I like black men" thing, that is Tyrone fucking only.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's not
Amen.
true.
Amen.
That's not true. What are you talking about?
Wait, hold on, Bubble Tea. You don't think that's true?
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, well, what's your rebuttal to that then?
I see a lot of I see when the white men when it is a white woman with a black man, it's usually some guy who's kind of the term like maybe going back to what you were saying earlier, light skin is usually an insult, right? It's oh, you light skin, the light skin stare, right? It's kind of
No, it's not
make someone seem like he's soft,
it's
right?
not an insult,
even
it's
Drake
not
is
a-
known as
it's
oh, he's
not a-
light skinned. Oh, Drake when Drake sleeps, he's go.
Can I add
But
it's not
it's
in that way.
Can I add something?
Wait, hold on, just real quick, because Bubble Tea, you about to talk about what you see in real life. I'm trying to get to the point of it because then I can respond. But because you're saying that, I'm saying that most white women don't really like black men like that unless he is a Tyrone.
Exactly.
Can I just
I
say
don't
it
see white
simple?
women with Tyrone.
Can I add
What do you-
something?
No, if you want to put a
Roger,
little
go-
nuance,
I want these two to go back and forth. I don't want to hear
if you want to put a little nuance into it, of course, there are plenty of white women who will date a black high tier normie. Of course, if you want to add in some nuance, yes. I like me personally. I don't think you have to be a literal 8. If you're in that 6 to 7 range, if it's a white woman that went to college with a lot of dudes, went to school in a diverse environment or whatever, and she's kind of more open, she's attracted to a more diverse array of features, then yeah, if you're a 6 or 7, then you can date a white woman.
But listen, my point.
I think when the dudes that are like 4s and 5s, when they cope and say, oh, just because this Tyrone on TV has this white model, all black men are coveted around the world, and I can become a passport bro.
BPJ, let me cook.
I think BPJ is talking about those low tier black normies that are coping with the success.
No, I'm not even talking about them. What I'm saying is,
Let me put it that way. I am, because I've
okay.
had arguments.
What I'm saying is this: those women who, if you see a white woman with a quote unquote high tier black normie, whatever, in those rare cases, because even those are fucking more rare than we like to think. Those are rare. Most white women, if they are getting fucked by a black dude, is usually a black dude who's at least 2 or 3 points above them in S&V, right? My whole point is that if you were to look at, even if that white woman is out and about with that black dude, the point of the matter is that the white guy who she would date can be shorter, he can have less muscle definition, he can make less. He doesn't dress as good. So the point of the matter is white women white women raise the bar in some way, shape, or form for black men. Black men have to jump over a higher hoop to get that same white woman than that white boy has to do.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? To say to Bubble Tea's point, if you look at African countries or East Asian countries, if you compare which products are they selling? Are they selling products to make your skin whiter or darker? If you look at African countries, there's to be whiter. If you look at South like Asian countries, they do it for whiter. So of course, the whiter black. I'm not talking about racism or anything like this. I'm talking objectively. What skincare products or what stereotypical do they have? It's like white passing. It's more better than dark passing. But dark passing people can be like the Tyrone stereotype, like 6'4", 6'8", and then have a very big, you know what, and then being like the bull and everything, or NFL player. Like that's absolutely can have its place.
Yeah, but let's have Bubble Tea, because Bubble Tea, you seem to be the only one who seems to disagree here. So, like, what was your response?
Well, I don't know. I think it's still like back in the end of the day. I still believe it's personality over looks. It's women want some guy who's friendly, non-threatening. They don't want some scary ass.
You were laughing, Mystery. You were laughing at me.
Hold on.
Hold on. And you were laughing at me, nigga.
No, go ahead, Bubble. No.
I want to add. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Bubble. Start to laugh.
I think when white women do date out, it's not like I think that like as like I feel like I'm parroting Hell by the Dashboard Light, but I do agree with him. He said that when white women do date black men, it is not the Tyrone, you know, it's that archetype is very outdated. It's very like it's crude.
It's outdated.
It's outdated and crude. Yes, it's outdated and crude. What are you, some like 40-year-old boomer? Like let's get with the times. Like
wait,
Jay. Okay.
I don't think BPJ is using Tyrone in the way that Bubble Tea is using it, because
what do you think of
a Tyrone? There's different types of Tyrones. You could be a skinny, pretty boy Tyrone. You could be a jacked Austin Dunham Tyrone. Like it doesn't like it.
Okay, so let's just say Austin. Okay, so let me ask you this, Bubble Tea. So let's just make this really simple.
It just means you're an 8 or above in looks. Whether you're masculine or hyper masculine.
It's a little bit more than that. But let's just make this real simple. Really simple.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that white women, first of all, just white women in the West, do you think that white women in the West have high standards?
They do have standards, but I'm not sure exactly what you mean by high standards. Like in terms of like the looks of their partner, or what?
Let's say, yeah. Do you think they have high standards in general when it comes to looks?
I don't think so, because I see really ugly people in relationships with attractive women.
So you think that white women don't have high standards, and that white women are just going out here dating and giving pussy to men who are not quote unquote physically attractive on a regular basis, and you think
yes,
and this is happening in abundance. So if this is happening in abundance, then why do spaces like this exist? Why are men so sexless? Why are men so lonely? Why are these spaces growing?
It has to do with your personality. I think we talked about this before, right? With like Mystery and with Mystery, it's about being like a doofy doofy.
What about your personality?
It's too abrasive. It's a masculine personality. You stand for something. You have resolve. I don't know. You're not willing to be a blue-pilled wagey and live in the pod and eat the bugs. I don't know.
So if you're 5'2", that's your personality? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you mean? I see short guys I see really short guys.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you 5'2"? You be 5'2" and you say your personality? I mean, go to Richard Cooper and just go a bit, bro.
Wait, hold on. Stop the show. Really quickly. Watch this, y'all. On one hand, Bubble Tea, we got a 6'4", ultra good looking, quote unquote Chad. But
is he muscular or no?
Let's say he's in decent,
because muscles aren't attractive to most women.
He's just he's in decent shape, but he's 6'5", a 9 or more in the face, as a Chad, full head of hair, XYZ white dude, right?
Yeah, most Chads aren't gym cells either. Like
red
pillars might be, they may brainwash people into thinking that, but like Chads in real life normally they're like either
They don't have to work
slim-
out. They don't have to go into the gym like that.
Yeah, they're either slim or they used to work out when they were younger and they slacked off a little bit, but you can still
Yeah, I agree. I don't think men should be. I don't think men should be just packing on muscle for no reason, right? Muscle tissue is expensive to maintain as well. You're essentially lowering your lifespan by having a bunch of unnecessary muscle on you.
So let's just set this up: 6'5" Chad, decent shape on one end, 6'5", but he has this quote unquote abrasive personality that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Versus,
like he's Christian. I don't know. He hates the government. He doesn't want to get the jab or some stuff.
Whatever.
Where
all that stuff. Everything that you're saying, whatever.
He's based. He's based. Yeah.
Cool. He's based. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Versus a 5'6", right? 4 or a 5 out of 5 dude.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, excuse me.
Very like median, right? In the middle, usually. Not freaking.
In the face.
Not Quasimodo, but not like, not a male model either.
BPJ, why do you have to pinpoint me? No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. But he is quote unquote oofy doofy personality wise.
Mm-hmm.
Between these two guys in a calendar year, who is sleeping with more women and who has more relationship opportunities? The first guy or the second?
Oofy doofy guy.
Okay,
every day of the week.
You guys got it.
Oofy doofy guy. Hands down. The guy whose base is gonna be alone, and the guy who's oofy doofy is gonna be freaking living it up. He's gonna have a date every other week.
Sideways.
Or he's gonna be in a nice committed relationship with whatever woman he chooses. He can choose.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Didn't he just establish that they both have the oofy doofy personality type? So
no.
The first guy was based.
Did he say he was based? Okay, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first guy was based. The Chad or Tyrone guy is based. Like he's like, I guess, upholds similar views to us.
Equalize that. Who do you think would get more women?
If they had the same personality?
Yeah, like the same oofy doofy mindset. Sports ball. We're all on this together. Yada, right?
I guess then it's to the preference of the woman.
Wait,
who do
you think in reality, in a calendar year with the same personality but different looks is going to be the better option for women, or who do you think they're going to pick more 9 times out of 10? Like, who are they going to pick?
It's hard to tell if they're like the same person, just their physical characteristics are different.
Yeah,
right?
Like that. Yeah. Who do you think? Don't give me some bullshit. Give me who do you think? Be honest with me. Come on.
I guess maybe the more attractive guy, but not by much.
Not by much? Okay.
Not by much. No,
Yeah.
not by much.
I can easily answer this.
No, I know you can't, Tyrone, but I'm gonna say upload cell. I owe you an apology. I thought you were
Hallelujah.
Bubble tea.
Hallelujah.
You done took the belt.
My black brother.
I gotta give upload an apology.
You gotta give me an pass. I gotta guess one from Mystery and one from you. You were laughing at me.
Yeah, I was laughing at you. I didn't know. I had no idea.
I mean, you were laughing at me. Mystery was like having a show, and Vivian's boy was like cooking me.
You deserved it, but bubble tea and look, man,
I mean, BPJ. She is my girlfriend, but I know she's probably getting fucked. But at least I'm black pilled.
I'm beyond that. I'm beyond that because at least you're closer to what the truth is. I'm just about. I thought we were, because BPJ. You don't recognize maybe my username, but we talked a lot before. We talked like. No, I believe it.
So, Bubble Tea, I'm gonna ask you another question. Are most men likely to be oofy doofy, or are they likely to be these based in red pilled? What do you want to call it? What are most men typically going to be in reality, right?
Probably this kind of middle bell curve, oofy doofy.
Yeah,
blue pilled, wagey, content. Content, non-threatening.
With the system, non-threatening to the system, just a regular NT, yada 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 kind of guy, right? Check. She checks every box on the "I'm a regular motherfucker," check box, right? Okay, so
she's me sideways.
Hold on, shut up. If that's the case, how do we square the circle here with a lot of these men in 18 through 29 being single? Like, are they like 64% of them report being single now, and they might not be virgins, but they are single. So like, are these men just not oofy doofy enough, or what's going on there? Is it?
I generally think I think like you see like female coworkers in an office, right? What do they have pictures of on their office? Is it maybe if they do have a boyfriend, maybe they'll have one picture of their boyfriend or work, right? But what they have pictures, countless pictures of placid of their female friends. They value female companionship over male companionship. Female access to female or female everything is just more of is the word camaraderie. It's elevated above male. Like it's what Steve Hoka I think once said, you can't give away cum, and that's kind of true, right? No one wants fucking like disgusting man or men's opinions, men's anything. It's the woman that has kind of been put to the front. Whether that's the right thing according to natural law by God, then you could argue that, but that's just the way society operates right now.
Okay, but the answer to my question, I guess the question would be, so why are these men single? Are they just not? What are these men doing wrong in the market? What is all these young men doing wrong? You could chalk something up. So I'll give you the few bones. They're young, so they don't have any money. But arguably, though, let's just focus on the fact they're single, though. Like, and then this wasn't the thing back in not back in my day, but back in the past. So when young men were able to get married and oofy doofy, along with quote unquote base and red pill men, were all getting married. None of this stuff really matters, right? So, but to go forward, though, we're in the current age, and all the 64% of young men report being single. Are they just not? What are these men doing wrong? What's going on? And
it's not due to their looks.
Ideologies standpoint.
It's not due to their looks or their appearance. It's the fact that it's just not a priority for a lot of women right now to be in a relationship with a man. They view it as a hindrance.
Most of the women are in relationships, so that's what they report.
I don't think so. I think a lot of women are single.
No, 60% of that women in that same age group have boyfriends.
Wait, hold on.
67 or 66 or 67%.
I think a lot of women are just content with being single. I think they deal with it a lot better than men. I think men are neurotic without women.
I agree with you.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Now, but here's what I will say though. So you're saying that these women are not prioritizing relationships, correct?
Yes, in general, it's not. If they wanted, they can get it. But like, if you had like a million offers, would you feel in a rush to choose one? Like,
absolutely.
No.
So are these women, they're not in relationships, are these women engaging in sexual activity?
Possibly, yeah, if they want to.
What do you? No, I'm saying generally speaking. Are women
with men with each other? There's a high rate of lesbianism too. That's not talked about.
Yeah, but these women. So my whole thing is that these women are still having sex with men.
If a woman's, you realize a woman does not think about his sex as much as a man does.
We're not saying you're desperate for it.
That wasn't. Now you're doing the same shit that you've noticed, Mystery, that when we like ask like just like straightforward questions, like it's always some other.
I'm trying to add nuance to the topic, but I can.
But I'm just asking you. It's very simple. Like upload.
Yes. I don't think they're having sex a lot. I don't think so.
I'm not asking if. Okay, so these women are not having sex a lot. So you think that women, generally speaking, right now have relatively low body counts?
Body counts, like I still dislike this homosexual like term for this. But
is body count a homosexual term?
Yes, it is. I think it's faggot speak, but you can continue using that and behaving like that.
How is it a homosexual term when even back like way like just in the ancient times, people didn't, sure, like women shouldn't have like a body count like over a certain amount, but you still valued women based
isn't body count rather like grim sounding? It sounds like you killed somebody.
Okay, now you're doing that female shit where it's like
no, it does sound. Stop speaking like a fag. Like just stop speaking like a fag.
Wait, but let's use a different term. How many men have they slept with?
Yeah, that's much better. Language matters. Language matters.
No. That's bro. This is female shit.
No, you're
whole-
acting like a faggot.
no,
if that's what
this
you're
whole-
doing.
No, this
Stop
is
acting gay.
This is disingenuous.
this is whole talk. The reason
Yes,
why
I
No,
agree.
you're speaking like a gay man. Yo, brother, how many fucking bodies did you catch last weekend in the
That's not what
club?
I'm
Did boogie
asking.
wooging, popping poppers? Like that's
Bubble
gay
tea,
shit.
why are you so triggered by the phrase body count, you fucking
Because it's
faggot?
disgusting.
Why are you
It's
so
gross.
fucking triggered?
It's
You fucking
gay.
snowflake.
It's
Yeah,
gay.
but
I'm not a
that's what I'm
snowflake.
saying.
I'm calling out
You're
degeneracy.
No,
I mean, guys.
You
Can we
are
just? Can
gay.
we just?
You are a fucking faggot because you're trying to attribute.
You're a faggot. Stop
You're
fucking
trying to
projecting.
attribute- You are trying to attribute.
All right, guys.
Okay,
guys.
let's-
You
let's-
have Black Twink Jack as your
Tyrone.
profile picture. You are gay.
You are trying to attribute homosexuality.
Wait, hold on. Wait, educate Tyrone.
Because you're insecure because your body.
Oh my god.
Tyrone, hold on, chill.
I don't
Bubble
care
tea.
that you're a 30-year-old virgin, you fucking
Wait,
faggot.
hold
We're
on.
not judging
Tyrone,
you
Tyrone.
for it.
Bubble tea.
We're not
Always
I'm
we
saying we
supposed
should
to be
stop behaving
united?
like
We're not-
faggots. And
Bubble tea, we're not shaming you for women thinking you're genetically inferior. That's
No,
not your
Tyrone,
fault. I'm not
Tyrone, don't go
shaming
there.
you
Don't
for
go
that.
there,
That's
Tyrone,
not
Tyrone,
your
Tyrone.
fault. I'm not judging you for
Tyrone.
that, you fucking piece of shit.
Hold on, Tyrone. It's all good. Bubble tea.
You go
Just-
rope after this.
Tyrone.
Subhuman.
Oh my god.
Go rope
Bubble-
after
oh.
this. No woman will ever lay
Tyrone.
with you, ugly faggot.
Tyrone.
Don't talk about
Tyrone.
yourself.
Let's not go. Let's not go. Okay.
Double
Bubble
faggot
tea.
Christ.
Wait. Hold
Can
on.
we
That's
can
me,
we get
bro.
can we get some dictatorship here, Mr. Rich?
I could just kick him out, but
Tyrone is just chill out.
oh my god.
Hey, listen, you guys gotta forgive
You're telling
Tyrone.
me I'm getting triggered, man. I think you're getting triggered.
Okay.
You think I'm an SJW? I think you're getting triggered.
Language matters, guys.
Tyrone. It's all
Address
good, bro.
me by the
Tyrone.
correct pronoun. I'm a
Can you
he,
please shut the fuck up?
I'm a he.
Tyrone, chill out, bro.
Let me just I'll just mute him real quick. Okay.
He's getting paid or something.
I have to. I have
He's
to.
been irate
It's
lately.
getting absurd now.
Thank you.
Sorry, I may have overstepped my boundaries. I did lose my composure for a
Bubble
second.
tea.
I apologize for that.
Bubble tea. My whole thing. People in the chat are saying that you're trolling, right now.
I'm not trolling. You think I'm trolling? I don't lie.
I don't know you because I had a conversation with Daquan back on Basis stream and he was trolling. So it's like hard to tell. Like I don't know.
I know. Yes, I understand your thought process and where you're coming from. And I there are a lot of people who are disingenuous, but you can believe it or not. I believe what I'm saying.
Cool. I guess, and I forgot what was your point earlier, so we can kind of get back to the what the actual the discussion was, because
we were talking about we got on the
I said
body
you asked
count
me a
term,
body
and
count, and then that's when I voiced
Yeah,
my
exactly.
opinion about the term.
What was it before? What was it before that?
White passing?
Something
We're
like.
talking about women
Do you
chastity,
think women
right?
are having
Chastity,
are they having sexy
Oh,
time?
okay, yeah.
And if they are they doing it often?
Yeah.
Like,
So here's my whole thing, bro. Like this is regardless of what you want to believe or not. All the evidence to show of what women are actually engaging in is simply their own confession. Like you don't have to like pontificate. You could just look. You could just look on TikTok. Women, are you on TikTok, Bubble Tea?
nope, never will download that spyware app.
Cool. So now, Bubble Tea, you're not on TikTok, but do most young women use TikTok?
I'd say so, yes.
Right.
Or
So
if they do not use it, they consume content created on it.
great. Right.
Just keep it simple. Bro.
You upload. So you see now you getting it. So when I was asking you questions earlier, now you know where I'm fucking coming from. Now here's my
Jay.
Excuse me, friend. I'm just trying to add context. You know. Yeah, I'm adding nuance to it. I'm not dismantling what you say.
Keep going. You didn't answer the question up front, so keep going. Yeah.
Jay, can I just
Shut up, man. My God.
Yeah, just real quick.
Him go.
I'm gonna get right to it. So Bubble Tea, all you would have to do is look on TikTok where a lot of women are, and they're literally telling you their sexual experiences. They are telling you they're getting trans rain on them. They are telling you I've been on freaking 58 dates and I may or may not have slept with 7 of them. They are telling you this thing. And it's not just a small fringe number of women doing this. It's a lot of them telling you these things and making fun little stories and anecdotes about how a guy nutted in them and how they got an STD from Chad and the random guy from Atlanta. Like, they're telling you these things. So when you're saying that you don't know whether or not these women are having sex a whole lot, but yet you're not on TikTok, you're uninformed. Like, you're not, and it's cool if you're not on social media. Social media is a cancer, but you can't be uninformed by at the same time trying to tell me and the people here that women are not engaging in sexual activity, because they fucking are.
I do. Well, how many women in your life that you know that you're friends with tell you this stuff?
Quite a number, but here's my whole thing. Regardless if they did or not,
they tell you they're getting trains run on them every weekend or something.
Double T. Regardless if they did or not, it doesn't change the reality, because I'm just one man and the world is big. This is why I tell Daquan, the world is bigger than me in my little fucking social circle.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So just because I don't know friends personally who might have told me that they had a train ran on them doesn't mean that it's not fucking happening. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
I guess so. Yes. Just because you don't hear about something happening doesn't mean it's it's happening.
Not happening.
No, but a bubble. You are actually, if you just look, they are telling you. So you can. They are literally telling you about it now. Like, that's how bad the marketplace is. Is they're actually openly admitting and talking about the whole shit that they do, openly, with no fucking shame. Going on these interviews talking about, like, what was the freakiest thing you've done? Like, I had a train ran on me, or I fucked a dude, or I fucked 2 or 3 dudes in one day. Like, they're telling you these things.
Yeah.
Women like this do exist. I admit that. I remember one woman in college who was very vocal about her sexual escapades, and it was quite disgusting, actually. But I don't think the majority of women are like that.
Why don't you?
I don't think so. It's
why not?
I don't know. I don't think many women.
You know what that is? That's the blue. What? That's the blue pill in you. The fact that you don't know is the fact that more than likely you don't want to believe it. You got the truth like right in front of you, and because the truth maybe in your brain or your subconscious is like painful, or maybe there's women in your life that was like, well, these women in my life would never do this. No, bro, like that's that blue pill shit. That's the shit that you might have to go over.
I don't think the female retail worker working a 10-hour shift is going right back home on a date. I think she's crashing on the couch and watching Netflix.
The truth of the matter is that same, watch this, y'all. That same retail worker, if she went to fucking Cancun, or if she went and if she did a trip to Europe. No, let me ask you this, Bubble Tea. Who do you think travels more on average? Your average 20s woman or your average early 20s man? Who's traveling more often?
I think women really fell for the travel meme more. Yes.
Right. How do you think women are able to travel so often?
They save their money, credit card debt. I don't know. They have better paying jobs on average than men.
Right. Right. Better paying jobs. But okay. So more times, a lot of the time, I'm not gonna say every single time, bro, but women travel a lot. Part of it, not only, you're right, you got the whole debit, the whole credit card thing. I agree with you on that. However, women, that retail worker, your co-worker, if she's struggling, she got herself a sugar daddy. She could have another sugar daddy. The reason why she was able to travel to Cancun and do all this and buy this bag and all this other stuff is more than likely somebody bought it for her, or she might have had somebody pay for it, or what have you. Like that's where we are. The biggest dating app right now is not Tinder, it's not Bumble, it's Secret Arrangements. Like bro, and CGA talks about this. A lot of women are monetized. They are
Instagram.
I would say Instagram, but like I would say like an actual dating app or a place where you're supposed to go there to date and meet people.
I see. Okay, actual dating app. Okay.
Yeah. But my whole thing is this, Bubble Tea. I mean, look, man, and how old are you, bro? Like around what age?
I'm 25.
Oh yeah, but yeah. I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, I wish I thought the same way about women as you did. Like, I wish that women were like I wish they care about personality. I wish that most women weren't whores. I wish that they didn't have high body counts. Like all the stuff that you actually believe. I wish I lived in that reality, but I don't. And neither do you.
I think a lot of people just talk about having sex and actually, you know, doing the deed. You know who's having sex, and you could see the results of it is Jose down the street, who's like your gardener, your busboy. He has 5 children. And a lot of these like women who claim, oh, I have sex, blah blah blah, they don't have any children. So what essentially you're doing is it's a surrogate activity.
So just because you don't have children doesn't mean you're not fucking.
You're essentially not achieving anything.
Hey, watch
so
this,
yeah,
watch how I blow this logic out the fucking wall. On average, bro, you got a woman who's not on birth control and a woman who is on birth control, right? And they're both let's say in their early 20s. Between these two women, who do you think probably has more sexual partners? The woman who's not on birth control at all, or the woman who's on birth control?
Probably the woman who's not on birth control.
Anybody here or in the chat? How the fuck does that make any sense?
Some people take birth control for whatever XYZ reason. Like just to regulate their periods or whatever.
No, Bubble. There's also I do you like copper thing you put inside.
IUD.
Yeah.
What's the main Bubble? What's the main reason why women use birth control?
It could be people use it for acne. People use it for
generally.
a lot of reasons.
What's the main reason?
The majority.
I guess you want me to say they use it to prevent getting pregnant. Yes.
If there's a tertiary benefits, then yes, people can use things for the tertiary benefit, but they usually use the thing for the main benefit, which is its main purpose. People don't use things for the tertiary purpose. They usually use it for the main purpose. That goes with fucking anything.
That's not true.
What's it not true for?
I can't think of an example right now, but
because the only one I can think of it is
Ozempic.
Probably Ozempic's the only one I can think of, right? Where the
Ozempic is the antidepressant.
Secondary benefits losing weight, but the primary one is the manager A1C or something like that, right? So that's the only one I can think of.
That is a good example.
Right.
Yes,
good example. But but that would be the exception, not the rule. I would say with birth control, if you were to ask most women why they use birth control, the main as to why they fucking use birth control is that they can fuck all the Chads and Tyrones they want raw, and not just to fuck raw, because it feels better, and to never get pregnant. That is the main reason. All that, well, because of acne or to lose weight and all this other shit. Yeah, that's gonna be a part of the pie chart, but it's not gonna be the biggest slice of the fucking pie chart, bro.
Do you also believe like women are getting invited en masse to Dubai to have some guy shit on them? That's very perverse thinking.
No. Who mentioned Dubai?
No, I'm just saying. I feel like it's like, I really don't think women have this insane lust as much as
I wouldn't say not en masse, like, you know, but I have worked around women. My last job was around mostly women, and 2 of the girls, they were talking about going to fucking Dubai. It was like, oh well. I was like, shit.
Are they going to the porta potty or something?
I didn't ask them. I just heard them talking about it. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just like, hey.
Could be, yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Bubble? Have you ever done like a shad fishing experiment? You know, when you are supposed to be a woman and you go out and try to attract males on dating apps like Tinder or WhatsApp or whatever?
I don't know. What do you think about a dating app? Right, a dating app is gay. A dating app
No.
is
We're not talking about that. I'm just asking you.
No. I one time I did fish as a woman, but I guess they figured out my profile was fake. I don't know. I guess
how did it go?
Trying to be satirical with that. My account got banned. I can't even use Tinder.
But how did it go? How did it go? Were you getting many replies, few replies, or no replies? How many replies did you?
More than I was as a man, but the account got frozen at a certain point. Like
okay, yeah. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. Okay, good. So have you seen the rape? Have you seen when they have a very attractive guy and they write that he's a felon? I think some very known YouTuber did it. He was very attractive, but he was writing that he was a neo-Nazi and he was a child offender and everything. And he explicitly told them to read the bio, and the girls, you can go and watch the YouTube. We can probably, somebody can link it here. They're telling him, yeah, everybody does do mistakes and everything, but now you're out of this and everything. And he was saying that he was a child offender, he was a neo-Nazi, and they weren't attracted to him because of his personality, because of his looks. Now, looks do.
Women write letters to serial killers, like, and stuff, like fantasizing it, but it's a fantasy. You know, how many of them are actually going to go and date the serial killer, this convicted child offender? You know, it's like child abuser. Like, it's a very small amount. I don't think that's just not. Most women aren't going to be doing this. That's not true.
Mystery. There's a brilliant comment by JE, excuse me. He said there's a sexual underworld for guys that don't get women, they're blind to it. High S&B guys see it. High S&B guys understand the same Walmart worker girl has dudes on a roster and is fucking one of them. That the sexual underworld is absolutely true. And it's something that I've never been to, but I've low-key have kind of been invited. I've talked to women who participated. These women are engaging in sex parties, you know, orgies and things of this nature, and most men are completely blind to it. But Bubble Tea, you think these are
chat parties?
No, I think that you're projecting.
Wait, hold on. How am I projecting that? Like, projecting what?
Because you want to do that. You assume all women want to do that.
No, I never said that all women want to do it. I'm saying
you assume women are doing that in mass because you want to do that in mass.
No,
I think that's projection.
No. I'm saying that a lot of women, I'm not even saying that it's most women, but a lot of women have participated in these. A lot of women have participated in threesomes. Like threesomes are relatively, and I'm saying like women, two women, whatever. These are relatively common among like this is something that is normal to a lot of women.
Whereas, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing is Bubble. At a certain point, and look, like I said, bro, I wish I lived in your world, but eventually, bro, you're gonna have some sort of like a black pill wake up call at a certain point.
Whatever you say, brother, but like I don't know. I really disbelieve that. I think it's all fantasy. It's men projecting their fantasies onto women.
You're a white guy, right?
No, I'm Hapa.
Yeah,
I'm Hapa. Yes. I look like Genghis Khan. No, I do. I do look like Genghis Khan. I'm not some pretty boy. I look like Genghis Khan.
You're like half Asian and what, half white?
Yeah, half Asian, half white. Yes, I look like Genghis Khan.
Oh,
based.
I don't know what Genghis Khan looks like. So I don't know.
You look it up,
man. Big Asian dude, big beard, long hair. That's what I look like.
Yeah, I think Bubble. To be honest with you, bro, let me ask you this, Bubble. That's what I was going to ask. Have you ever used a dating app?
Yes, I don't get anything.
Wait, so why do you use a dating app when it's gay?
I don't know, desperation, boredom. I don't know, like just seeing testing the waters. Because I got banned off Tinder. I've been banned off Bumble. Right. I got banned off Hinge. Like,
you're the main one. The reason I'm asking is because you're the main one talking about this. He was doing that whole speech policing, liberal bullshit about this is gay. And
that's not liberal bullshit. That's not liberal bullshit. I used to think like that too. I used to think like that. When you first get the red pill, I get triggered, snowflake. That's not true.
You were trying to police speech on this platform, but that's neither here nor there. We all saw.
I guess I was. Yes, I was police speeching.
But I guess you were.
Yes.
But right. So you were trying to do that before and talking about that the body count, just that is a quote unquote faggot term, but yet it is a
faggot term, yes.
Cool, but you literally just admitted just now that you engaged in quote unquote a gay in the gay dating app. So like why do you do that?
It was in the past, yeah. Like I'm sure that Tinder, all dating apps are a spinoff of Grindr. And it's like what dating apps are for losers. Like we're for the guys who can't succeed socially. They have to use dating apps. This was covered in the Incel-matics documentary.
If this is true, then the guys who do succeed, are they losers?
Succeed in what regard?
If these guys go on a dating app and they get a whole bunch and they get sex on tap, are these guys also losers?
Well, that's not the goal. The goal is to have a monogamous relationship.
No. I'm not. See, you keep on like moving these goalposts. I'm not talking about what the goal. I'm asking you if this guy is a loser or not.
I don't think Think about it. Like what? You have to get a match, and then you have to message somebody. Then you need to meet up. Then you go on a date. Then that leads to a
The guys
relationship.
who go on the dating app and clean up because all the women want them, would you consider these guys to be losers as well? It's a simple question.
I essentially think so. Yes. If they're not having families, if they're not having children, then they are losers.
So the only people who are winners are the guys who are on the dating app who get married and have a family. Those are the winners.
How about guys who court in their social circle and in real life? Jose down the street knows how to use his dick and doesn't wear a stupid ass condom, and he has 5 children, and you're sitting here childless. So I don't think Jose is a loser.
It depends on how. Well, I would say it just more or less depends because I don't envy most these Latino guys. I don't envy these guys more times than not because I see they're women and they look.
Well, they life mog you, so you should envy them.
What is life? Like life mog in what way?
They have children, they have families, they have good social circles. They're not rotting on a black pill stream.
Genetic legacy to some extent.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if you're talking about like having kids, but I'm saying is if you're talking about me personally, I don't look at that situation like, oh yeah, like I really want to be Jose. I don't like do that.
Well, you should, because Jose's life mocking you, as I said before.
So like, okay, so because he had and because having kids with some like gordita, that's
because that's his look, age, height, race match. Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, BPJ? Why, like, what I understand from previous streams and conversations, like you do have some luck. You're kind of semi-attractive.
Yeah, ever so often.
Like, do you want to settle down, or can you find some like a wife if you want to? Can you have children with a decent?
I would have to travel. I would have to travel out of where I'm at. So there's like career stuff I gotta kind of get done and then get to that point. So
well, let's say you finish your education or your career stuff. Could you find somebody in your state or like
probably maybe my state, but I wouldn't want to in my state.
Why not?
I
want to
ask. Leave. Yeah.
Why do you want to leave? If I may ask.
Because I think this state is pretty cooked. My city is definitely cooked. The state, I would just rather just go somewhere where it's not as difficult.
Someone said just dumpster dive. I mean, when it comes to Jose, anyway, Hispanics tend to be shorter. They tend to be fatter as well. So if he ends up with some gordita, as you said earlier, well, that's as Bubble Tea said, that's his looks match. Like that is what he.
It's his look, age, height, race max. It's everything match. It's like, him in female form.
Even the RK selection theory stuff. Like if he has 5 kids, does it? I mean, and he's feeding them all. Does it matter? Like they probably aren't going to die because he lives in a first world country. He's probably going to have all. They're going to make it to adulthood unless something tragic happens. So like. So like, I mean, the RK selection theory stuff here, yeah, it's like, look at the high IQ people who practice, I believe, our selection aren't breeding, like they aren't having kids.
Yeah, exactly. No, like they're too busy overthinking everything.
Their genes and their high IQ and everything else, it won't exist in 20, 30 years. It's not gonna matter how smart you were. So you don't fucking have a legacy past that point. Now, I'm not saying you need to fucking settle down with the 85 million pound land whale. But at the same time, like Bubble Tea Price, I'm gonna level with you a little bit. I understand what you're saying. I actually get what you're saying, like somewhat. The moral stuff I understand completely. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you have a similar thought process since I've had my fucking awakening in the last few fucking months. But at the end of the day, like I get what you're coming from. Where it's like, yeah, the ultimate goal in life used to be, and in my opinion, should be to have a family. Have an extended family, reproduce. Not do any of this Tinder and Grinder or whatever other app you want to talk about.
Yes, exactly.
And that should have been what happened. Now we don't live in that world though. I wish we did, but we don't.
No, we don't. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and so when we're talking to you about these topics, we're talking about what's actually going on. Like, and maybe there is some. I'm not going to say self-extrapolation because that's a little bit mean, but maybe there is a little bit of like. Could some women be capping online about their body count because other women are doing it because women are social creatures? Maybe
it gets clicks too. It could be farming clout.
Yeah, like it does, but I don't know how far I want to take that theory. When in my own personal experience, I've seen women and heard stories of women doing sexual depraved acts that I would never do, but they do it. So I mean, I don't know. So
Yes, I do agree with that. Like I do know, like I was in a fraternity, I was in a co-ed fraternity in college, and trust me, I know some of the things like that were rumored about what these girls did, but I don't know, they're in committed, a lot of them are just in committed long-term relationships now. They're not sleeping around. They like, maybe, yes, maybe they did flirt around, hoe around in college, but I don't know, they find some like blue-pilled simp and that just, I guess, beta bucks them, or they just like to
Yeah.
live a normal life, they
I
get it
just
out of their system.
I just think that
Aren't
you still, to be honest with you, I just think that you still have a pedestal of where you're putting these women morally, and I think you might be projecting your own morality onto them, and it's like, oh, these women, there's no way most of these women are engaging in this, and because you have your own very limited experience, it seems like you're going primarily just based on like your own experiences in the world around you.
That's all we can do, to be honest.
No,
That's all we can do.
no, it's not. I don't need to have gone into space to know how I can't survive in space. You don't need to experience an environment to know an environment's fucked up. You don't have to experience a thing to know about a thing. That doesn't make any sense.
So you trust someone else's word over your own lying eyes?
No, it's not. No, it's no. It doesn't have to be just one other
what
person.
you need to be doing is that you need to look at the data, look at what you have to look at, and then sort of take that and then kind of warp it into what are you seeing yourself.
Yep.
And kind of go off of that a little bit. Like, okay, maybe you're not seeing it. Look, I think Help at a Desperate Like calls it Shangs or Shang, right? The Shang.
Yeah,
where,
Shangri-La.
There might be a certain area where it's like this place isn't that bad, but on the a micro level, like I remember people talking about there's no kids, but when I lived in my old neighborhood, on the micro level there were plenty of kids, but on the macro level, though, we know that the demographic data is not bearing fruit for most Americans, right? People just are having less kids in general. So, so we can take a micro environment. We can't extrapolate from a micro environment to a macro environment all the time. Now, you can get information from that micro environment and sometimes get macro environment, variables as well. But it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't work out the same way, right? Am I making any sense here?
Of course, yes. It's like a tree falls down and hits a house in the neighborhood, like next to you, and you don't see any trees falling down and hitting houses in your neighborhood. You assume, okay, that never happens. Like, but obviously that did happen. You just weren't there to see it. Like, I do agree. Yes, that is.
Yeah, I just think you need to start looking kind of beyond yourself, bro. Like, I'm not saying you got to go out there and seek the information necessarily, but just.
This is the same stuff that Pyramid does. Pyramid, he extrapolates from his own like little neighborhood all the time, and I'm like, well, I mean, that's I do it too. I look like I said earlier, I look around my neighborhood seeing there's a bunch of kids. Oh, there's plenty of kids around, but then you look at the demographic data, and you're like, no, there's not. Like, not really. So,
exactly. Yeah. And now, like for me, for example, at my job, I see it gets so bad that I literally count. I see white men, Asian women couples all the time over here in Southern California, all the time. Now, the reason why I know it's just like a big thing isn't just because of my own experience. I all I have to do is just kind of look on, like, you could just simply, cross reference between other people who have the same experience in another environment. Like it's this stuff is like very simple. So yes, you should look into, assess your own environment, but also cross reference and see, like, okay, basically comparing notes, and that's why you have the whole red pill, black pill thing in the first place, because it's an amalgam of a bunch of people comparing their notes. You got data, you got this, you got that, you got your own experiences, you got your friends' experiences, you got this person's experiences, and then we all kind of come together to form a consensus. That's why we know hypergamy exists. That's why we know women, generally speaking, like tall men. That's the basis of the black pill is just information, objective, or at least close to objective information.
Yep, that's all. That's what my search for is. I guess I'm I'm a truth seeker above all else, right? I want to find the truth no matter what it is. But it's
are you sure about that?
Yes, I do.
Because okay, all right. Because it seems like when we gave that example about the tall guy and the shorter guy, you were like when obviously even a child can contemplate that, yeah, a woman will be probably more attractive to like the taller guy. Whereas for you, it's like, oh, he will be a little bit more. He will be a little bit more.
I'm tall too. I'm 6 foot tall, and I'm 6
Okay,
foot tall, I guess, and I it hasn't gotten me shit. So I'm not sure. Like,
You're talking about you. You're doing it again.
Can I ask you a question, Bubble? Can I ask you a
it's
question?
like saying
let's
white
say-
privilege. It's like saying white privilege or something that, but you don't know. Like, it's like it's this imaginary boogeyman.
Are you? Have you? Wait. Are you a virgin or because I'm not? Tyron was saying that I'm not. I don't know you. So have you been with a woman?
I don't feel comfortable discussing stuff like this, but no, I'm not.
Okay, you're not. So you have had sex then?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. Question: if you weren't tall, if you were 5'6", do you think you would have been able to be with that woman?
Probably.
Let's say that woman were 5'7".
Hold on. But hold on. You think you would have still been with that woman if you were a whole fucking 7-8 inches shorter, but you're the truth seeker.
Exactly.
I know a lot of guys that are shorter than me. They have girlfriends, so
On average, on the whole population, if you take average, more than 51%, do you think they would say yes? The general population of women would say yes if you're like a couple of inches shorter.
I think height's not as big as a factor as you guys claimed it is to be.
You only
No.
Hold on. You only think that because you haven't had a whole lot of success. That's it. Even me, I haven't had a whole lot of success. But you know, one thing I do know, Bubble Tea, is that if I wasn't a tall person, I would have gotten a sliver of the amount of women that I like. It would have been
You don't know that.
No, I do, because I know the fucking. Unlike you, I know what the fucking truth is. You don't like the truth.
Bubble Tea.
I think that's projection. I think that's projection on your end again.
Bubble Tea, let me ask you a question. Do you think that is dating going more online or less online?
Like online, as in like Instagram,
like, are people
included?
Yeah,
too?
online including. I don't mean like just dating apps, but like Instagram, TikTok, any of the rest of these types of like apparatuses that people can interact on social media, right? In general, are people using social media to interact with women, or men and women,
complete
vice
strangers,
versa, right?
Or people that they know
it
already?
Could be complete strangers, or let's just say both, right? Complete strangers and both, like in social groups and circles and all that and all that stuff, right?
Yes, I do believe there's more of an online element to it than ever.
To dating in general.
And it's not going to steer away from that direction.
Yeah. Okay. So we
at least for the foreseeable future.
We at least agree there. So I mean, there's some data. Now this is particularly on dating apps, but there's no reason why this wouldn't apply anywhere else. But that the cutoff appears to be 6 foot for dating apps. Like if you're below that, you might as well not even be on the app. And so like I think this data came from Bumble. I don't have the chart in front of me right now, but I have the chart somewhere in my folder somewhere. But either way, it does show that there's this massive gap between 6 foot and 5'11", which is ridiculous. It's only an inch, but it's insane, right? But it is there. So like, the thing I get on about with height especially is really important, because I've read some data that literally says that like good features on a short man almost yield no benefit, but those same features on a tall man yield more benefit than the features will be compared to if they're on a short man. So like height appears to be one of the determining factors along with everything else in general, but height for sure is like a factor in your dating life. So when you make a statement like if I was shorter I still would have gotten the girl, I don't know if I would even how that is even possible, or even I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not going to say that, but it's not probable. The probability is a lot lower compared to if you were 6 foot, 6'3", or anywhere else, right?
Yeah, that's my point. Because Mystery, my whole thing is this: the truth, and Mystery, and Upload and Writer. The reason why a lot of us are even here in the first place is because the first person you have to think about is yourself. You had to have an honest assessment about yourself, why you've had the success or non-success with women, and also just people just in general, right? So my whole thing is, Bubble, is that I understand now. I have a more clear understanding of why you seem to be very blue-pilled about this conversation, because you're actually blue-pilled also about yourself. So you can't have a a real assessment of the world, because I don't think you have a real assessment of yourself at this point. Because like Shaquille O'Neal, if Shaquille O'Neal was fucking 5'8", but he still said, I still would have gone to the NBA, made millions of dollars. No, everyone knows that wouldn't be true.
Is this real life? Is this hell? Is Dashboard Light? No fucking way. Oh, dude, I love to have you on. Oh, fuck it. Don't let him on. Is that you?
It could be a fake account. It might be real, but it could be. There's some like fake accounts too.
It's the belly guy. It's the belly guy.
It's got to be belly guy.
Hey, Mystery School, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? It is you. Holy shit.
Oh
you
shit.
came
Dashboard,
on, dude.
what's good, man?
What's up, dude? There you go. Finally.
Yeah, I was listening for a bit. Bubble Tea is on my Discord, so I was listening to what he was saying about Oofy Doofy and that. So I wanted to jump on. I was listening for like the last hour and a half. I haven't been streaming in like 3 months.
I can tell.
Yeah, so let me start. Like the last thing you were talking about, like height, okay, like short versus tall, right? The ultimate black pill. All right, but like somebody was saying that Bubble Tea doesn't he's not at the black pill level, he's still blue pill. I believe the ultimate black pill is understanding that all the old standards have been inverted and turned on their heads. So historically, people would say women are attracted to tall men. Tall men are going to be able to protect her. He's going to be able to ward off any possible attacks. He's going to be a good protector. That's why women, they're going to feel safe with a tall guy. In today's modern age of men are evil, women need to be empowered. Height, I believe, works against the man. It's no longer in his favor to be tall. It now is an obstacle that he has to overcome. Why? Because a man who is physically capable of protecting a woman is physically capable of harming a woman. So when a woman sees a big, tall, lumbering man, like who's 6'5" or so, or say above 6 foot, but let's go even taller, like 6'4", 5", something like that.
Yeah, something insane. Yeah,
she's going to see that as that guy could choke slam me through a table. If his temper ever snaps, if he ever gets hot-headed, if I say something that he doesn't like, or I make a joke, or he finds out that I did something that he doesn't like, my life is at risk because he could physically harm me. So in today's age, I think possessing those physical attributes as a man, I think it's that you're digging yourself into a hole that you have to work your way out of. A woman wants to feel safe with a guy. She doesn't want to feel protected. She wants to feel safe that she could, if need be, she could physically resist, or even better yet, overpower the guy that she's with. Because what do women hear? They don't hear that they're subject to being attacked by a guy who jumps out at them, who's a stranger, and he's hiding in a hallway, he's hiding in an elevator. They hear that 9 times out of 10, women knew their attacker. They were attacked, raped, assaulted by somebody that they knew. And usually they say it's the person they're in a relationship with. That's what they hear when they consume this true crime drama or all the news stories every day on your Yahoo News app or whatever. They hear, well, this woman was murdered by her husband. This woman was beaten up by her boyfriend. And I believe that modern day women want to feel not just superior to the guy when it comes to, education and money earning and all that. They want to feel safe, and they're not going to feel safe if she's 5'6" and the guy's 6'6".
What if he's skinny?
And he's 290 pounds or something. And
Wait, what if he's skinny? What if he's skinny?
It's still, it's a big height differential. And
what if he's a twink? I'm just saying that. What if he's a twink?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Well, the reason I'm asking HB is
hold on. Those physical attributes like height or something, the guy can overcome that, but he's got to work to overcome that. So if he's got like a really imposing stature, he's really tall, he can overcome that by, like you said, being like a twink or something, or having a very soft, easygoing, wilting personality. But he's going to have to show that. Most women are going to assume that a guy's personality is congruent with his physical appearance. So if she sees like a big, tall guy, she's going to think certain things about him. And he can overcome it, but he's starting off in the red. He's starting off in the deficit, and he's going to have to prove, through interaction and stuff like that.
Generally speaking, HB. Generally speaking, men who women perceive as dangerous versus men who women generally perceive as completely harmless, like a Twinkie, soft X, Y, and Z. Between these two demographics of men, who has more sex in their lifetime? The men who are generally speaking a lot more soft and
Right.
are not a threat to women, or the men who are generally speaking perceived as dangerous to women?
The soft guy. The soft guy will have more relationships and more sex because think about it. Women will tend to think the same way. So the guy that like like say you guys would probably see a guy that you'd say, oh, he's a stereotypical incel. He doesn't stand a chance. If he gets anything, that's all he's going to have to be super grateful for that because he won't have any other options. That's what women think times 10. So
Do you have any data to support this?
I see it everywhere. Everywhere I go.
No.
I always believe the whole premise of science and the scientific method is empiricism and observation. You have to start off with what you are seeing with your own eyes.
I'm asking if you had any data on it. Because I've seen a whole lot in my life.
No, he doesn't.
So maybe he does. Does he?
No,
When did you lastly use a dating app? When did you lastly use a dating app?
Hold on. Just one thing at a time.
No, let me say one thing.
There is data.
I'll put you on mute if I have to. But
hold on, there is data. Okay. You can find somebody in my Discord shared articles from like different psychology journals showing that women report being more happier, having greater rates of happiness and contentment when they are physically more attractive than their male partner.
No, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, there is data. There is data.
HB, you did a subtle real quick. You did a subtle goalpost shift. I didn't say anything about physical attraction, sir. We need to stay on the ball here. I'm asking guys who women and people perceive as dangerous versus men who people perceive as not dangerous, not a threat, X, Y, and Z, who has more sexual partners. Now, there is data that shows that gang members, men who've had felonies and things of this nature, on average, tend to have more kids and have more partners,
right?
Than men who do.
Yes,
I can believe that. I can believe that. But hold on. You're assuming. I'm not going to dispute that. That could be true. You're assuming that those guys who are gang members, they fathered more children because they were engaged in illicit activities, and that the women were somehow drawn to that. Gang members are very social. They're going to know a lot of people. If they're dealing drugs, if they're doing whatever criminal activity, that there's nobody more socially adept or who has a greater social network than a gang member. Gang members have the best social networks of anybody. They're going to know a lot of other guys, a lot of other women. They're going to have a lot of free time. So it's, I think, a fallacy on your part to assume that the women were choosing them because they were criminals and not simply because those guys were the hub of a network that knew a lot of other people.
Okay.
Now,
it's like
a
social circle type thing, right? In a way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, gang members are going to be the most social people of all. Yeah. So you're assuming that those gang members, they were successful having a lot of kids because they were criminals, and not simply because they were incredibly socially well connected.
No, I don't. I'm not going to say it's one. You're making it about one thing. I think it's a myriad of things. I think that, and I'm not even trying to take it all the way to like gangbangers, but my point is to kind of nullify this whole notion that women are just attracted to these soft guys. If you just look,
No. I never said that they were attracted to the soft guys. They're choosing them specifically
over the
men.
Okay.
Exactly. Like guys always say that women are strictly emotional and that they're pulled by their emotions. I say that modern day women are able to override their emotion, and they don't want to be involved in a guy that say they are physically attracted to, but that's going to compromise everything. They're going to put their career on the back burner. They're going to put their female friends on the back burner. They're going to sacrifice. They don't want to have their emotional state tied up with a guy. They don't like being vulnerable like that. So they will choose a guy that they're not physically attracted to because they're not emotionally invested with you.
Hold on. So the 6'4" guy.
I want to ask a quick question.
Go ahead.
I can ask a quick question. Let me ask a quick question. So this is a two-part question. Okay, so the first part of the question is, when you say that women feel unsafe or uneasy around these physically I guess imposing.
I guess the better word to use
or-
would be
or
a masculine,
whatever
right?
type.
Like hyper masculine type
Yeah.
men.
Or intimidating.
Whereas
Intimidating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but he correlate, but he related it to height. So that I want to frame it.
I mean,
around that.
height is one
So,
aspect
okay,
of it. Yeah.
so- okay, sure, but let's just talk about the height thing. Like what type of height difference are we talking about? That would start to cause a problem for a man. Like if he's like 4 inches taller than her, 5 inches taller. Like can we put a number on it?
I mean, it's going to be in regard to the woman. So if the woman's like 5'11", obviously a guy who's like 6'1", that's not a big differential. I mean, it's going to vary, based on the guy's build and that. But I mean, let's say a substantial height differential, because that's what people in the black pill community always say. They're like, oh, these girls that are 5 feet tall, they only want guys that are 6'6" and tower over them. And what I see, and again, I always tell people to first of all separate yourself from it. Like so many people in this black pill community, they always just focus on their own experience, like, oh man, I got cheated on or whatever, and they internalize their problems and they say it's because I'm not tall enough, I don't make enough money. But I always said, take yourself out of the scenario, out of the picture, and look around you at everybody else, and don't just limit yourself to one city or one campus. Like, go across country and see from coast to coast what, if there are differences. And almost every couple, and again, I'm talking young couples, I don't care about old people and people over whatever 40 or whatever, I'm talking young, like, and the trends are more pronounced as you go younger, down from 30 to 20 to 8 to teenagers. I'm seeing, when I do see couples, I'm seeing the girl and the guy are height matched, like they are height match, same height exactly. Or I've seen a lot of times
I agree.
the woman is taller than the guy, and people say, "Where's your evidence?" I've taken so many photos, like creep shots on the street, on the gym, and I've seen, I mean, just crazy stuff that you would say cannot exist. Black pill logic would say this stuff cannot exist. I've seen multiple times where it's a little.
I don't think anybody's saying it's not. I don't think anybody's saying that it does. I've
Yeah,
never.
but the thing is, like people say, oh, it's an exception, it's an aberration, it's a one-off. When you add all those one-offs together, they become the rule. People say this is the exception to the rule. When you compile enough,
it's just about what
they
it.
become the
It's
rule.
really about what. Okay, let me ask you this question. Those women who are, let's say they're in a and I know you don't know for sure, but these women who are in relationships with guys who are around their height, do you believe that they had slept with guys who were significantly taller than their current significant other? Like, do you think that these women, on average, have slept with dudes who were, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", and etc.?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, and probably shorter too. Probably shorter and taller. I mean, if they're
No. Okay,
yeah.
wait. What do you think is more likely? Them having recreational sex with guys that are taller than them, that are like in the 6 feet, or them having sex with guys who are shorter than them? Like, what do you think is outnumbering the other?
I would say having sex with the shorter guy, because they are going to assume that the tall guy, he's been with so many women, they don't want that. They again.
Hey, I want to know why. Want to know why what you're saying is just fuck all the black pill stuff. Want to know why what you're saying is just absurd on his face without even looking.
It is counterintuitive. When you say it's absurd, it is counterintuitive. Yeah.
No, let me explain. The reason why what you're saying doesn't make any sense is because if you take the average woman, no, your average woman is shorter than the average man. So it's actually very unlikely that if a woman let's say if a woman slept with like 10 people, it doesn't make any fucking sense for the vast majority of those people, those men, to be shorter than her, because men who are shorter.
You're assuming that they're randomly being paired up. The women have the ability to choose who they sleep with. I agree with what you said. If people had no self-direction and they were just randomly being put together, that would be true.
Just do this in your own personal life. Since you and Bubble Tea want to only use your fucking environment and your that's how y'all conduct your research.
Oh,
do this. Wait, hold on. Just do this. Wait, hold on, real quick. Just do this. These women, ask these women, hey, whether it's your friends or whatever, right? In a certain setting, generally speaking, have you slept with men who are taller than you or shorter than you?
And they
Just
say
ask them.
both. They say both.
No,
But let me catch you right there. When you say ask your friends,
hold on.
here's the ultimate black pill.
HP, is it mostly men who are? What is the majority? Is the majority guys that are shorter, or is the majority guys who are taller?
And according to what you just said, because there's that average height differential, that your average man tends to be taller than your average woman, you would expect that the majority
I'm
would be
saying you could just ask
taller.
them. I'm saying you could just ask them, bro. Like I'm not sure what planet you came from, bro. The vast majority of women, if you take a look at all the women that they slept with, all of their bodies, let's use the faggot language of body count. The vast majority of the men that these women have slept with are not fucking 5'6" and 5'5" and 5'4". That's not the reality.
Okay, hey, can let me add something? I want not to, I will give you this olive branch dashboard about the height match thing with the young couples. I actually do see that a lot. I see a lot of these young couples, like late teens, early 20s, and these motherfuckers are height matched. That's something I've noticed, and what I attribute that to is youth. Are
they white guys?
Youth. I got to give it to you, Jay. Yeah.
Y'all got it.
Can I say something, Jay?
White. Now, hold on. Come on. Let me hold on. Let me just finish the thought real quick. No, I'm not directing it at you. But no, you're right, Jay. Yeah, mostly white. But I attribute that to youth. I've said, youth is such an underrated, important part of attraction. But let me finish my question to Dashboard. So what is your explanation for I watch like some of these YouTube shows, like I watch that Kendra G show a lot, and when those women call in, they're saying you've got women on there. It's like woman after woman after woman saying, I want a tall guy, I want a guy who's this many inches taller than me. How do you and then when you see like the dating app research that says, that really the guys who only have a legitimate chance are guys over 6 foot tall. I mean, when you see all of this evidence, also there was another study that was done that some of you guys have probably heard about that said they were trying to determine what was the biggest indicator of happiness in a marriage, and they determined that height difference was the biggest indicator of a happy marriage. Like, Dashboard, my question is, how do you look at all this evidence, and what is your explanation for that?
Okay, so my explanation is the following. I always use this rule of thumb. Some people are going to be dating exclusively online, and some people are going to be dating in real life amongst their social network. When you see, let me paint two pictures, two couples. When you see a couple where the guy is much better looking than the woman he's with, they met online on a dating app. When you see the opposite, when you see a couple where you're like, why is this beautiful girl with this really substandard guy that she is so much better than, they met in real life. I think this is a great heuristic for explaining when you see these couples that are mismatched. And I truly believe, and I've seen couples where the guy is 6'2", 240, looks like a Navy SEAL, and he's in the gym working out with this girl that is fat. She is big. She's got a big belly that's hanging over her shorts. And you're like, oh my God. And people see them like, oh, that's hoe inflation in 2024. Even that girl can get a 6'2", Navy SEAL looking guy. I see it as that was a socially disconnected, atomized guy. Somebody said earlier, ask your female friends if they've been with shorter, tall guys. Here's the ultimate black pill. I don't have any. I don't have a single female's number in my phone. I could not call up, even as a friend, even as a colleague, and say,
not talking to women.
That's correct. And I think I am not alone. I think there are a lot of guys in my situation, and what their only lifeline is something online, like social media or
dashboard.
Yeah.
Do you think among young people, generally speaking, who are single, who are out here trying to date, are the majority of people meeting online or in quote unquote real life?
I think in real life, you may be getting dates, one-off dates from a dating app where it's basically,
Do
one
you
of those
have
very
any?
cold.
Do you have any data to support this?
No, that's what
So,
that
so let me
the
ask you something.
relation. So you've got to differentiate between our dates occurring because of online, which you may be getting a lot of first time dates that go nowhere. I used to do dating apps and different, OK Cupid and that stuff.
HB, if I had a restaurant, HB, if me and you we owned a restaurant together, and and on a Friday and a Saturday night, we had 100 couples come and eat at our restaurant for dates, right? The majority of the people who were there at our restaurant more than likely met online. You do realize that, right?
I disagree. I think those stats that you cite, I don't believe them. I think a lot are fabricated.
Why don't you believe like data and like research?
I believe. I mean, they say according to the data, there are 8 billion people on the planet, and they'll say this country. They'll take Papua New Guinea, 15 million people in the land of cannibals. I think it's all fabricated. I don't believe.
So you think it's all smoke and mirrors then?
I believe they can push an agenda. They're like, it's the
Yeah,
majority of people are missing are matching.
I'm not
meeting
saying I
up online.
completely agree per se, but I have a major distrust of like the media anyway.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe it's still majority are real world.
What's the
real world? Social networks, career, education, class.
Agenda?
That's where they're meeting.
So you consider there's an agenda, but so what is the agenda that is trying to be pushed by putting out the research that the vast majority of people right now currently are meeting online? Like what's the agenda that they're trying to push?
All of these isolated, lonely guys who have no social network can cope and be like, well, I'm normal. Like this is how it's done nowadays, and they don't want those guys to realize that it's over for them. That if they didn't prioritize socializing and forming contacts at a young age, they're done for, and they're going to keep giving these guys hope. Like, yeah, this is how everybody's meeting now. No, I don't think so. No, I think the vast majority of even young couples, because we have to exclude the old people who got married in 1965 because there was no dating apps back then.
I'm not even talking about couples. I'm talking about how you get to a date. I'm not I'm not talking about.
There you go. Yeah, get to a date. The majority of people who are in actual relationships, I believe, never
have to get to a date.
No, I disagree. No, you keep thinking that you're going to do cold approach on a girl that you've never met.
I'm not talking about cold approaching. I'm talking about you have to get to step one, which is
no. I disagree. These relationships. No, hold on. Give me a sec. The people who are in actual relationships, I believe that the super majority of those people would say, well, we never actually went through like a dating phase. We always knew each other. Like we knew each other since middle school, and we were friends. And then we started spending more time together. And before you knew it, we were at boyfriend and girlfriend. Like it never. They never went through that dating phase.
And you're only going based on you and your very limited experience being one person on the planet.
My worldview, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: since you're out there, even though you have no women on your phone, and okay, cool. When you're out and about and you see a woman on her own, and I'm assuming you don't cold approach, right?
No, never.
Yeah, okay, so I cold approach on ever so often. But when you see a young woman by herself, what is she usually doing?
On her phone with her earbuds in, listening to music.
Right.
Yeah.
So she is engaged online like a whole lot. So even if this woman isn't great, is entrenched in her social circle, she's still online, probably more so than she is with this social circle. So she's probably still more likely to meet a guy online than she is with her friend group.
No, I disagree. It's not just a friend group. I mean, it could be through work, through school. I mean, I think a lot of the couples are meeting through college, through high school. It's meet at a young age, or you're done for. As far as dating online, I really don't think it's definitely not leading to lasting, durable relationships.
I agree with you on that.
There may be first dates. There may be a couple, first date, second date, and it fizzles out. In my experience, I haven't dated in a very long time, but when I did, the longest lasting relationships.
How long ago?
Hold on. Just let me finish. The longest lasting relationships I had, I always met in person.
How long ago was this?
About 8 years.
Okay, well this well the information is already obsolete.
9. Well, hold on. Actually, maybe more. Maybe hold on.
Even worse for your case. It's already obsolete.
The last relationships, the very last relationship that I had began 10 years ago exactly. 10 years ago.
Obsolete. Anything prior to COVID, you got to throw out that information, bro. Like you got to update the iOS system.
I have the most up-to-date bleeding edge interpretation of reality. Everybody else is old. They're
just
archaic.
the fact that
They bring old boomer-esque views about masculinity and what women want. Hold on. Hold up. Let me finish. If you want a true black pill, again, I've done like catfishing experiments online years ago. Stuff that would blow your mind.
Wait. You saying how long ago?
A couple of years.
Before or after COVID?
After.
Okay. All right. But my whole thing is this, right? Like, I think we also underestimate how quickly women's hypergamy, especially young women's hypergamy, has shifted and is evolved and is like getting worse. So I
do not believe in female hypergamy. I believe in female.
I know that you don't.
Oh no, hold up. There's an actual term, hypogamy. Women dating down, not up, not hypo, going down. They date guys beneath them. I've seen such crazy shit. I have seen attractive women with legit trannies, with guys wearing dresses and carrying purses.
Is that the norm, sir?
I see more of those than the stereotypically masculine shit. Let me give you a couple examples. Hold on. Let me just paint you a picture. When I was traveling across country, I would go out every night to the bars and I would see like what people are with other people, etc. And I would see groups of guys who were like you would say would be the ideal archetype Chad. We're talking like cowboy looking dudes, legit tall, well-dressed, cowboy boots, cowboy hat. Young guys like 21, 24 years old, and the women would cut through them. There would be 4 cowboy dudes walking abreast, and the women would cut through them. This is a Friday night, Saturday night in the city. They didn't even interact with these guys. In the same place, I saw women with trannies, guys in skirt, in a dress, and a purse. Stuff like those guys. Everybody in the black pill community would be like, no way, that guy's a total incel. And yet those were the guys with the women. It's counterintuitive.
What do you mean by with? Wait. What do you mean by with the women? Like they were
holding hands, and walking together.
Oh, okay. So you're saying so what you're saying is, according to you, that a quote unquote tranny walking around with attractive women and being in relationships with them is a normal thing in your reality.
I'm saying classical masculinity is
no. I'm asking you about this. Why?
That guy is more desirable, or that guy is more desired by modern day women than the classical alpha Chad.
We can get to that. I'm asking you something specific, and it's so funny when I ask and I upload. You did it, Bubble Tea. You did it, and now you doing it. It's the same shit, and this is how I know you guys be on bullshit because you guys can't answer fucking simple ass questions. That's how we know you're on bullshit. Because the question is simple. I'm asking you if it's a normal thing.
It's not normal because there aren't enough trannies for all the women. If there were more trannies, you would see more of it.
Okay, so this is not a normal thing, but you're saying that
only not because women won't date trannies, but because there aren't enough trannies for them to date.
Okay, and to get to your point, you're saying that the tradition. So a guy who looks like, I don't know. Go ahead.
Wait. Why wouldn't?
I wanted to say
why would
to his credit, there is an increase in at least especially in Gen Z, but who knows what's gonna be in Gen Alpha, but Gen Z for sure. The LGBT rate's like insane. So
it is, and they always with that figure they always try to amalgamate it, and they say, well, all of Gen Z, it's 22% identify as LGBT, but they don't break it down by women versus men, and then they don't break it down by race. We know that Gen Z is the most ethnically, racially diverse generation yet. It's only about 50% white. Ask yourself, who is more likely to identify as LGBT? Is it a white middle-class girl or a newly arrived Hispanic immigrant girl? That immigrant girl is going to be
the white middle class girl is going to be fucking fucking brainwashed out of her mind.
Yeah. So what is the
MK Ultra out of her
percentage?
mind.
What is the percentage of
Wait.
white Gen Z girls who are LGBT? I'd say it's got to be at least 50%.
Holy
They would
shit.
identify. They say they're
That is-
bisexual. They
that
say
is
they're
quite the
bisexual.
number.
They're pansexual. They don't want to be pigeonholed as you're a straight woman. That's boring. They'll say, I'm not necessarily a lesbian, but I'm bisexual. I'm pansexual. I'm sapios.
To be fair to Dashboard, I do think that the Zoomer number is between 40 and 50%. If you include like demisexual, pansexual, blah blah blah, bisexual, whatever.
Yeah,
Now I see where you're coming from. But I will say this though. I think that because a lot of these Zoomer women are like on some sort of spectrum. I'm not going to say that it's just completely absurd for them to be with like a T person or what have you. That being said, these women are also with other women, etc. But as a man, the genetic hoop or the genetic threshold, if you're a straight man, is high. Now, if you want to go like the trans way, then it might be lower for you in some cases. If it might be. So I actually don't. Now that I thought about it a little bit more, I actually don't disagree. Don't completely not see where you're coming from. I will say that.
Hold on. So Dashboard. So when you were saying tranny, like you literally mean that? Like you mean you saw women dating guys who were changed their gender? Like
yeah, I mean maybe they still had maybe they still had their genitalia, but they were dressed as a woman. But
they were Transformers basically.
Yeah, and I mean it wasn't Halloween. Yeah, it was just a regular night, and they were with a tranny.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I'm telling you, my whole premise is that classical masculinity has fallen by the wayside. It is not desired by women. It is something that they want to see put in the garbage, in the dustbin of history. They don't want it. Like they see it as a threat. They see it as oppressive. So they don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, to some extent, it's a threat to their newfound power, right?
Yeah, it is. They again, a guy who is classically masculine, he can work to overcome that by, if they knew each other in class, most women are going to think that a guy's personality is congruent with his physical appearance. So they'll think that a guy who's stereotypically physically masculine is going to behave and believe stereotypically masculine things. Like, and they've done studies like, Trump supporters and Republicans tend to have more upper body strength than Democrats. And, sort of these stupid studies. And, maybe there's some truth to it. I think people do assume certain things based on how you look, based upon your voice. A guy I believe is going to have a lot more success with women if he sounds gay, if he talks like a gay guy with up talk and like, oh my God, like, do tell. And if the guy talks like that, he's seen as non-threatening. And I see this everywhere in New York. The guys who maybe they aren't even gay, they talk like they're gay. They have that intonation. Like you hear how people like me speak or the First, they speak in a very kind of aggressive, abrasive, this is not a stereotypically gay sounding voice, right? So women are going to see that as that's kind of a disagreeable voice. It's kind of a domineering voice. They don't like it. The guys who have success, they have to work. If they have to work to overcome these stereotypically masculine traits, which 20, 30 years ago, they would have helped these guys. These guys would have been doing great. In today's modern world where you have social engineering and politics are these girls' religion. Okay, these girls, they live all leftists.
They live for it. Yeah.
Extreme leftists. And so the guys have to comport themselves accordingly. If you try to be that stereotypically abrasive, Chad or masculine guy.
No one was talking about. Here's the thing, right? Because you're talking also about behavior.
Yes.
To an extent, I can agree if you're just simply talking about maybe behavior to a certain degree. I don't think behavior has much to do with it. I think what it mainly boils down to is women right now. Maybe you can blame birth control or what have you. They do want quote unquote more feminine features. They do like that pretty boy Harry Styles.
That's what I was gonna ask. That's
exactly right. What I was gonna ask. That is what they do want. Absolutely. So if you're talking about that, I can agree with you. But I also think that when it comes to height, I still think they prefer guys who are taller, like a guy who's Harry Styles, who's 6 feet or whatever. I do think that they still want a guy who they can kind of look up to and feel small. I think they still want that. They just want that guy to also be pretty.
If I can add to that
Right,
point,
right.
PPJ,
And that's what I was.
and
That's what I was gonna. Go ahead. Go ahead.
can I go ahead, Ryder?
Go ahead,
But
brother.
if I
Go
can
ahead.
ask Dashboard, so we were talking about empiric fact, and we were talking about dating app. You used them quite recently, you would say. But an empiric fact is that women write, if you are less than this height, don't write to me, or you have to be this height to contact me or do this or X, Y, and Z. So if a person, empiric fact now, we're not talking about your reality, BPA's reality, or somebody else's reality, they are themselves writing, we want this specific height. If you're less than this, don't contact me. So how come they don't write, oh, you have to be shorter than this, otherwise don't contact me? I mean, it was the same thing we were talking about whitening products. Are we buying more whitening products or darkening powder for like the skin? So it's kind of empiric.
Right.
It's kind of empiric. So answer that, please.
Let me address that. So yeah, I think the guy who asked that, you're from you said Sweden.
Yeah.
Okay. I when I've done dating apps here in America, I've never seen a woman say, "Don't contact me if you're under a certain height." I've swiped on hundreds, thousands of profiles. I've never seen that. My whole hope is that the situation is different in Europe than it is in America. From what I can tell when I watch all of these videos from different European cities, I see more looks matched couples. I don't see women dating down as I do here in America. I see looks matched couples in Europe where I see a big fat woman with a big fat guy and they go together and it makes sense. I see a really good looking woman and she's with a really good looking guy. My whole hope for my future personally is that things are different in Europe than they are in America. Now, the second thing that you said, so I can't comment because I don't live in Europe. I hope they're different
Yeah.
because that will benefit me. I mean, to the guy who's from Sweden, do you think a guy who's 6'3", white dude from America who would go to, like, say, Sweden, do you think he would do well? Do you think he'd do well if he can't speak a word of Swedish? He speaks only English. Do you think he would do well? Decent looking 6'3" American dude going to Sweden. Do you think he could get a decent looking woman?
First off, I would say that your statement is pretty much absurd because the meme 6'4", I mean, comes from the United States, and I've seen plenty of memes from people who have heightism in their. I mean, we have it in we have it on Discord, we have it on mystery channels. I mean, it's abundant. If you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean. But nonetheless, to answer your question, he would do well. But the average height is like I think 6 feet in Sweden. So like you're going to one of the tallest nation in the world, like Netherlands, Germany, and the Nordic countries. So he will be exotic because he will be American in that sense. So he will be doing good. But also we have taken the lookism factor. How is his jawline, hair, everything else, eyebrows and everything. But generally he will be doing good or normal, I would say. He has the height for it. He's exotic.
That gives me hope. Now, the second thing you said about like the skin lightening products, that is true in countries in like Asia where they want lighter features. What I see happening here in America is the opposite. White women want to look more black. Think about all the different ways that they're achieving this. They have tanning salons. Everybody they go tanning. They want to have darker skin. They have the lip injections. They do all of these exercises in the gym, the squats, the lunges, because they want to have that big booty. Yeah. So those stereotypically African female traits that decades ago, like when you watch these movies from the 90s, like Mean Girls.
The really skinny white woman, and that was like the standard of beauty back in the day, right?
That was the standard of beauty.
Yeah.
And what was the like these movies like Clueless and Mean Girls, and the girl's like, does this make my butt look big? And she didn't want. No girl wanted to have a big ass in the 90s and 2000s. They wanted to have like a certain look, and that look, that aesthetic that is in vogue has totally changed thanks to, like, say, the Kardashians and others. Now the white girls are there doing the squats, doing the lunges, and they're the ones trying to cultivate that African Venus look. Like that's what it was considered. Like in Victorian era Europe, they would bring some performers from Africa, and they just marveled at them that they look so physically different, and they had the name African Venus because they were very curvaceous. They had the big legs, the big butt, and that is now what is desirable amongst white girls. So I think it's
Yeah.
all
So,
contextual. In Asia, it's different. I think in Europe, it's different because what I notice, I see a lot of Turkish girls in Europe who dye their hair blonde. So
Yeah.
when you see that, like
Yeah.
I'm watching like these videos, and I see it like a clearly
Hey,
an
don't forget Romania. Don't forget
yeah.
Romania, dude.
And I'm seeing these couples at first, and I'm like, are these mixed race couples? Because the girl kind of looks white. She's got lighter skin, but then I'm like, no. Like, she's got dark eyes. She's dyed her hair blonde. So I think in Europe, it's still the white standard of beauty because the immigrants who are there, the Turkish girls, they're trying to look. I mean, well, you're dyeing your hair blonde. You're trying to look white. Here in America, it's very different. So
yeah, they're trying to have exotic
You know
features.
what?
That's Mitch correct. Can you just finish? Let's just finish right there. Then I'll let you go. They're trying to have more like exotic features, as you say, but they're not trying to be more black passing in the skin tone. Yeah, they can be more brown, having tan colors, but they're not going to black. Like they're not going black as an African.
Well, it was
So they're
kind of hard
having
for
their
them to go black
features.
too. In reality, like
Yeah, exactly.
no amount of I don't know if there's even a chemical that would even change your whole skin tone to
Yeah,
black.
you can. Yeah, you
But
can. You
if you go
can. You can.
tan,
No.
you could get as close as you can to it, right? So
I mean, you could
but
tattoo
Yeah.
the skin.
yeah,
You could
you
tattoo it.
that could be crazy, but you
But
could. But which
but
a lot of white women do now. They all tattoo
I've
themselves
seen
now.
I
So
have seen women who have entire arm like
arm
that's the
sleeves,
other
yeah.
thing. Their entire arms and legs are covered in tattoos, and sometimes
That's
it's not even
common. That's common.
well, and sometimes it's not even a design. It's literally just their whole like forearm is black or dark green. Like it is just like they dip their arm in ink. But
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
seeing
common.
increasingly, and just that whole culture of tattooing, I don't think it's necessarily African. It's more Southeast, like South Pacific Islander, Papua, New Guinea, where the primitive tribes where they were doing the tattooing. I mean, that is what's popular. I mean, 20, 30 years ago, women did not want to get tattoos. So, I mean, that has changed. All of these things that are standards of beauty here in America have very rapidly shifted.
no, let me tell you, those girls in Romania, it's like those like I've seen a lot of those Romanian girls. Like I thought some of them were like light-skinned black women just living in fucking Romania. And I'm like, but then when you see like her like natural picture, this girl's like lily white. But
hmm
I wanted to ask you a question. So dashboard. So you're talking about women being drawn to men whose masculinity is toned down in terms of his personality, in terms of his looks. Um, what do you think that is correlated to like the e-boy craze like that women have? You think there's some type of you think there's a correlation there?
Well, I would stop you right there when you're saying women are drawn to certain guys. Like none of you ever entertain the idea that women can be in a relationship with a guy that they're not physically attracted to. Like guys would not do that. Guys like sometimes they would. They're like, well, that girl's she's not attractive, but she's going to give me 4 or 5 kids. I'm going to settle for a fat woman because she's willing to have 4 or 5 kids. If guys are willing to do that, imagine what women are able to do. Like women are not going to guys always are making the claim like women are just going to do whatever they're physically attracted to, like they're just animals and they can't override their emotions. Like, yes, some women may see an attractive guy, and does that mean they're going to try to even get with him? They may actually avoid him because they don't want anything to do with him because they have all of these negative associations with him. And even if they were to get into a relationship, she might say, oh, he's going to cheat on me. He's going to cheat on me with my friends. It's better that I'm with a guy that nobody else wants because at least I'm secure. I can trust him. And because all the women are thinking that guy actually has the most options. The unattractive guy that she chose, not because she was attracted to him, but because she thought he was a safe bet. All the other women are thinking the same thing. So he's the one who's most likely to, in fact, be a player. That's what I believe.
Well,
It's totally counterintuitive,
Okay.
upside down logic. But when you see how the standards
Yeah,
of
yeah, I
female
get it.
beauty are shifting, why not the standards for what is desirable or desired in a man? Like
Okay.
those can be fluid too. They're
Now,
subject to the
now,
politics and everything that's going on.
Now that's an interesting point. I'll definitely take that into consideration, but you still got to answer the question though. Like, do you think there is a correlation between with the e-boy craze and how it ties into what you're saying?
What do you even mean by e-boy? You mean like K-pop stuff?
E-boys and like these TikTok stars
Yeah,
who are like
yeah.
really skinny
You
kids,
know
but they got the pretty boy face
pretty
and
boys on TikTok and shit like that, and like you see, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But
I'm never
you
on
see
TikTok. I don't even know what
young
they look like,
girls in
but
the
I can know
comments
the term.
simping for
So
them.
yeah.
Okay, well, so in those cases, those
Right.
pretty boys, what are they doing in their TikTok videos? They're doing something really non-threatening, really something that, again, when I was a kid or when I was these guys' age, like 20 years ago, if they're teenagers.
But let's talk about
No,
their
no, no.
aesthetics. But let's
Hold on.
talk about
They're
the
doing
look. Let's
stuff.
talk
They're
about the
doing
look,
stuff like
their aesthetic.
dancing and stuff like that, right? Like that's what they're doing in the videos, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but I also want to address the look as well. So you can talk about the behavior, but I also want you to address the look as well.
You can't separate them because you
Go
could
ahead.
take those guys that are pretty boys, right, and have them do a TikTok where it's not dancing, it's not singing, it's not anything that's fun and social. Say they're doing something really boring, like it's really the same guy, the cute pretty boy guy, and he's like doing something on a microscope, or he's doing something and he's making something out of wood. I don't think you'd get anywhere near the same number of views. They're getting the views
What about
because
that
they're
guy who was at
engaged.
Target that one time? He was kind of a pretty boy. Remember
was,
what's that
yeah,
guy's
and
name? Josh
Oh, yeah,
from Target or some
that's it.
shit. Or
Yeah,
that guy's name was.
he wasn't even
Alex,
18,
are you
was
talking
he?
about Alex from
Alex
Target?
from Target.
He
Alex
was
from
young.
Target.
He
Yeah,
was
whatever his
young.
fucking
Alex
name
from
was.
Target.
Yeah.
Well,
He was
and
very young.
that goes
Yeah.
with what you're seeing every day. I open the news and there's another news story of a female teacher in her 20s or 30s, and she's caught with an
Banging a
underage
13-year-old
male
or something like
student.
that.
Yeah, and again,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the conventional wisdom
Oh
would
my god,
be
I was
the
just
female teachers.
thinking about that, dude.
Well, hold
Yeah.
up. Like the conventional wisdom would be like these teachers should be, if they're going to do that, they should be getting with the 17 and 18-year-old football stars who are 6'5", and there are guys who are that big at that age, okay, and they'd be like 250 pounds, like the linebacker, the varsity athletes. And what do we see? It's never those guys. It's male students who are literally boys. They're 12, 13, 14 years old, and those are the boys who are being preyed upon by these female teachers. And the varsity athletes, I don't think there's been a single case, because it would still be against the rules. You can't be with your students, they're underage. But even if they were 17 or 18, it's never, we never see these stereotypically masculine Chad or Tyrone athletes, the basketball player, the football player. It's always these like borderline prepubescent boys, like age 12, 13. I mean, there are cases where it's been even younger, like 11 years old. I mean, you're getting into territory that, again, it should not be happening. And yet it's not even like an ugly old woman. It's a desirable woman in her prime, like 20 something. And this is who she's choosing. And like it defies all logic. Everything has become inverted, where it used to be the old lecherous man who would be preying upon the teenage girl, and now it's the opposite. Now it's the women. And who knows why they're doing it? We can only speculate. Maybe they're doing it because they think that's what men used to do, so I'm going to do it. I want to.
What do you think is causing this massive inversion in nature? Like it's a complete. I've talked about it on Thomas White's stream, and I talk about it here sometimes, where this is a complete inversion of everything that we previously thought to be true now, or not true per se, but reality is now inverted on its head. Like, and when you look at like the Satanism and shit like that, it's also there as well. And that inversion of nature in the upside down pyramid that's just simply what's going on, right? Like that's the symbol of the female to some extent, right? So it is a weird, the inversion of reality with, I guess, from the media and from the propaganda they've been using is real. I completely agree. So,
I believe it's all engineered. I don't think it's just by accident.
I don't think nothing happened by accident.
If it were by accident, it would start to correct itself. It would start off going this direction, and it would start to right itself. It would start to fix itself, but it never does. It always just keeps getting pushed.
We get more and more sexually debased and degenerate every generation, and it doesn't have it doesn't appear to have any real. There's no brakes on the train, right? Like it just keeps going and going and going. So
yeah,
I mean, you have to consider also dashboard that the teacher is not banging the incel precisely. It's a pretty boy. a femboy, a pretty
Never
boy,
know
or a
because
looks mess.
they'll never show the photo because it's
Yeah,
a
they
minor.
won't show the kid.
Oh,
Yeah, obviously
yeah.
it's
We'll
a
never
minor,
know.
yeah.
We
You
won't
never
know the
know.
race. Like we can only speculate. Like people love to
Yeah.
say it's always going to be a black student, and sometimes like you look up the demographics for the town, and it's like an all-white town. Now it's possible she found the one black student
Yeah,
there.
the one black kid in town, but
We don't know.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
never
yeah.
know. And sometimes
Yeah,
actually,
ain't no young white teacher sleeping with no black student. Let's stop that.
no, it happens. Like no, sir, the most. I mean,
No, it
it's,
doesn't.
It
No,
does.
it
It does. It does. What was the What was the most famous one that started this whole craze? In the 90s.
It was with a Mexican. It was with
It was like no,
Spanish boy,
he was like a
Mexican
he was
Latin boy.
he was like Filipino or from Guam, from the he was Asian.
But
He was
not
like
black.
Pacific.
Not
No, he wasn't black, but that was the only one that we've seen the photo of the victim.
No,
was it-
I seen some on Reddit. They were pretty boy. They were white pretty boy.
I gotta get going pretty soon. So
I don't know how
gotta-
they get. I really don't know how you
I
get
gotta
the photo
out pretty
because they
soon,
never
but,
disclose
yeah.
the name, and they don't show the photo because it's always a minor. It's a rape, considered a rape victim.
Let's do some fucking last words.
Snapchat,
I gotta get the
usually.
fuck out of here. How about that for like any last words for the chat?
Yeah, just that everything that I said.
Wait, can I go
not
first?
trying-
Can I go first?
Why?
Can I go
Does
first?
it matter?
How about
No. Let me go. Let me just.
I
No,
want to give
hold on.
Dashboard his flowers. I want to give Dashboard your flowers. Thank
All
you.
right.
I
All
appreciate
right.
your views, and you've always given us interesting views. I wanted to say that before you leave, Dashboard. Thank you. That's it.
All right, Ryder. See you.
I appreciate it. I
Are
mean,
you leaving, or is that your last word, Ryder?
That's my
Is that
last
your-
word.
Okay, see you. Okay, all right. Fuck it. Hellbed after last words. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I don't want people to think that I'm a troll, that I'm just saying stuff to like pull their leg. I'm not. It's everything that I said sounds counterintuitive. It sounds like I'm turning everything on its head. But everything that I said, you have to understand that in the present system, everything has been inverted. So you have to adapt and update your worldview to fit that new inverted reality. And that's the ultimate black pill. Like people who focus on like looks and money and status. No, the ultimate black pill is this upside down inverted way of thinking. And that's what you have to use to sort of understand modern reality for dating amongst young people in 2024.
All right, man. Thanks for calling, my dude. See ya. All right, Bubble Tea Price. Last words.
Thanks for having me on Mystery School. That was unexpected. Join from
expect
Hell
it
by the
either. I was
Dashboard
like,
like, yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
but thanks for providing a platform. Like you're doing a great service by doing this.
All right, man. Thanks for calling, my dude. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Upload still. Last words.
Thanks for today. Great hearing everybody here, and no bad feelings or anything. I wish everybody a good evening and good luck.
All right, man. See ya. Holy shit! This was a fucking long 6-hour long stream. You guys haven't gotten one of these out of me in a long time. So yeah, good job. Haven't done one of these in a 6-hour stream. What the hell? Did not expect this stream to be this long. But all right, dude. This was quite the stream. I'd like to have Hell on for a one-on-one every once if he ever wants to come on or not. But he's in my Discord. Maybe we'll set something up. But because he has interesting ideas. All right, dudes. Well this has been Mystery School. Please like, share, subscribe. Leave a comment if you liked the video. Maybe you hated the video. Leave a comment anyway. And never forget, guys, that wasn't fucking gold. Hit the bell icon to be notified of my shit. And yeah, dudes, peace out. Cheers. Enjoy the rest of your week. Or enjoy your week, rather. It is the rest of your week, right? Because Sunday, right? Rest of your week. And cheers, my dudes. Can we have the link to the Discord, Mystery and Hell's Discord? Yeah, I don't... Okay, I'll post a link for the Discord one time in here. Just in here, though. Just in here. I'm not going to do this for everybody else, though. Let me do an invite link. Invite. Copy. I need to edit the invite link. It's only going to be good for an hour. Limit of users. Only 10 people can join. Generate new link. I'm going to copy this link into the chat. Okay. Here's the here's that. Oh yeah, I need to post his channel link if you can join his channel. If you people probably know him at this point, right? You know where he is. I mean, how about Desperate Light? You just look him up. I think I have his channel on speed dial. Let me give me a second. I can probably find it pretty fast. Where's he at? There's a Discord link if you want to join. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Hell by put down Hill. Hell by the dashboard. I can see paradise by the dashboard light. It's a good song. Meatloaf. Okay, here's his channel. If you want to subscribe to his channel, you can. He's not on that often, but yeah, he's he's a unique guy. So there's a channel link. All right, dudes. Once again, enjoy the rest of your week. Cheers. See you guys on the next stream. We're gonna stream probably Wednesday, and we'll stream again Sunday. Episode 57 of season 2. All right, guys. Peace out. Cheers, and enjoy the rest of your week. See ya.